Bells jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in this one-horse open sleigh. Hey! Hi guys! Hello! Good morning, good morning, good morning! It is a fantastic morning today because you know why? Because it's Ursiiday's Pokemon Pocket Weekly number 9. Oh man, did I change that in the title? Did my title say 8 or 9? It still says number 8. Done. I gotta change the YouTube one real quick. Hi guys! Welcome in, welcome in. It is Ursiiday's Pokemon Pocket Weekly number 9. 9. Oh, wait. I don't remember how you do 9. We are already above 2,700 signups. We are officially at our highest number of signups ever. Huge shout out to community for that. And so I'm really excited. You guys are having a fantastic day. I'm gonna turn the sound down a little bit. Yeah, holy moly, Dr. Moly Moly, I don't know the second part of that. But yeah, I'm so excited. Welcome in, welcome in. How many signups? 2,700. We are probably not gonna have that many people play, but it's absolutely insane. So let me quickly say hello to everyone, guys. I do like to say hello to everyone every single time we start up stream. So give me 1 second here. Let's see. Hi Drago, hi Way, hi Turtles. Now, also in Twitch channel. Hi, Kajito, Young Monk, Yugi, Nick, Moonlight, Mr. J, Epic Tommy, Goofy, Crazy Kid, Ronan, Andres, Minutes, Paradox, Chronos, hello. You guys are having a fantastic day. These tournaments normally run about 8 to 9 hours on Saturday, and run 3 to 4 hours on Sunday. But yeah, I think we might have over 2,000 players today. We have over 2,700 signups already. I do think we're gonna be over 2,000 players, which is gonna be absolutely insane. Very exciting though. So hopefully it will go as expected. Hope we get to see new developments. I'm sure we will. I mean, last week was already so exciting. A lot of people had high hopes for Celebi, and not a single Celebi showed up in our top 32, which is just so interesting, one might say. So interesting, you know, the difference between the expectations and what actually happened. Absolutely crazy. I love to see it. Yeah. Very interesting though, so fingers crossed that it goes completely smooth and dandy, and I'm super excited. I have a question for the top cut. I don't know how to stream. I already joined the Discord, but I'm not familiar with it. So could you explain step by step how and where to do it? Hi Andrea, we are in day 1 right now, so I'm not really sure that we're gonna explain how to do tomorrow right now. That being said, you can see in the tournament channels that there are a number of channels right now. There's 32 of them. If you want to stream once you hit top cut, there's a guide, exclamation mark, I mean, it's at the end of the exclamation mark limitless video as well if you want to check it out. And it can show you how to do it on Discord, with Android or Android or iPhones, and we are happy to help as well. But yeah, you can check them out there. So yeah, fingers crossed, everything goes super smooth. Fingers crossed. Yeah, that being said, I will explain though how to check in and how to sign up, because that's super important. There's YouTube. It is a tournament day, so you're gonna see right now on your screen, if you go to play.limitlesstcg.com, whatever my tournament link is, that if you haven't submitted a deck list, guys, there's gonna be this really big orange line at the top of your screen that says submit a deck list, and one that says check in. If either of those lines are at the top of your screen, you haven't done it. They're only there if you haven't done it yet. So make sure that you're signed in, make sure that you're checked in, make sure that everything is complete. And so yeah, Huge tournament, haha. Are there enough judges to resolve all the issues? Won't there be tons of delays? Well, hopefully we won't. So fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed. That being said, make sure that you check into every single one of your rounds. Make sure you always thank and are very kind to the judges. They're obviously doing this out of the kindness of their heart. So please be nice to the judges and don't cause any problems. But yeah, I'm really proud of our judge group. I trust in them. And I'm really happy with how things have gone in the past. I just registered, but how do I play against someone? How do I connect to the game? Well, you should watch our YouTube videos. We're not going to answer exact numbers, but that being said, we have a really awesome judge group, and I am so proud of them, and I'm very excited to see how today goes. But last week we had 1,500 signups, our second highest ever, and it was absolutely smooth, no delays, at least in the first couple of rounds. And then sometimes you do get, obviously, more difficult judge calls. Moonlight is still a judge. Fun fact. Moonlight is still a judge. Moonlight. Moonlight. You're still a judge, buddy. I say that, but yeah. I still can technically judge. No, you're still a judge, buddy. I'm allowed to force him to be because he's one of my mods. That being said, guys, we are here to make sure that you are checked in and you are signed up correctly, that your deck list is in, that you have done everything you need to be able to play. I'm so excited for everyone who is new to the tournament. I absolutely love that. It is so excited. And so, yeah. Yeah, he was kind of complimenting himself. But yeah, so please, guys, if you are wanting to play today, that should not be correct. Emphasis should not be. I don't know. I can't answer on that. Judges cannot answer on that. You should check out, talk to some of your different players in the tournament channels and go from there. How late would day 2 start? It starts at 1 p.m. EST, same time. How do I submit a deck list? Oh, no, Salad. Thank you. That's a really great question and really applicable for today. I would say, first off, you're going to click this submit button. Okay? You can, oh God, guys, it's the website. Oh, did I just check in? I don't want to check in yet. If you can submit directly into this box, if you're copying someone's list from Limitless, you can just click copy to clipboard and paste it here. If you need to make your own tournament, you go to that top left corner over here. I'll show you. You're going to go to this top left corner where it says Limitless, and you're going to click Deck Builder. And then you can follow with the guide, !Limitless, how to complete your list, and then how to paste it in. The only tournament channel I see is winning list. Should I be able to see more? Yes, you should, Strife. I would recommend setting your roles and give yourself a role channel to Tourney Goer, so that you can see all of the channels. This would be the first tournament I participate in. I have a Limitless account and I've already registered for the tournament. I have placed my deck and completed everything. Will I receive a notification on Limitless? So, Pomone, you will technically receive a notification on dashboard. However, I highly recommend you join the Discord and you're following along on stream. We have very large tournaments every single week. But they are not this large. This may be the largest tournament we ever host, thus far. And it is going to make the website lag even more. So your dashboard may not update in the way that it is designed to do so. That being said, your Discord will tell you, and I will tell you. I do not participate in my own tournament. I broadcast it and I will cast games for every single round, but I do not participate in it. I participate in tournaments all throughout the week, but not during the weekend. So that being said, make sure that you submit your deck list. If it says no deck list submitted over here, you haven't submitted it yet. If this turns red with something here, you need to complete it if you want your submission to be counted. This needs to turn into a green box for your deck list to be correct. So please, guys, make sure your deck list is good. Make sure that it is all situated. And yeah, exactly. Round 1 and round 2 always lag a little bit. So make sure that you're in the stream and make sure that you are in the Discord, so you know when rounds go up. And I would really ask you guys not to spam click pairings button until I tell you to, because otherwise you're going to make the website lag even more. So, because it's just so many people are looking for their pairings that the servers can't handle it. Don't hit F5 either. So don't touch those until I tell you to. Because otherwise the website's gonna lag. So yeah. So yeah, not F5, not F5. Better than that, yeah. So let's see how, but I'm very excited what it goes. I have trust in our judges. I know it's gonna go well. That being said, if there's an orange line on the top of your screen, I don't trust you. Yes, you viewer, because you need to click the orange lines and make them not be there anymore. If this is an orange line to you at the top of your screen, if this is an orange line at the top of your screen, if there's a big black check-in button in white text on your screen, or a big black submit button in white text on your screen, you need to click them and you need to do it. So make sure that if you want to participate in this tournament, hey, yellow, I'm colorblind, so. Chatter thinks dress was white and gold. Very true, very true. I think I'm colorblind, so it could be yellow, it could be orange. Make sure it's not there. If there is a yellow tinted or orange tinted line at the top of your screen, make sure it's not there. So please, guys, please, make sure that you are checked in. Make sure that your deck list has been submitted. Make sure that your deck list has been submitted correctly. If your deck list has the normal baby Mew in the deck, but you meant to run a Mew EX and your opponent notices it, you will lose your game and you will be forced to run the baby Mew for the rest of the tournament. You don't want to run the baby Mew. You don't want to run the baby Mew, chat. You don't. I mean, maybe you want to, but more than likely, you didn't mean to put that in. If it doesn't say Mew EX, you are not going to be able to play Mew EX in your tournament list. There's no banned cards in this deck. But yeah, if your deck list is wrong, you're going to be DQ'd from the tournament. So, not banned, not banned. But that being said, if your deck list is wrong, you're not going to be able to run your deck list that you meant to run. And yeah, this is my point. Like, you're gonna have to drop out of the tournament. You don't want that. You want to have a really good run. You want to make sure that your deck list is correct. You want to make sure you're checked in so you can play in the tournament. Please, guys, click the check-in button now. Submit your deck list now, because 10 minutes before tournament begins, you're gonna start having lag and you're not gonna be able to click the button, and then you're gonna have some problems. And we're not going to do anything for you. And I'm going to be really sad that so many people didn't get to make it in because they didn't click it early. So click the button now. Click the check-in button now. Click the submit button now. Do it now. Please. Please. Lag is coming. You're not going to escape it. So do it now before it appears. Do it now before it appears, because if it appears and your check-in button didn't actually register to the server, we can't do anything. We literally can't do anything. 30 minutes is fine, but you gotta do it now. You gotta sign up. You gotta do it now. Or in the next 30 minutes, not in the last 30 minutes, because you will start getting lag. You will start getting lag. And it will be sad, because there will be a number of you that meant to check in and it's just not gonna work. Like, it's just not gonna work 2 minutes beforehand. So, yeah. Please, do it now. Before Ursi starts crying. If you do it 5 minutes before, you may not get into the tournament. If you do it 5 minutes before, you may not get into that tournament. And I will be very sad for you, but I won't be able to do anything for you. We are officially up to 2,767 signups. How long is the Saturday rounds? We have a 45-minute rounds. Don't make Ursi cry. Yeah, I agree. It is way too early to make Ursi cry. So do it now. Like, sign up now. you know? And he won't you down. No, nobody will get hurt if they make Ursi cry. But that being said, you won't make it into the tournament. You won't get to play. You won't get to spend your Saturday doing something you love, which is playing Put One Pocket with all of us. And I would love to get to play Put One Pocket with you guys. Love to get to broadcast your games. That being said, we do have 32 channels in the Discord if people are interested in broadcasting their games. We prioritize streaming games from the Discord first. And we'll find people who obviously stream on Twitch, stream on YouTube, the different games. We're going to broadcast every single round. But please, 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 no, I will not be the only one hurting because it'll be you hurting by not getting to play the tournament that you woke up to play this morning. So, yeah. But, yeah. So please, 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 guys. Yeah, watch out for the A1, A1A, A1 promo. Like, there's so many different cards now that you need to double check. There's 3 different Mankeys, and they're all being ran right now. So make sure that you have your correct Mankey. Make sure you have your correct Primeape. Make sure you have your correct Mewtwo, your correct Mew. All your different EXs that are supposed to be EX Mons, but you put the baby Mon in instead. Make sure your deck is correct. Make sure these yellow lines are not at the top of your screen. Please, please, please. I don't want anyone not to be able to play just because they didn't sign up, just because they forgot to sign up on time. So, yeah. Let me remind everyone in the Discord to sign up. Okay. I said it there too, for the record. If you are not in the announcements, yeah, you better have your coffee ready. I said we are going to have lag today. We cannot avoid it. So check in now, right now, not in 45 minutes. But yeah. Okay. Okay, guys. That being said, make sure you're checked in. We're like Meow with 2 V's. If you get the K-pop reference, you're an Ursiiday. If you don't, that's okay. Okay, guys. You don't have to put in the correct rarities. You do not have to put in the correct arts. That being said, if you meant to run the newest Mankey, but you're running the first Mankey, you will have to run the first Mankey or drop out of the tournament. So, unless if it's a different EX card, I don't know that there are different EXs yet, but if there was a different EX that had different text on the card, you would have to put the correct one in that has the correct attack on it. But I don't think there's any of those yet. But if there was, you would have to make sure the attacks are correct on the card. But you don't need the correct art or correct rarity. But if it had a different attack on it, you would have to make sure as well. Just saying. So please, 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 please make sure that everything is correct. Make sure that your deck list is submitted correct. Make sure you're checked in. If this yellow line at the top of your screen says to check in, you better click that button right now. Because, guys, we're going to have so much lag today. We've never had a tournament this large. There is a Gardevoir toy. Yes. But one of them is a Sprigatito. Make sure you're checked in. Make sure that you have everything right. The text is the exact same. The text is the exact same. Right? The two Greninjas are the same. Right, guys? Can someone double check that for me? As long as it's has the correct attack, it's okay. Yeah, then it's fine, Zeph. It's fine. It just, you have to have the attacks be the same. You can't have the primate that damages itself on your deck list when you meant to get the Mankey. Did I say primate? The Mankey that damages himself when you meant to get the Mankey that flips a coin. You can't have the Mankey that flips a coin when you meant to have the Mankey that just did, what, 10 damage? Like, you just gotta make sure that the attacks are correct. Chicken nuggets. So yeah. Make sure, guys, make sure that your deck list is submitted, that you're checked into the tournament. Make sure everything is correct. We don't want anyone to forget to be checked in the tournament. We don't want you to have forgotten to submit your deck list. Make sure that it's correct, or you're not going to play in the tournament. So yeah. Yeah. Not the Zam. But yeah, guys, Ursi Claus makes a return. It is basically the Christmas stream. So yeah, the Christmas, obviously, tournament stream. So we're doing a little bit of Christmassy today. We still have our Christmas tree up. But yeah, if your card has a different effect, has a different attack, you need to make sure you have the correct one. If you have the wrong card in general, you need to make sure it's the correct one. Like, you just gotta make sure that the attack's right, things like that. So yeah. Just going to eat right now. I actually know someone who, like, starves themselves before tournaments. Not, like, actually starves, so they won't eat before a tournament because they think being hungry makes them perform better. Yeah, they're like, they like, don't eat and stuff like that because they think they perform better. They probably lost it. Oh, should we? Anyway, I do not play in the tournament, Steve. I will be broadcasting. So yeah, you're the opposite. Yeah, I think a lot of people are the opposite of that, but I thought it was very funny of a take. That being said, guys, you won't even get to play in the tournament. It won't matter if you ate or didn't eat if you forget to check into the tournament. If you meant to be in the tournament, you gotta hit that check-in button. You gotta hit that submit button. Or it's not gonna matter if you ate food, if you didn't eat food, because you won't get to play. So make sure that that check-in button has been hit, that your submit button has been completed. Make sure everything is right, or you won't get to play. That's up to you. You don't have to stream day one. If you want to stream day one, you may. If you don't want to, you don't have to. So we do cover up hands. It is up to you. But yeah. Up to you guys. We'd love to see some of your games as well in the stream if you would like to check it out. Ooh, Buff Bunny sale today. Just got 3 text messages about that. But yeah. So please, guys, if you can, make sure that you're checked into the tournament. Make sure that you've submitted your deck list. We want this all to go as smoothly as possible. And if you're new to the tournament, please watch the YouTube video on how to check in your rounds, how to set up your rounds, how to do everything. Check-in is open for the tournament currently. As you can see here where it says check-in. Your rounds have not been given out yet, though, because they won't be until the tournament begins at 1 p.m. So yeah, I mean all of you watching, if that yellow line is at the top of your screen, you haven't completed it. It's not set yet. Harry, refresh. You'll see the check-in button at the top of your screen. It's there, right here, where my mouse is. It says check-in. If you refresh, it'll be there. So make sure that you've clicked the button. Make sure that you've completed everything. This is, yeah, Tournament 9. It's been 9 weeks since Pocket released. Absolutely insane. So yeah, you can use alt arts as much as you want. But yeah. I have a lot of fun with them. Yeah, it's really, really cool. Top in, thank you so much for that subby. But yeah. Please, 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 guys, if you can, make sure you're checked in. Make sure that your deck list is submitted. It would mean the world to me. And it'll make me cry if you don't. So, yeah, we're 9 tournaments in. 10 technically. Because we did a pre-release tournament as well. But yeah, I'm very, very, very excited about Pokemon Pocket. I am so proud of the community. Honestly, a huge, huge, huge shout out to the community. Which code do we have to put to submit the deck list? Check out the Limitless video and it'll walk you through it. It'll walk you through it. Good morning, Sean. I really appreciate that. So watch the YouTube video and it will walk you through how to submit your deck list. It'll walk you through how to make your deck list. It'll walk you through absolutely everything. Haven't seen any schedule posted. The tournament starts at 1 p.m. That's the whole schedule. There's not like a set schedule. That's completely fine. You guys can obviously play as much as you want. You can leave when you want. You could play every round, go 0-9 if you want, 0-10 if you want. It is completely up to y'all. But yeah. It is completely up to y'all, but you can also just watch the tournament. I'm very excited for today. Huge shout out to the community for signing up, for making, obviously, such an awesome competitive scene. We have, what is this? Oh my god. 2,788 signups right now. Only, though, 854 of you have checked in. This is the face of disappointment. Only 854 of you guys have checked into the tournament. But I have 2,788 signups. I need you all to go make sure, just like Moonlight just hit, that these yellow lines are not at the top of your screen. This check-in button does nothing. If you don't want to play, it's completely fine still. You could drop out later. It doesn't make your deck list, you know, where you're not able to change it. Just go in and click the check-in button. Put an idea of what deck you want in. Because if you wait till the last minute, guys, it's going to go really poorly. Like, we're going to have lag. There is no avoiding it at this point. We are going to have lag at the starting time. We're going to have lag 5 to 10 minutes before the starting time. So make sure that you are checked in. Make sure that you are ready. And go on and get checked in right now. Because otherwise, we're going to have insane. You're going to have lag and your deck list might not get submitted. Let's go, Chase. You're the best. I'm so proud of you, bud. And I'm so happy that we can be one of your first tournaments. Yeah. Fingers crossed. I'm very hopeful for how this tournament's going to go. I'm really excited. We always start checking about an hour before. And it was listed. I saw it in the thing, but maybe it wasn't. That being said, we always open check-in. We always say that you need to check in, and it's in the details. So please go and check in, guys. And we announced it about 45 minutes ago in the Discord. So make sure that you're checked in. How do I check who my opponent is? I checked in. I'm just used to Start GG website for tournaments. That's completely understandable, Tycho. We do have a guide if you want to check it out. ! Limitless for the guide. That being said, you can't see it right now, but when we start the tournament, there will be another one here that says pairings. There will be another one here that says pairings. You can click that, scroll all the way down to where it says view, or you can go to the dashboard. I would definitely recommend pairings though, just because dashboard, when the website is laggy, can lag as well and may not alert you in the way that it normally might if it wasn't lagging. So I would definitely recommend pairings, but I don't know. I don't know. Last week was such an insane turnout, right? Like, we had so many Celebi in the tournament. We had so many different decks in the tournament. So awesome to see. But obviously, I expected Celebi to do well. Not a single one got into the top 32. We had like 13, 14 Gyarados in the top 32 then, but not a single one made it into the top 4. I don't think anyone expected last week's tournament to go the way that it did. So, I mean, very excited to see how it went, but yeah. Very, very exciting. Very, very, very exciting. Yeah, 49th place. Like, kind of crazy for sure. Kind of crazy for sure. But yeah. Yeah, I'm hopeful that Celebi will do really well this week as well. So, yeah. Fingers crossed. I'm hoping it'll go very smoothly and swimmingly, and it's going to go great. That being said, as long as you check in now, you could make sure that you're in today's tournament. You won't even have a chance to win with Celebi this week. You won't even have a chance to win this week if you're not checked in, if your deck list is not submitted. So make sure that your check-in button has been complete. If you haven't clicked it, if you have checked in, this button won't be there. If you have checked into the tournament, this button won't be there. So go make sure that the yellow line and check-in button is not at the top of your screen. Make sure that the submit button is not at the top of your screen, because if it's there, it means you haven't done it. If it's there, it means you haven't done it. So make sure that you have clicked the button. Make sure that check-in button is not there. Make sure that submit button is not there. This is the Limitless page. Yeah, this is the Limitless page for our tournament. Let's go, sausage. Nice. But yeah, so go right now. Make sure that you are checked in. Make sure that you've submitted your deck list. Make sure that it is all correct. Make sure that if you meant to put Mew EX, that Mew EX is there. Make sure if you meant to do the Primeape that does a coin flip, make sure that is the correct Primeape. That's not the correct one, Mankey. If you meant to play the Mankey that does a coin flip, make sure that that Mankey is there. If you meant to play the Primeape that only does more damage if he damages himself, make sure that he's on your list. Make sure that if you meant to play Baby Mewtwo, that it's there and not Big Mewtwo. Things like that. Make sure your deck list is correct, because if it's not correct, you're going to have to drop out of the tournament or play a deck list that you didn't mean to play. So make sure, guys, that everything is correct. We are almost up to 2,800 signups. Absolutely insane. So please make sure that everything is correct. I'm so excited for how today's tournament is going to go. That being said, it's only going to be exciting if we do it, if everything goes well. So. Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Nice. Let's go, Joe. That's awesome. How many check-ins, though? Let's see. We are up to 1,054 check-ins. We are officially going to have a top 32 tomorrow with 10 rounds today. Will we hit 2024? That's the big question. I don't know. Are we going to hit 2024? I wonder. 2048? 2048. I wonder. We'll have to see. So, yeah. Very exciting. Fingers crossed that today goes well. I'm really excited. I hope you guys all are able to get all your check-ins in, that everything goes smoothly. I think that today is going to be awesome, and I'm really excited to see what the meta looks like, how the tournament shapes up, what top 32 looks like, things like that. It's going to be so awesome. Oh my God, Brian. Make sure you're checked in. Brian, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, Brian. I don't know who Brian is, but I'm talking to you, buddy. You better check in. You better make sure your deck list is correct. Yep, you just have to wait in the registration page. You don't need to wait in the registration page. Just wait at, details page. I don't think registration does anything. I don't think the registration page will do anything. Just make sure you're in the deck list. Make sure you're in the Discord. Make sure you're here. Things like that. But yeah. Okay, guys. I'm going to say it again. I know it gets annoying. You'll have to forgive me. ! Tournament. Go to this page. It'll take you here. Make sure that submit button is not there. Make sure your check-in button is not there, because if they are, it means you haven't done it yet and you won't be able to play in the tournament. You need to finish up your deck list. You need to make sure your deck list is correct. You need to make sure it's submitted correctly. If there is a yellow box here, it's not submitted. If this doesn't turn green, you're not correct. We don't know yet, Jador. We don't know yet. It will not neither of them will show you. You will not see the pairing page until we put the pairings up. Oh, yours. Makes sense. I got scared for a second. I was like, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, if we have 2048 players, we will have a top 64 tomorrow. If we don't, we won't. We're currently up to 1,096 check-ins. So make sure everything is correct. Make sure that you've submitted your deck list. Make sure your deck list is correct and that everything is in order, because if it's not, you might not get to play today. Are going to have absolute lag today with as many players that are signed up, and I'm sure we'll be checked in. So please, guys, go on and do that. So yeah. Please make sure everything is correct, guys. We really need it to be correct. Thank you. Because we don't want to have to do judge calls on people's deck lists being wrong or things like that. But yeah. So we'll have to see how it goes. But we will potentially be having a top 64 tomorrow, which is going to be super, super, super exciting. And we'll be going from there. But we'll have to see how the tournament goes. Fingers crossed. Wait, what's up? Maybe I'll leave it at 1. Is all communication through chat? Your communication with your opponent is going to be through a chat on your Limitless pairings page. If you haven't seen it, you haven't looked at the tutorial, go watch the tutorial. You will talk to your opponent there. If there is some type of judge call where the judges need, you need a judge, you'll click the request a judge button, and a judge will come to that chat to talk to you. If they need any type of like proof or things like that, they'll ask you to post it in the judge screenshots channel that is in the Discord. So you may need to be in the Discord for the screenshot channel. We also do post in the pairings channel when every pairing is up. I would definitely recommend to be there, but yeah. It does, General. Yes. It does. So. Make sure, guys, your deck list is correct. Make sure that you're checked in the tournament, please. Please, please, please. We currently have 1,157 people checked in. Only 1,048 people are ready, which means their deck list is submitted and they're checked in. You need to have both completed if you want to be playing in our tournament today. You need to click that check-in button and you need to submit your deck list because otherwise you won't get to play. So please, please, please go on and do that right now. I'm going to bring out my second coffee because I need a second coffee. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so if you make top 32 and you don't want to play, you can drop out of the tournament before your top 32 round, and you'll allow someone else in. Is there a way to check the deck list as pick? I don't know. I don't know about picture. I don't think so. But yeah, please, 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 guys, make sure that your deck list is correct. Make sure you've submitted something. Make sure that you've checked into the tournament. If you are interested in streaming the tournament, you can do it in the Discord, or you can do it, which we have, the channel is locked to one person, so you don't have to worry about anybody else jumping into the channel. If you do need someone in the channel with you, like let's say like normally you just stream to your friends or whatever, obviously we can get a judge to drag your friends in. But if you are open to having it streamed, definitely would be very helpful. Do other players replace those who drop out? My assumption, because okay, I was talking to someone about this last night, that being our head judge, Derek. there we go. Sorry, I was just responding saying, how can I register? !tournament if you want to register. Okay, well, if you are streaming to something like Twitch or YouTube, you can always send me the links on Discord so we know where to find it. I'm not gonna, that's completely understandable, Seaton. Not everybody can play all the rounds. It's still a lot of fun, in my opinion, to play in tournaments. So you can always just sign up, decide to play for a little bit, and then obviously drop out as you need to. I type really fast. Sorry about that. It's very loud. !tournament, though, if you want to sign up. But if you are interested in streaming, we always, once we go through all the Discord people, then we also the ones. Maybe that should be our hangout game this week, LOL. But yes, guys, please, please, please make sure that you are checked in. Make sure that your deck list is ready. We would hate for you guys not to be able to play if you can, if you wanted to. So yeah, the tournament today will last about 8 to 9 hours. Anime, about 8 to 9 hours. Yeah, about 8 to 9 hours. It'll be 8 to 10 hours at least for me. Normally the stream runs 9 hours. I start the stream about an hour early, hour and a half early, so it goes about 8 to 9 hours. So yeah, please, 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 guys, if you can, make sure that you are checked in. Make sure that your deck list is submitted. If these buttons are at the top of your screen when you go to the details page, it means you haven't checked in. It means you haven't submitted your deck list, and that would be a travesty if you want to play. So please, 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 if you can, make sure you're checked in. Make sure your deck list is submitted. Go on and submit like a preliminary list if you are going to be changing it later. That's completely fine. That being said, there's going to be a lot of lag in about 15 to 20 minutes. And you're not going to be able to do it reliably at that point. So, because it could just not like recognize it, things like that. Yes, please, guys, please. Make sure your deck list is correct. How do you know if you make top 32? Well, when today ends, I will end round 10, and it will put everyone in standings, and the top 32 and above will be in day 2. If we do hit 2024 today, 2048 players today, we will have a top 64 tomorrow. But that being said, we still have 30 minutes left, and only 1,245 people have checked in. And only 1,135 people, which means you have checked in and submitted your deck list correctly, are ready to play today's tournament. So we'll have to see if we hit it. I would be really excited to hit it. I think it'll be such a huge milestone for the competitive scene, the competitive community. Who knows, though? Either way, I'm really excited with how today went. We have so many sign-ups, and I just love watching the competitive scene bloom in the way that it is. It's so cool, and honestly, huge shout out to every player here. That being said, huge shout out to our sponsor as well. XP Collect is absolutely awesome. They make sure they sponsor our tournament for the 400 USD prize pool that we play. The prize pool will not change if we hit top 64, but we are having they are an awesome sponsor. They are a card store. 1 second. One second. No, not every battle has a judge watching it. If something goes wrong, you will call a judge, but overall, our judge crew responds to the judge calls. So. Let's see. Sorry guys, give me 1 second here. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It depends on how many players we have today. We are currently at top 32 range, but we'll have to see how many we end up having. We do still have 30 minutes before the tournament begins, guys. But I'm really, really excited for how this tournament. I don't know. I really love broadcasting and hosting this tournament every single week. So I'm really, really excited. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day, and I hope you guys have a lot of fun today with the tournament. So yeah. Thank you guys so much for playing. Let me just make another announcement here about only 30 minutes left. In about 30 minutes, please make sure you are checked in and your decklist is correct. We're going to have a lag today. We cannot avoid it, so check in right now. Yep, okay, we have done another one. Yes. Exactly, April. If you go to ! Tournament and you click the link there and it says check in, it means you haven't checked in, guys. Make sure that you have clicked that check in button. Make sure that it is not at the top of your screen here. If that submit button is there as well, you will not be able to you will not be able to play. You haven't submitted a deck list yet. Make sure that submit button is not there because that means you haven't submitted a deck list. If you have either of these yellow lines, it means they have not been completed, and both have to be completed for you to be able to play. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible to change your deck list after you've submitted. If you go to your dashboard, there's going to be an edit deck list button. On the dashboard, there's an edit deck list button, and you can click that and change your deck list. But I would recommend right now, submit a preliminary deck list, and if you need to change it later, you can go to that edit button and change it. But you can only change it, like Pirate is saying, up to the moment that the tournament begins. Once the tournament has begun, you cannot change your deck list. You are going to be running only the one deck list your entire tournament. So make sure you think that it's going to be good. Make sure it's one that you believe in and that you trust and that you think can carry you all the way to day 2. That being said, guys, we are currently up to 1,200 ready players. 1,227, actually. So please make sure that you have everything ready, that you've checked into your tournament. Make sure that you've submitted your deck list. Make sure everything is correct so that you can play in today's tournament. I would hate for any of you guys not to be able to play because you forgot to check in, because it lagged when you were trying to check in, because it lagged when you were trying to submit your deck list. That would absolutely suck, and I would hate for that to happen for anyone. So please make sure that you go in and do it now. What if I get banned in your chat halfway through the tournament? Then you will be kicked out of the tournament. If you get banned in my chat halfway through the tournament, you will be disqualified from the tournament. It's really hard to get banned in my chat. And if you are banned in my chat, you will be disqualified from the tournament. So don't do it. Don't do it. So yeah. So yeah. I feel like that shouldn't have to be a question, but that's okay. Anyway, guys, make sure you're checked into the tournament and make sure that you have submitted your deck list. Please make sure that you've done that. You will not be able to play if either of those have not been completed, and we really want you guys to be able to play. If you're interested, if you want to play, we want you to be able to. That being said, you do have to check in. You do have to submit your deck list. Not talent thing. If you want me to, I'm not going to finish my sentence, but, you know, I'll let mods deal with that. I trust my mods, so yeah. What should I be doing right now, Caps? You should be making sure that you're checked in. You should be making sure that... I'm sorry, Aussie. It's just so hard. So hard to get... I'm sorry. You've been trying so hard. It's just not working. Sorry, that's really funny to me. But yeah. I have been tunneling Ursii's candles for weeks and I haven't gotten banned yet. That being said, if you act in a way that does lead you getting banned, this is the official broadcast for this tournament. You will be DQ'd from the tournament if you are banned from the tournament, or banned from the official broadcast. So make sure that you are checking in. Make sure that your deck list is submitted. Make sure that everything is in order. Make sure that you go and check your deck list and that see if there are any I just haven't made the deck game. Just make sure you have the cards. Make sure... Insane. Please don't spam refresh. Please don't. Yes, I'm saying that. We won't be able to start it if we don't have, if you guys spam it. So please, 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 guys, make sure your deck list is submitted now. Make sure that you're checked in now. We're going to have some insane lag today. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We're going to have some pretty crazy lag. We are going to probably have our highest player count yet, which is so awesome, but does lead to a lot of lag, like I mentioned. So please go in and do that. Check in now. Go in and submit your deck list, because closer to time, it may not be registering with the server. The game IR from private match. You'll be using private match to play against each other, yes. Cards and deck list don't have to be correct art or rarity. Art and rarity does not have to be correct. The attack and effects have to be correct. Your attack and effect have to be correct. Your art and rarity does not. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, guys. I'm really excited for today. It is the first week probably that most people have all the cards they want, which means there's gonna be a lot more interesting decks and maybe seeing what people actually wanted to play. No. You don't have to stream at all today if you don't want to. You don't have to stream at all today. So yeah. Anyone can go to a Discord room and share their match, yes. You can also share it on Twitch, on YouTube, though I would recommend letting us know if you are doing it on Twitch or YouTube. But yeah. Yeah. And then mods will often add more channels if they get filled up, so yeah. Yeah, so it's up to you if you want to stream it. Today, you do not have to. If you make top 32, you will have to stream on some type of platform. But that is up to you. To edit your deck list, you go to the dashboard and there will be an edit deck list button. There's an edit deck list button. So you can edit it from there. Just go to your dashboard and go from there. It's very, very simple. It is all very intuitive. I would definitely, like, it's very simple. So yeah, I'm really, really excited today, guys. Please, 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 anyone who is interested in playing, anyone who is interested in participating in the tournament, make sure that your deck list is submitted. Make sure that you have checked in. I'm a little bit worried about how much lag we're going to have today, so please, please, please go on and do that today. That being said, huge shout out to Robin and the whole Limitless team. They do such a fantastic job with this tournament, and I am so happy that we can host these tournaments on their platform. Me saying anything about lag has nothing to do with them. We just have an outrageously large tournament compared to most of the tournaments on the website. So it's hard to balance that. How many are in right now? Currently, we have 1,351 people ready to play. We, though, have 2,843 registrations. You have to check in every round. Yes, you have to check in every round. So, please, please, please. We do have 1,800 deck lists submitted. 1,800 deck lists submitted. Yes, you can still join. ! Tournament. The largest one was 1,889 players, and we only had 2,600 signups. We are currently at 2,843 signups. And last week, we had 1,500 players and only 2,200 signups. So I do think as we continue to play, more people are learning how to correctly check in, edit their deck list and stuff like that, which does lead to a higher, registration to playing ratio. That being said, please, please, please make sure you go on and submit your deck list, guys. Make sure that your check-in button has been clicked. If these yellow lines are at the top of your screen, you have not completed them. Even if they're not there, refresh right now and double check that they're not there when you refresh. As I said, there's probably some lag that's already beginning to occur. So you need to make sure that it did register in the tournament. You click the request judge button, and that will bring a judge to you. You click the request judge button, and that will bring a judge to you. Very simple. Then you just wait while they appear. It can, especially round one, it can take a little bit of time for a judge to appear. Please be patient. Please be calm, and do not spam. Yes, Brecken, I'm telling you how to do it during the tournament. There is a request judge button in your chat, and you will click it, and they'll be like, oh, why are you calling judge? You can click whichever one you want, and you click OK, and you'll see a timer appear that says judge request, and a judge will come to you and ask you what's wrong, and you can talk to them. That being said, as I said, there's a lot of people in this tournament. It can take a little bit of time for them to appear. So please be patient. Please wait calmly. When your judge arrives, don't spam chat. Don't keep saying the same thing over and over again. Say it one time, and unless they ask you to repeat what's going on, then obviously you can repeat it. But try to make it very simple for them. No problem. No problem, Brecken. I totally understand. There's going to be lag in the tournament as well. I'm just trying to answer everyone's questions, so I'm sorry if it comes across a little like, I don't know the word for it. Yeah, and please be courteous both parties. Don't be spamming people. Don't be being mean. If you are, if you're being inappropriate or stuff like that, like being mean, etc., it can lead to penalties. So I definitely would say don't do that. But yeah, so please, guys, make sure that you are checked in. Make sure that your deck list is submitted. Make sure your deck list is correct. And then make sure that when you talk to the judges, if you need a judge call, things like that, you are kind, courteous, and patient, please. Because there's, 2,853 people signed up. We do not have 2,800 judges, as you can probably guess. So yeah. So, my share screen buttons are being weird default. You'll have to figure that out before day 2. There's going to be so many judges needed with that many people. It ran really smoothly at 1,500 last week. I'm very hopeful with how the tournament will go. So, please, guys, make sure everything is going smoothly. Make sure that you've checked into the tournament. Make sure your deck list is submitted. Make sure it's submitted correctly. Day 1 takes about 8 to 9 hours. 8 to 9 hours. So, one time we finished like right shy of 8 hours, but it's normally, my stream is normally 9 hours on day 1, and I start an hour early. So it is around the 8 hour mark, on the 8 hour mark for day 1. Okay, guys, I do have a meta prediction here from our winner from last week, Nina Leo. They were not able to make it today because they were very, very, very busy. That being said, they do have a meta report for us. So let's see what Nina Leo says. They say, my expectation is a meta with a lot of Gyarados, Mewtwo, and Pikachu. Pikachu's Upstrike at the moment is the most consistent deck, performing well against Gyarados, and not that bad into Mewtwo, even though it is a tough matchup. So I think different fighting decks could come out, especially with Marshadow, that would be able to deal with the Pikachu. Mewtwo is not in a good spot, performing bad against Gyarados, considering that it will probably be the most used deck, that being Gyarados. I expect a lot of Gyarados and Pikachu in top 32. For day 2 is another story. If a Golem or Fire deck moves to the top 32, I believe they can win it. Otherwise, it will be dominated by Pikachu. Of course, I am Team Golem. I hope to see new versions of it. So, very exciting. Very exciting. Yeah, I mean, make sure if you want to play a card, that the card is in your deck. So, But yeah. I'm very, very, very hopeful. Yeah, does he stream? I'm gonna follow. I'm not sure if Vino does. I'll ask him, but I don't think they stream. Yeah, I might go Zard. I'm a Zard fan, honestly. But I think that's like a very like big point that Nino makes. Like they think that in top 32, Charizard or Golem could win, but it's gonna be hard to get there. So nice free roll. Hopefully it does well. Hope to see you in the top 32, buddy. Please, guys, if you are interested in playing this tournament, if you are excited, if you are excited about the tournament, please, please, please go and sign up. Go and submit your deck list and make sure that you are having just so that you can have a fantastic start. It's going to be a little bit laggy very shortly. So please, please, please make sure everything is correct. I'm going to quickly post in the tournament channel that we have that there's about 14 minutes left. But yeah, please, please, please make sure you guys are signed up, that you guys are all checked in, and things like that. Please, please, please. You do not have to have the correct rarity or art of a card, but you do have to make sure the attack and the effect on the card is correct. Attack and effect must be correct. When will start? Well, the tournament starts in about 13 minutes, but normally with lag, we start about 10 minutes after the time. We normally start about 10 minutes after the time. But yeah. Which deck is performing better between Machamp and Marowak? I think Golem's doing well, but I'm not really sure between Machamp and Marowak. I mean, obviously Golem won our tournament last week, so very, very interesting to see. That being said, please, 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 guys, make sure that your deck list is submitted. Make sure that your deck list is submitted, that you have checked into the tournament. If you have not done either of those, you will not be able to play. So please, please, please make sure that you go ahead and do that. It would absolutely suck for somebody who is interested in playing, doesn't get to because of the lag, or you did it too late. So please make sure you go in and do it now. But please, please. Okay. How many proper signups are there right now? There are currently, let's see, 1,544 people who have checked in and have submitted a deck list. 1,544. Let's see. So please, guys, make sure that you go on and sign up. Make sure that you're checked in. Make sure your deck list is correct. I'm going to do a quick run through on how to make a deck list, and we can check it in. Okay, so first off, you're going to go to this Limitless button where it says Deck Builder. Everyone here, you ready to make sure you have your deck list correct? You're going to go to Limitless. You're going to go to Deck Builder. Then, over here, you're going to click New. And you're going to click New Pocket Deck. Then, on this side, you're going to type in your Pokemon name, Charmander. And, exclamation mark Discord. You're going to click it. It doesn't have to be the correct art. It's going to change your art probably if you try to do the correct art. And you're going to click in how many you want. In this case, I put 2 Charmanders. I'm not going to continue the whole deck list. We're not going to finish it. That being said, you then go to share and you copy as text. I don't know if this will work, please. Yeah, I can. I think it's Venusaur. Pretty sure it's Venusaur. This will save your deck list as well. Oh, that was... How do I go back? My decks. I don't know that this will work. Oh! This was... Yeah, we don't need to talk about this list. We don't need to talk about this list. It didn't work. It didn't work. Anyway, I'm going to continue to show you how to set up your tournament now. And you can go back over here. Oh, that is not correct. We're going to go back over here. Don't look at it. Don't look at the deck. It's a bad deck. Then you're going to go back to tournament platform. It's a very old list. It's from like one of the first weeks I played tournaments. And you're going to click dashboard. You're going to click the check-in button. Make sure that you did it. Then click deck lists. Wow. And you will paste in your deck list. Obviously, this is not a correct deck list. If you click submit and it turns red, your deck list wasn't good. It wasn't correct. If this turns red, it means your deck list is not saved. It will not work. It will not be saved by the game. It'll tell you as well what to do to fix it. In this case, it needs to be 20 cards. So please fill in the 20 cards. No, red means bad. Red means bad. Red means bad. Anyway, we're going to go back to our details page and look at the tournament from here. Yeah. So yeah, make sure that everything is correct. Don't hit it. What is the lacy pose, by the way? I don't want to click it because it's going to pop up. Let's see. Oh. Okay. What is the lacy pose? I don't even know what that is. I know there's a lacy card, but I can't click the thing. Oh, is it the X? Is that a pose? Okay. 1 second, guys. Let's see how many people are signed up because we have about almost 5 minutes left. We are officially at 1,645 people who are both ready for the tournament, checked in, and submitted their deck list. Please, 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 guys, if you're interested in playing the tournament, you need to go click the buttons now. You need to make sure that you're not checked in. Yes, you. You need to make sure that your deck list is submitted. Yes, you. You need to make sure that the deck list is correct because if it is wrong, we're going to have some problems. Yes, you. So please, make sure it is correct. Make sure that everything is good. Please, please, please. I don't want to have judges having to deal with, messed up deck lists. It sucks when that happens because you're going to have to lose a game and you may have to drop it out of the tournament if you don't have the cards that you need. Please, please, please make sure that you go in and check in, guys. Make sure everything is together and ready and let's have the best tournament ever. Please, 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 please. No, there will not be right now. As far as I know, there will not be. If Pokemon does it that way, then yes, other than that, yeah. Whew. Guys, please, please, please make sure you're checked in. Make sure that your deck list is submitted. I don't want anybody to miss the tournament just because, because you forgot to click the button or because the lag didn't let you do it. Things like that absolutely suck. And obviously ruin anyone's mood. So please, please, please go ahead and do that. Let me go in and update the tournament because we are 5 minutes out. It is register and submit a deck list and check into the tournament. There's that third button there. Well, not third button. It is kind of a third button because you do click register, called check in. And if this thing here is on the top of your screen, you're not going to be able to play. It is register, check in, and submit a deck list. No, yellow is bad. Red is fine. Yellow is bad. Red is fine. Unless we're looking at boxes. But anyway, please, 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 guys, make sure, please make sure that you are signed up. Make sure that your deck list is submitted. Make sure that you've checked into the tournament. I would hate anyone to miss it because of lag or things like that. So you need to do it as early as possible so you don't accidentally get affected by lag. Please, guys, I would really appreciate it. Please, please, please. I'm scared. This is gonna go great, guys. We are currently, are you ready? Oh god, we're already lagging. Okay, whew. We currently are up to 1,736 people ready. 1,736 players are ready. So please, please, please make sure that you are signed up. Make sure everything is ready. We would love for all of you to get to play today. We want everyone to have a fantastic time in the tournament. It would not be fun for anyone if it doesn't go that way. So please, guys, I would really appreciate this to go swimmingly. So let's see. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna make a really quick graphic. Let's see. You're gonna bring Articuno to the current meta, that'll be funny. And so it's gonna very interesting to see how this ends up going, guys. I'm very excited, so let's see how it works out. One second, guys. Yeah, we're about to experience the lag for sure. So make sure, guys, you're checked in. The tournament is going to be starting very shortly here. We'll be starting very, very, very shortly. So please, please, please make sure that you have everything in order and everything is good to go, guys. I would hate for anyone to miss out on the tournament just because, you know, just because of So because of the lag, we are going to give an extra couple minutes because we are already experiencing some lag here. We do normally give them about 10 minutes. So give me 1 second here. Let's see. Yeah, we got some intense lag, so give it a second here before we get ready. I'm going to check really quick we can to see how many people did end up being ready for the tournament. But we are going to be starting very, very, very shortly here, guys. Please, please, please make sure that you have already checked in. I mean, obviously a little bit late now, but we'll be starting very shortly. The lag is pretty crazy right now. Let's see. We're just dealing with the lag real quick, guys. We always crash the site. It's kind of how it works. So give us 1 minute here, 1 minute, and we'll be able to go from there. So give us a second here, guys. We got some intense lag. Yep, I got a 5:04 gateway timeout. We have a 5:04 gateway timeout. Oh, thank you so much. Hopefully, what do we do? You just wait till we're able to start the tournament at this point. You just wait until we're able to start the tournament at this point. We will be starting very, very shortly here, guys. Very, very soon. So fingers crossed that it goes all well. But it will be. So. Give us a second here. Give us a second here. I mean, it's not hacker attack. It's just everyone messing with the website. So give us a minute here, guys. The website is down. Website is down, Bun. It always goes down for a little bit at the beginning of our tournaments. So just give it a second here. Okay, give it a second. I love when I add everyone in everyone at the beginning, like in the talking chat, not talking chat, in the tourney chat, and everyone just like spam thumbs up. Or hosting 2 tournaments? I'm hosting 1 tournament. What? Let's give us a second, guys, and then we'll hopefully be getting into the tournament here. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Give it a second. Give it a second here. I am very much lagged. We're the biggest tournament every single week. I see. It doesn't lag for most people. It doesn't lag for most tournaments. It does not lag for most tournaments. So just give it a second. Give it a second, and we should be able to get going. So. Nah, Limitless is such a fantastic, uh, tool that the card game community as a whole has. And I'm so happy that we have Limitless. They do such a great job with this website. And honestly, we are very lucky to have Limitless. We do lag out the website every single week, but we're one of the few that does. As in, like, a lot of the website is good for most sized websites. We're just, as you can see, we had 2,900 signups, guys. 2,900 signups. So, you know, yeah, it comes. They help VGC with community tournaments. They help with OP. They help with Larcana. So many different people. No, we did not get 2048. So many different groups really benefit from Limitless. The card game community, the VGC community, all really are. They're helped so much by the tournament, and so we are just so lucky for it. Limitless is great. So very, very happy with how that went. Really, really happy with how the website works. It does lag a bit for us, but yeah. Yeah, that is true. If you are interested in helping out Limitless, they do have a Patreon that you can donate $1 a month to help the lag and crash problem. That is a very great point, Sigzil. Thank you. It is a gateway timeout right now because so many people are crashing the website. So many people crash the website, so yeah. Yeah, agreed as well, TCG. So. Let's see. Yeah, round 2 will also have pretty bad lag, so. Okay. Just wait. Stop refreshing. Stop refreshing, guys. Lord. Oh no. True. Okay, 1 second. Okay, guys, I think we're gonna. Give us 1 minute here. I'm gonna give it a second, and then we'll get going. Okay. No, we are not. We are not. It's at 1800. 1800. Okay. We are officially starting the tournament. I'm just double checking that it went through. Yeah, I'm trying to. I linked it in the Discord. But it's literally at the bottom. If you scroll to the bottom, you'll see it. It like goes back and forth with Card Market, but it's at the bottom. Oh god, it just crashed again. Yeah, we're trying. Guys, y'all are crashing alongside again. Okay, it's good. Everyone. Round 1 is officially live. Okay, round 1 is officially live. You will be able to. Just give it a second. Just give it a second. It's lagged out, guys. Even when you check in, I definitely recommend that you. No, it just started. We have started the tournament. Maybe there's a late sign up, but you will have to find that out. Figure that out yourself. Sorry, I can't really help with that too much. Give me 1 second here, guys. We're going to let people start getting ready for the tournament now. Or they're getting into their games. You can go on and get that set up, guys. Round 1 is officially out, and we have set it, hopefully to be able to do it. It is going to be lagging a little bit. It always lags a little bit. Just give it a second, guys. Just lagging. It is just lagging. Give it a sec. But yeah, just give everyone a second to get into their games, and then we will find a game for us to watch. Yep, just give it a second, guys. Just give it a second. Chung, if I would say just give it a second, and then maybe refresh. Then maybe refresh afterwards. It'll just refresh. Give it like a minute, and then you can refresh. It's got 7 minutes. You got 7 minutes, and even then, you can always call a judge. You can always call a judge if you need to. So give us a second here, guys, and we will get everything figured out. It'll be a lot of fun. Thank you so much, personally. I appreciate it. But yeah, so 1 minute. Give me 1 second here, guys. Nope, you have to go through there. You have to go through Limitless because you have to check into your game. If you need to, you can use your dashboard to get connected directly to your pairing, but we can't put it on. Okay. Yeah, everyone's lagging. Just give it a second, guys. Give it a second. Just give it a second and it'll be fine. Give it a second. Everything will be fine. Yes, it is like this every single week. It is like this every single week. So we will be able to start in just a minute here, guys. But give it a second for now. Okay. Stream crashed? Stream is not crashed. No, stream is not crashed. Yep, no need to panic. If you need to, you can always call a judge. Everything is going to be very, very smooth. Everything will be fine. Judges will be able to deal with any problem that you guys have. So just give it a second. So we'll be starting in 1 second, guys. 1 second here. Just give us a moment to get everything ready and we can find us a game to watch. But it's gonna be, we're gonna be good. Don't be asking here, Lord Chris. Just be in your Limitless chat. If he doesn't show up, then you'll be given your win. Just be in your Limitless chat. And if he doesn't show up, you'll be given a win. So. One second here, guys. Yeah, we'll be... I got in my way, but my opponent is struggling. They'll be able to figure it out. They can refresh. Yeah, it definitely has some problems into it. So, yeah. It'll all get figured out. Very, very, very excited with our judges. So, it'll go well. Let me figure out, let me go and get a game up here, guys, and then hopefully we'll be able to go on and get started. Let's see here. Let's see, I'm just checking the different players really quickly. One moment here, guys. Let's see. Yeah, the site clears up after a second. It's just everyone trying to get into their games. It's completely understandable. It just happens, you know? So give us 1 minute here. I'm going to be showing Young Monk. I do believe he's playing Blastoise. Always a fun one to start the tournament with. Yeah. Surprising how that works. So we're gonna go on and start watching that game. It does. Daisy. Where's the Daisy? Guys. So let's go on and get into that game here now, guys. We are going to be watching that Blastoise EX with Druddigon versus a Mewtwo EX playing Mew EX as well. And it's going to be a really fun matchup, I think, in my opinion. Blastoise has a pretty good matchup into the Mewtwo EX, even into Mew EX, honestly. That being said, you do have to build up that Blastoise first. And as you can see here, that Blastoise is already getting started, and we'll have to go from there. So that Mew EX is ready to go on and swing into Druddigon. That's going to put him into... into oh my god, words. Sorry for a second here, guys. So we do already have that Blastoise fully set up. That is going to be the first point for second Soil, which is our opponent here. That's going to be their first point, and going to put 20 damage into that Mewtwo EX from that ability that the Druddigon has. Meanwhile, Blastoise is going to already be up at 4 energies, meaning he's going to start be able to swing for a lot next turn. Let's see. Okay. Okay, let's see. It does look like Young Monk is going to be pretty set up by the time his Blastoise comes into the active spot and we're going to start swinging, I do think this is a really great spot to be in. Second Soil might even want to try to find a Sabrina to start putting damage in that Blastoise before Blastoise can start swinging back. This Mew EX is a really strong card, especially in this new Mystic Island meta. Yeah, Sabrina is going to come down, which is going to be pretty bad for Young Mung in my opinion. Yep, that's going to, I don't know if I would full on concede, but definitely a bad spot for him to be in. We are going to go on and cover up his game while I get into their next match here. And I will go on and clear out that scoreboard. And let me update the different stuff. Round 1. Yeah, you gotta be patient with judges, guys. If anything is going, you know, if you are doing judge calls, make sure that you're being very patient with judges. Obviously, there's a lot more of you than there are them, so you're gonna have to give them a little bit of time. Okay. So they are getting set up here now. So I will open up that game again. We are starting Squirtle on Young Monk's side, and Second Soil goes on and starts that Mewtwo EX and Mew EX, but he doesn't have a single Ralts down, which is going to be a little bit of a bad spot for him to be in with his game plan. Mewtwo EX definitely wants to have that Ralts going and get it evolved into a Curlia, and finally evolve it into that Gardevoir that's really going to help generate energies for this Mewtwo EX. Mew EX is super strong, especially in the new meta like we were mentioning, but the thing is, into Blastoise, Mew EX can't do the full damage that Blastoise can. So while Mew EX could do that 100 base damage that Blastoise puts out, Blastoise's attack effect actually has, what, plus 60 damage if you have over 5 energies on it, which water energies on it. So in a Psychic deck, you're not ever going to have those extra water energies, which means you'll never be able to capitalize up to that 160 damage that Blastoise will be able to put out. So if Young Monk can get set up, he's in a pretty good spot against this Mewtwo EX deck. Pretty good spot against this Mewtwo EX deck. Okay. So Young Monk's really going to be looking for his own stage 1 and stage 2s. He needs that War Turtle. He's already up to 3 energies, but without that stage 1, he's going to have a lot of problems. I honestly think that stage 1s are sometimes the hardest Pokemon to find in this game. I swear half the time I make it into like some type of top cut, it's my stage 1s that try to hide. So we'll have to hope that War Turtle does not do the same for Young Mung here. That being said, Second Soil does go on and find their Ralts. That means Curlia is what they're going to be looking for next. They're going to be looking for that Curlia into a Gardevoir to go on and get them in that curve they want with Mewtwo EX. But surprisingly enough, Mew EX is the one getting built up here. Mew EX, to be noted, can actually knock one-hit KO a Druddigon if they have a Giovanni. So we did see that early blue go down, which I do think it's to protect against that Mew attack, which can do 100 with a Giovanni. Otherwise, I'm assuming that is what that early blue is for. Assuming that's what that early blue was for. Let's see here. Okay. So Second Soul did go on and find that Gardevoir exactly like they wanted to, but there's no energies on this Mewtwo to be able to swing for that big 150 attack that Mewtwo can with that 4 energies. The max he's going to do is 50 this turn. We could potentially see a retreat to Mew, but we won't be able to see attack there either because there's only 2 energies on that Mew EX. For sure, Youngmung is going to have a couple more turns here to get set up. They did finally find that War Turtle as well. So now we're just looking for that Blastoise that actually is only 1 turn away for swinging for 160, enough to KO that Mewtwo. Seems like a really good spot to be in right now. Seems like a really good spot to be in. Let's see. Guys, you have to be patient with the judges. There's a lot of judge calls on round 1, so just give it a second. Okay. Let's see here. So we do see that Blastoise fully set up. He's ready for swing for 160, and Youngmong is pretty safe against any type of Sabrina attack that would be incoming right now. So he's in a pretty good spot with those 2 Druddigons. Meanwhile, Second Solo doesn't want to be swinging into that Druddigon because it's going to be, I mean, it's going to return back 20 damage every single turn, or every single time that he does. Let's see. Okay, so it does look like we're spreading the energies a little bit here. A leap is going to come down, allowing that Mewtwo to retreat. But Mew EX... Oh, we're going to actually swing with Gardevoir. Very interesting. I don't think that's too big of a problem here for Youngmong. Even if he does, you know, KO that Gardevoir and gets that first damage from a Mewtwo Oh, time... They ran out as well. So Second Soil is going to enter the Gardevoir in the active. I'm not sure if Youngmong is going to retreat immediately, but they are going. It does look like a bit of a, you know, still like an okay spot to be in. That Druddigon can retreat back. You can KO this Gardevoir, take 1 point. Then Mewtwo comes up, does 150, let's say, into the Blastoise. But it won't really matter because Blastoise will be able to one-hit KO the immediate next turn. Even a blue won't protect against that Blastoise. And Blastoise can survive it, so not too big of a problem for Youngmong right now. It looks like, I mean, Gardevoir can't even attack this turn either. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. The Luminion's definitely an interesting addition here. So we'll have to, you know, the Luminion's evolution can do 50 to the bench. They can start putting some sniped damage on to that Mewtwo EX, but I'm not sure it's just really needed. I'm not sure it's really needed. So let's see here. Okay, does look like we're going to want to empower up that Luminion. I'm going to check real quick to see if Youngmong has any like leafs in his list. I'm just going to bring up his deck list here real quick so we can check it out. He's running 1 X speed, no leafs, so we might not see an immediate retreat here back to the bench. We'll have to see what his game plan is. That being said, Second Soil does seem to be setting up Gardevoir. I'm not really sure what Youngmong is afraid of here. You definitely could just, you know, Blastoise survives any hit, and you can take, and we can one-shot anyone on the field, even if a leaf comes down. So we'll have to see what he decides to do, but very interesting for sure. Let's see. Okay. That Gardevoir did swing into Druddigon. Let's see. We have another Ralts down as well for second soil. Let's see. I'm just like trying to figure out exactly what the game plan is here. Young Mung can go in and swing and knock out any of these. I think Young Mung's definitely in like an assured win condition spot right now. I mean, he KO. The only problem is now is that Ralts could be a little bit of a damper. Even then, it does what, max? I guess with 30 damage, it could be a little problem, but maybe we should have moved out of the bench earlier, because we were fully set up and ready to swing with no way to lose this game a little bit earlier here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not really sure what we were waiting for this long, but sometimes we can be a little bit nervous. It happens. Curly is going to swing for 150, though, and that could be a bit of a problem if we don't have potions to fill up, to heal here with. Let's see. Okay, we do get game 2 there. Let me give us just 1 second here, guys, to get into game 3. They're now 1-1, so we'll have to see how it goes. Okay, we're getting into game 3 now, guys. Give us 1 second here, and we will be getting into that next match. We're just letting them get set up so that, you know, no cards are seen or anything like that. Okay, so let me bring that up now, guys. Okay, let's see. We're going to be starting here. It is a Druddigon on the bench and Squirtle in the active spot for Young Mung. Young Mung definitely doesn't want to start with Squirtle there. But Mewtwo's definitely going to want more support Mons as well. Mewtwo is going to want to find that Mew EX. They're going to want to find that Ralts, that Kirlia, that Gardevoir, and they're going to want to continue on as they're, as the game goes. to get those Vermons. But if we have a Giovanni, if Youngmon can't retreat here, which, oh, we are seeing an X speed come down instead, that would have been a bit of a problem for Youngmon now. And we will continue on here. Finneon is going to appear as well. That's going to help protect against any type of Sabrina. And we'll go from there. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Second Soil finally does find Mew EX now, which is going to let him have another mon on his bench. But Mewtwo's going to choose to actually swing, which I think is really interesting. Druddigon is really nice with the fact that he is able to put back that 20 damage without having to do anything. It's just his ability. And it really makes your opponent think, do I want to swing? Do I want to attack at all? And in this case, that Mewtwo decided he was going to. We are going to go on and see a Misty, it looks like here, guys. No heads, which means 0 extra energies. And we'll go from there. Okay. Okay, so we're also going to see a second Mewtwo EX now as well. And let's see. Okay. So we do have that first KO. It's going to be first point for second soil now. Let me just put that in. For board, that's going to be a 0.1 for the opponent. So okay, so Lumineon is inactive now. We've had that knockout. Lumineon is kind of protecting here, but we can't find that Wartortle, which seems like a bit of a problem. So let's see how that goes. We definitely need to find that Wartortle. I mean, Lumineon's a little bit interesting with that Mew EX. I mean, it looks like we're not going to be copying the Mew EX, the Lumineon, but this Mewtwo can swing for 150, take their second point. Youngmon doesn't seem like they're in a good spot right now, just from this drought of no Wartortles. This could be the end of round 1 for Youngmon here, sadly. But yeah. Yeah, sadly, Curly was found first. Bit of a problem. And we'll go from there. Let's see. Oh, Gardevoir is going to come down. That's Wartortle appeared too late, guys. And that's going to be a 0.3 for second soil. A bad spot to be in, but sadly how the game plays out sometimes. And that's going to be game 3 of the round. I'm going to see if I can find us another match here. Give me 1 second. Oh, that one's done. That one's done. That one's done as well. Sorry, I'm just trying to find some games that are still going, guys. Definitely a little bit of a long one there, so give me a second here. We've got 15 minutes left in the round, so it should be closing out pretty quick here. So, 1 second. Let's see. That one's done. Done. Oh, okay. Here's one that's potentially not done. So let's see. Let's see if I can get this up in time, guys. Was that the last point? No, it doesn't look like. Okay, they are in game 3, so I'm going to try to get this up as quickly as possible here. Bay versus Enigma Bob. He is streaming on Twitch right now. So we are popping this up. They're currently 2-1. 2-1. Our player does have 2 points and our opponent has 1. So let's see. Okay. Oh, that's going to be the end of the game though. And that is going to be game for Golem. That's going to be game for Golem. Let me see if I can find us another one, guys. Let me see if I can find us another one really quick. So, 1 moment. Bloop. We'll just pause here. Trying to see if we can find us another game. We do only have about 100 games left. So... Okay, let's see if we can find us another stream to watch. Let me just see if I can get this up. Oh, that is not the correct name. I'm gonna be fixing this 1 second here. I'm going to pop it over while I get the names correct so you guys can watch. It is Chaosu versus Seiji Sajida. Okay, and let's see here. Is that the end of their game 3? I think that's their game 3, guys. I think that's their game 3. Sad. Okay. Yeah, wait, this is, oh, it's only their game 2, I guess. Cool, so we'll have their game 3 to watch. We will, nope, they just marked them both on here. Never mind. That is their game 3. So let's check out the metagame. Let's check out the metagame. Let's check out the metagame. 1 second here. 1 second. Okay, guys, we have about 10 minutes left. Only about 70 matches to complete. If I can find us another one, I'll try to bring it up here. But we're gonna check out that metagame for a little bit and see how it goes. We stream our tournaments here on Twitch every single weekend. It's a lot of fun, so hopefully it will continue on. One moment. Okay, so let's check out that metagame, guys. Really interesting to see. This is the first week ever. None. These are all people who missed their games. This is all just people who missed their games thus far. We have no wins thus far. For the first week ever, that Mewtwo EX is not the reigning champion of the meta share. Absolutely insane, but really awesome to see. I'm so excited to see how the games continue to play out, but my gosh, that is just so exciting. One moment here, guys. Let's see. We can't really see how anyone is doing thus far. Let's see. What should we check out? I do think it's really cool. I mean, it's obviously only, what, 0.4% more, but that's 265 players who are, yeah, no, it definitely looks so spread out, so diverse this week. Really, really cool to see 100%. I love it for sure, and I'm so happy to see it. So it's very, very, very exciting. One moment here. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, nobody has one yet because this does not update until we complete the round. But we are just going to look at some of these different metas and see how these different decks are doing. It is really interesting this week. We have about 13% Mewtwo EX. We have about 16% Pikachu EX altogether. We have about 3% Charizard, 6% Golem, 13% Gyarados, 8% Celebi EX, and 41% everything else. Can you guys imagine? Like, that's insane. We were having some tournaments with 41%, 38% Mewtwo EX, and we are currently at 41%. None of the top 6 decks are in the 41% where it's not the top 6 decks. Yeah, huge Golem spike from 3 decks to 110. So absolutely insane. Celebi also has dipped down a bit as well, I think, from last week. Celebi didn't even get into our top 32 last week, so it definitely makes sense why we're not seeing it played as much this week. But I think that is just so interesting. Yeah, so really, really cool. We will also see here, obviously there are these 2 different big Celebi variants. We have obviously Executor EX and Celebi EX. We have Celebi EX and Superior. We have Arcanine Moltres that's doing better than Charizard, insanely enough. Mainly because of how it ends up going. But Arcanine's been doing really well. Its problem for the most part was that that Mewtwo EX matchup for a long time. But now with Mew EX in the deck as well, that matchup is pretty nice for Arcanine. We'll have to see how the round ends up doing. Obviously, these are not real wins yet. Those are all from people not showing up. But we'll have to see how the meta continues to work and how this deck does throughout the tournament. So I'm very excited to see how that goes. But we will be going from there and see how it goes. So let's see how some of these decks do. But let's check out some of those decks that are not as popular as our top 6. So obviously 41% of the tournament is not those meta top 6 decks. So let's check it out. We are seeing a lot of Aerodactyl EX and Primeape this week. It did have a win earlier this week, so we'll have to see how it does in the overall tournament. Obviously, Arczard got into our top 4 last week. I think it literally made its way into the finals last week. So really cool to see. We are also seeing, obviously, Pikachu EX and Zapdos EX. That Scolipede, which is so strong against Mewtwo, but Mewtwo's dipping down a bit. So we are seeing a decrease in that in the meta share. We also, interestingly enough, we have Mew EX and Farfetch'd. I think it did pretty well this week as well in some tournaments. We'll have to see how it does in the overall tournament as it continues to play out. Some decks do well in a small number of rounds. You know, the variance doesn't affect it as much. But over a huge tournament like 10 rounds, it might not make its way into that top 32 in the way that you might expect it to. Let's see. We also have, obviously, Starmie EX and Gyarados EX. I do think this is a completely different deck from Gyarados itself. Gyarados is a main attacker in the normal Gyarados EX deck. You have that Greninja that's sniping, bringing Pokemon down into a range for that Gyarados to one-shot them. Versus in the Starmie EX and Gyarados EX version, Starmie is used as a forefront attacker, which then goes back to that Gyarados to be used as a finishing attacker instead. Let's see. But okay. Give me 1 second here, guys. 1 second. 1 second. Let's see. We have about 2 minutes left, but let's see how this. Let's see how everything's going. We have about 2 minutes left in the tournament, in the round, guys. Only about 11 matches left to complete. So we are really close to being able to finish our round 1, go into our second round, and we will get to see how these decks did this last round. So very exciting. We do also see a Pidgey. Wait, where do we go next? We had, obviously, Blaine. Very small meta share, but we'll have to see how it does. We also see a really interesting Greninja Mew EX. We can check out some of the cards in this list. And we can kind of see a little bit of a spread of what different people think should go into this Greninja Mew EX list. Everyone is deciding, obviously, to run that 222 line of that Froakie, that Frogadier, and that Greninja. They're running 1 Mew EX, and then they are choosing a little bit differently between their tanks, obviously. Obviously, you see some are running 1 or 2 Druddigon, 0 or 1 Marshadow, 0 or 1 Farfetch'd, 0 to 1 very more 0 than 1 Tauros players, and a couple of those Eevees and Flareon also in this 16-player group. And then obviously every single one of them is running 2 Research, 2 Pokeball. But then the rest of that deck then really becomes confusing as well. That Sabrina, some people are running 2, some people are running 1, some people are running 2, some people are running 1 of Leaf. And then we also have some confusion between X-Speed, Potion, Giovanni, Budding Expeditioner, Blue, Red Card, and Misty as well. I do want to see, going back to this metagame, how much has that Golem Druddigon list been mixed up? Because one of the things that Nino brought up in their write-up for this week is that they want to see how the deck varies now that we're starting to have more people play it. So let's see. And first off, you're seeing obviously everyone is running that new Golem, everyone is running that new Drudagon, but some people are trying out that new trying out the old Graveler, whereas the new one was the original in that list. Some people are trying out one Geodude and one old Geodude, and we are seeing a little bit of people choosing to play Hitmonlee or not, and things like that. So then obviously we're seeing most people running to Brock wouldn't you know, I would never decrease to 1 right here. But it does seem like at least one player did decide to take a Brock out of their list. And some people did decrease the Leafs. We have that one Giovanni. 1 or 2 people decided to add a Giovanni. And we do have a couple people decreasing that potion. Some people trying to add in Sabrina. Some people putting in red cards. Some putting in XP and some putting in blue. This is going to be top 32 in 10 rounds. We only have 1,800 players. So, only 1,800 players. Yeah. So, our time did just get called. I'm going to check with our judges real quick. And then we'll go from there. Just checking with the judges. Give me 1 second, guys. Please don't be refreshing until we announce the next round. So give us 1 second. Just double checking with judges that we're good to get into our next round. And then we should hopefully be off into the next one. Let's see. That being said, guys, while we wait, I think some of the wins should have loaded up into the metagame here. So let's see here. One second. Okay. So we can see a little bit about how some of these different decks did in round 1. Obviously, there is, it's only round 1. There's a lot of different variants and only a single set so far. So you can't take it to too much account. But interesting to see a very large spike in Celebi for sure. And we can have a little bit of a look to see how it's doing. The website is lagging a bit since people are refreshing when they shouldn't be, but we will be announcing when the next round is, so please just give it a second, guys. Yeah, so give it 1 second here. We will hopefully be starting very shortly, and then we can get going. Then we can get going very shortly. So we can have a little bit of a look while we wait for that lag to decrease so we can get into our next game. So 1 moment here. 1 moment. What do we do if my opponent didn't come back for round 3? You should have called a judge when they didn't show up for their game 3. You can call a judge. You can definitely call a judge. Yep, the site crashes. That is how it works. Sadly, we did have a very large tournament. Sorry. Yeah, everyone's refreshing again. So give us a second here, guys. We are waiting for it to clear up in 1 moment, and hopefully we can get into the next match. I am. Give us a second, guys. We are dealing with lag and stuff like that, so please give us a second before we get started. We know the website crashed. Stop, you know, refreshing it. But yeah, so just stop refreshing it. We'll see how it goes. 1900 is 1980. It would be something like that, yeah, something like that. Very exciting, very exciting. That being said, it is not that, because if both players don't show up, they both count as a single round themselves for the coding. So you have like 1, 2, 3. Here, I can try to show it while you can see how slow the lag is. How long is the timeout? Until people stop lagging the website, Fran, because people are crashing the website and I can't get the dashboard to come up. But if you scroll all the way to the bottom here, you can see that both people didn't show up, they count as 2 different matches for how the website needs to deal with them, to count them both as a loss. We don't have 1900 players, but it is somewhere in there. Very close. Give us 1 second here. Okay, if my admin tab will load up. 1 second. One second. Oh. Yeah, it'll clear out. It'll clear out. It'll be fine. Just give it a second here. We do have 1 judge call that is still getting dealt with here. So just 1 second here, guys. 1 second here. It's getting a little bit extended because of how much lag. People can't send messages and stuff like that. So please, no refreshing, and we'll check out some more of the meta and how different decks did, and see how those go. One second. How long does it goes? About 8 hours, Nick. As we've said a couple times, but it goes about 8 hours. So give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second, guys. We should hopefully be starting up very shortly here. It just takes a little bit with all the lag and things like that. We will be getting started into our next match super quickly. Weird. I wonder why that happened. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Okay. We will be pairing our next round. Okay. We have round 2 has officially started, guys. Round 2 has officially started once I stop having lag. Okay, so Pirate posted that is live. We will be getting into round 2 very quickly. It is not 2,700 people. It is 2,700 registrants. We have about 1,800 people. 1,800 people. Yep, a lot of people. That's why we have so much lag. That's why the lag is pretty crazy. So, why the lag is pretty crazy. Okay. Very close to 2K. We did have some people going and drop out. As you can see here, we are down to just below 1,900. 1,800 now, since we have less than 900 matches. And we'll be able to get on, hopefully. Okay, so we are going to be going into that next round now, guys. Round 2 is officially live, and we can, in a couple rounds, start checking out some of those different pairings. Let me go ahead and update our different titles on our broadcast to round 2, and hopefully we can get in and watch some different matches. So, very exciting. We are officially into round 2 now, and give me a second here as we get into our games. So I'm very, very, very excited, but yeah. Okay. Let's see who we're gonna watch next. I'm just finding us a game here. Just finding us a game. Okay. Let's pop this up. And then we will get into our match. I'm just gonna give them a second to get ready. We're going to be watching iSalad versus Luca V. iSalad versus, as somebody pointed out last time. And they are starting, obviously, 0-0. We are going to give them a second while they get set up here. And then we will be able to watch next round. They are set up. Let me just make sure everything's correct. Yep. They're currently 0-0. It is Pikachu versus Mewtwo. So let's see here. Okay. We are watching Pikachu versus Mewtwo. It is iSalad versus Luca V. We need to get set for Pikachu's side. We definitely need to find those different electric mons to boost Pikachu's power. But going first, Pikachu is not going to be able to attack for another 2 turns. We still need to get minimum 2 energies on this Pikachu. Sometime we're going to need to start setting up, need more Pokemon on our bench to be able to do that firm 90 damage on Pikachu every single turn. On the side of Luca V, though, they are going to be looking for that Kirlia and their attacker Mewtwo EX, which finally does appear. But getting that Kirlia, retreating this Ralts, and being able to set up this Mewtwo EX is going to be really important for Luca V here. Okay. So we are going to go on a Mysterious Slab. Mysterious Slab is another new Mysterious Island card, which really is helping with the consistency of Mewtwo. It allows you to draw further into your deck, dig a little bit deeper. If you run into a Psychic Mon, then obviously that Pokemon gets put into your hand. Otherwise, it goes to the bottom of your deck. This, even if you have to pass up on a card that you would have really liked, does give you more information every single turn about the ordering of your deck, which is really important because it goes from, even let's say you draw like a Sabrina, it has to go to the bottom of your deck. You now know what the chances are of those cards above that Sabrina, and it increases them, obviously, the next card you're going to draw. If that Sabrina is what you wanted, obviously you still know where it is. It gives you more information about your deck, which is really important in these different card games. iSalad is going to go on and get their 3rd Electric Mon here, which means they will be able to do 90 if they set up this Pikachu. It does look like we're going to have that first energy attached to Pikachu, like we mentioned. Mew EX is not great into this matchup, sadly. Mew EX, as we mentioned earlier, really interesting new addition to the Mew EX deck, but it does have to follow the different rules of it. So Pikachu is 30X, not 30+. That means it actually starts as a 0 damage attack. So when Mew EX copies the attack, it is doing a base 0 damage, and then it is 30x for each electric Pokemon on the bench. And as it is in a Psychic deck that runs no electric Pokemon, Mew EX can't do any damage with that attack. We are going to see 50 damage go on into that Pikachu. But Ice Salad will be able to start attacking this turn with upwards of 90 damage. We do have a Curlia on Luca V's side, which could be a bit problematic for Ice Salad because this Mewtwo EX will be swinging for 150 every turn starting next turn. This Mew EX is a little bit of a defensive attack, a defensive Sabrina. That's going to mean that Luca B is going to need to sacrifice some type of resource if they want to move that Mewtwo EX back into the active spot, be it an X speed, an energy from hand attachment, or that Gardevoir attachment. But it could mean that that Mewtwo EX is not going to be swinging for 150 next, which could be a bit of a problem. Ice Salad is running Electabuzz as well, who does attack for 50 damage, similar to that Zebstrika, which means if they can get Zebstrika on their bench, they could snipe shot that Mew EX later in the game. So even though it was a bit defensive in the beginning, it could still be a bit of a problem. I think it's because you still have to do some amount of damage. Even, it's not like when you swing for Infernal Dance, right, that you can do 10 with Giovanni either. You have to be doing some amount of damage for Giovanni to come into effect. With that being said, it does look like the Dedenne, Electabuzz is 40, which is still the amount. I said that last week too for some reason, Sponge. But the Dedenne, Mew EX is left with 40 damage, or 40 health, which Electabuzz could attack. We are going to see Electabuzz coming into play here, but Dedenne is going to be a paralyzed mon that can paralyze with only 1 energy, meaning it needs no amount of setup to be able to go on an attack here. We are going to see that paralyzed flip, which is going to roll tails, and that means no energy is going to, no paralyze is coming down, and that's going to be a win for Luca V. I'll go in and cover up that stream, and we will reset the scoreboard as Ice Salad gets set up. Let's see here. Okay, they're just getting into their second game here, guys. Let them get set up. Okay. And they are going to go on and set up, like we mentioned. We are going to see that Pikachu is getting their board filled. But we do have Zapdos in the active spot who can attack for only 1 energy next turn. It is only 20 damage, but it is damage that starts applying to that Mewtwo EX. That might lead to a KO later with that Pikachu doing 90 damage, 100 with the Giovanni. So let's see here. Luca V is going to go on and use that Mysterious Slab. That card did go to their hand, meaning it was a Pokemon, but we don't know if it's one that they can put down. It could be a Curlia, it could be a Gardevoir. This is all information that we can start to figure out as we check it out. Or check out the game. So let's see here. Okay, so we are actually going to attach that Zapdos. And we are going to see a Raichu on the bench, which now that we have that 20 pack, unless there is a potion later, Luca V is in range of getting KO'd by Raichu. Let's see. That's going to be that 50 damage onto that Zapdos from that Mewtwo EX. And without a Curly on their bench yet, that does mean that Mewtwo EX is not going to be able to KO Zapdos next turn. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to have another 20 damage from Zapdos now, starting to put that Mewtwo closer and closer to KO range, even from a Pikachu EX. Research is coming down. Look at these really digging for that Kirlia. We do have some type of idea now, right, about what that mysterious card was, that the mysterious slab was. It could have been a Mew EX. It could have been a Gardevoir. We are going to see a Mew EX come down as well now. But which one is it? We'll have to see. Let's see. Okay. That Mewtwo X did do another 50 damage onto that Zapdos now, putting it in a bit of a bad spot as well. Only 30 health left on that Mewtwo EX, but we're going to see that Sabrina come down now as well. And we do still get to decide where that last energy is going to be played. X-Speed Surge could have won it, but instead Sabrina is going to come down. That does give a hint that we don't really have Surge, but we'd also need an X-Speed with that as well. Maybe we just didn't have an X-Speed. Oh, never mind. X-Speed is going to come down anyway. We are going to see a retreat back now by this Zapdos. And Electabuzz instead is going to come in play, but he can't attack this turn. So a bit of a stall play on Ice Salad's side. Bit of a stall play on Ice Salad's side as well. Okay. We're digging a bit deeper here now for Luca. He's really looking for that Gardevoir. Really looking for some different pieces that might help him in later turns. Perhaps some Giovanni's, which we don't really need here. Some Sabrinas, things like that. X-Speed will come down. That does mean, especially with that Gardevoir that we did find, Mewtwo EX is going to be able to attack this turn. Mewtwo EX promoted. And this could be, I mean, this will be the first point on the board as long as we swing for that 150. So that is going to be that another mysterious slab. It did go to the bottom of their deck though, not a psychic Pokemon, and that's going to be 0.1 for Luca V, swinging for 150, discarding 2 energies. Let's see. Okay. We do see 3 heads come down. That's 150 damage from that Zapdos, meaning that Mewtwo EX is KO'd, and that's going to be 2 points for Ice Salad now. Whew. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to have a Mew EX come into play. He will not be able to attack this turn other than for 20 damage. What if the Zapdos just coin flips again and wins, though? Bit of a bad spot to be in, but Luca V's not set up for any other type of play. Definitely makes you wonder if you should have hand attached that, or put that 3rd energy that was on, that 5th energy that was on Mewtwo onto that Mew EX, setting it up to be able to coin flip back at Zapdos. All you would have needed is 1 heads, but instead we're going to see a retreat to a Mewtwo who can swing for 50 damage. That is going to take all but 1 energy off of Ice Salad's board, which means Raichu is not ready to go. That is going to be the last 2 points that Luca V needed here. And they're going to be going into a game 3. Right? Or did they win the first one? Uh-oh. Yeah, that's game 3. Let me double check. Nope, that's 2-0. I'm a dummy. That's 2-0. Mewtwo has a really strong matchup into, not really strong, but a very good matchup in Pikachu a lot of times. So we'll have to see if we can find us another one here, guys. It is going to be Mintom versus Sebit. We are in game 2 here. It is Pikachu versus Gyarados. And Sebit is at 0 points. And Mintom is at 2. So, pretty good, strong spot for Mintom right now. Let's see how it plays out. And then we can be going into a game 3. Okay, Pikachu EX is already pretty set up here, and we even have a Zebstrika to protect against any other type of Magikarp that lands. So let's see here. Okay. That is going to be game 2 for Mintom. We will go on and clear up the board here. Let them get into their game 3. Okay. Let's see. Okay. They are just getting set up for their game 3 here, guys, and then we'll be able to watch. Okay. Okay, so we are set up now. Pretty bad spot for Sebit's start. It is a Magikarp going first and a Blitzel in the active spot. Sebit needs a way to retreat, or that Magikarp can be one-hit KO'd with that type advantage from Blitzel. Oy. Uh-oh. Let's see. Okay, we are now onto Mintom's side. A bit of a bad spot as this, I mean, Blitzel can just one-hit KO this Magikarp that is in that active spot. Magikarp on the bench could still be evolved into a Gyarados, but it is a first game or a first Pokemon that you don't want to be starting with. You don't want to go on and give up those 2 points, or that 1 point even, especially when your big attacker in this deck is that 2-point Gyarados. So Blitzel here, does go on and K that Magikarp. Okay, OHKO, Oko, the Magikarp, and we're gonna see Sebit now pass back. It is their turn, and Frogadier is gonna go on and get evolved. So it is deciding exactly what to do here. They're definitely going to want to be finding that what is it? Oh my god, word. Gyarados. They're going to find that Gyarados. They want to get energy onto that Magikarp. I assume we are going to see okay, we do have one energy come down from that Misty, and now we're just going to have a normal attack from Frogadier, who can easily come in to 2 energies even as a Greninja next turn. So let's see. Okay. Let's see. We do go in and see that knockout on that other Magikarp. Really bad spot for a game 3 that Seven does not want to be in. This Blitzle is doing so much more work than you might normally expect. And we will go from there. This Greninja obviously can start peppering the board here. With their ability. That's going to go on to be 1.7 now. They do have to take at least 2 turns to knock out this Pikachu. But the question is going to be, can Mintom find more Pokemon on the bench to be able to start doing damage to? Or damage for. Because unless this Pikachu's bench gets filled up, they are going to be doing 0 damage. Right now, they're doing 50, which is still not enough to one-hit KO. We do need a second Mon at the least. And we'll go from there. Okay. So we are able to get 50 damage to the Greninja. We have another turn to try to find another Pokemon. But let's see how it goes. Let's see. Shudagon can definitely save the day here, but we are going to go and have that ability, which is so strong from Greninja. But honestly, if Mintom can find more of those more basics to put on the bench, which we have a Pokeball now, this could be a bad spot. We are not going to want to attack with this Pikachu, in all honesty. That could lead to some different issues. And Dedenne is going to come down. That's going to be a Paralyze, actually. I mean, we could see a Sabrina to knock out here, but we're going to instead see and go on and have that X speed back, retrieve the Dedenne. And it looks like we're going to do the safe play of working on paralyzing with the Dedenne here. Yeah, you can't research Andrew Sabrina. That's very true. I even forget it at times. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna have that Water Shuriken again here. That's going to be onto the Pikachu in the active spot. I'm surprised we didn't do... I mean, I guess Paralyze doesn't really matter into Druddigon. And we are going to... Oh, and we get that third Pokemon down as well. If we have... We are going to... It looks like have an X-Speed back, but I wonder to, like, which Mon in this situation. We could see... We really put out the Pikachu here? Sebit's already at 1 point. If we knock into... Okay, we're going to have that Sabrina come out this time. And that's going to be the second point, or third point actually, because Mintom did take 2 points earlier. My bad on that. That he needs to win. I kind of thought he was at 1 point because I had forgotten to change the thing. Okay. 1 second. We're going to go and find us another match here now, guys. Let's see. We have about, 150 matches. Hopefully we can find us one here. That one's done. That one's done. That one's done. Gosh. Let's see what else we have here. Let's see. That one's over. Oh my gosh, so many games already over. I mean, I guess 800 matches have been completed. Makes a bit of sense. Let's see if we can get this one up in time. Okay. They are 1-1 right now. I can see one side here about how this one is going. So let's see. One for Kokauton. 0 points for his opponent is Kokauton versus King 0071. Okay, we're going to pop that up and let me make it a bit bigger. Okay, perfect. Okay, so it is currently 0-1 here. Kokauton is up 1 point, and he is building up that Golem on the bench. Golem is a bit slow, but once he starts swinging, he can do so much damage. He has 160 health. He swings for 120 and increases his basically his health up by 30 when he attacks for that next turn, meaning once he starts attacking, his effective damage does increase. And we will have to see how that goes. That being said, Kokauton's list does only run one Marshadow, but his opponent, let's see, is running only one Marshadow as well. So let's see. That Marshadow coming back can swing for 100 now, but because of that effective health we just talked about, since Golem swung last turn, he can only do 70 damage. So Marshadow won't be able to KO here, and we'll have to see how that goes. But then he's going to have a follow-up second attack, which he won't even survive, sadly. But in return, we do that Aerodactyl on the bench that is going to need to be dealt with if we have any... If Kokauton wants to still win this game. They're currently 1-1 in round 2, and they are fighting for their second win. let's see how this plays out here. Let's see. Okay. Does look like we're waiting to see what to do here by the opponent. They're trying to decide, is there a chance they should retreat? We do have that second energy go on and be put on that March Shadow, though, which does tell me we're going to go in and swing for 100, but only 70 because of that effective damage or the effect of their last attack. And we are going to see here, Kuutan does survive with that 30 health, though. And we're going to get a return, another KO here, taking us to 2 points. We do really have to be wary of that Aerodactyl on that bench, but instead we are going to see Mankey being put to the active spot. Huh. I mean, it does look like we might go for that coin flip. We are at 0 points, and obviously that Aerodactyl could be even KO'd with a Giovanni if this Mars Shadow has any energy on it. Yeah, surely we're going to see evolution to the Primeape here. We're going to see a Giovanni come out, which does put Mankey's attack potentially at 60, which is just enough to KO this Golem. Oh, and he flips tails, which is going to be 0 damage. And Kuutan is going to be able to take 0.3 now. 0.3. Which will secure him the win this round, putting him at 2-0 in the tournament. A pretty good start if he wants to make it to the next round. So, give us a second here, guys. I'm going to find us another match to watch, and then we can, or hopefully another match to watch, and then we can get into that game. That one's good. That sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. Give me 1 second here, guys. If this one will work for us. Interesting how they have it stretched out. I am going to go on and try to guess those names into their slots, but I wanted to go ahead and bring it up so you guys can watch the game while I get it set up. But they're, I think they're game 3 as well at this point, but we'll have to check. Ooh, and that is going to be a win, however, for Fredry. And let me just check to see. Yep, that's going to be that last game for them. And I will go on and see if we can find us another one. We are, though, just 30 matches shy of finishing this round, about 10 minutes again. So, let's see. Okay. Let me see here, guys. I'm just trying to find us another match to watch. That's done. That one's done. Wait. Okay, it looks like most of our streamers have completed their matches, guys. Let me see if, why don't we check out some of that metagame that we talked about for a little bit there. So let's see here. Let's go on and watch that metagame here. Or check out that metagame as we are concluding this match. Or this round, hopefully. Doop doop. We can check out how that goes. And go on and swap over to here. So let's check it out. Let's see. Okay. So let's see how some of these decks are doing. And check out some of the standings in a second as well here. So let's see. One sec. Okay. We can see a couple of those different decks. I mean, we are obviously 1-0 right now, but you can kind of see some of those decks did last game. Obviously, there's going to be a number of those Gyarados. It is really interesting to see some of those decks that did well at the beginning. So let's see. It's really, I don't know, I just like scrolling through. It is going to be 10 rounds today, so we obviously have a far time to go before we start looking at specific deck lists. But it's just interesting to me to see some of those different decks that aren't really common in the tournaments. We are seeing Pidgeot EX and Pidgeot. We are seeing, obviously, that Mew EX and Farfetch we talked about a little bit. Even a Pidgeot and Aerodactyl that did well in their first game. So we'll have to see how they continue to do as the tournament goes. And then, yeah, go from there. So why don't we give a really quick look, though, at how some of those decks did at the beginning of the tournament. And let's see. So 1 minute here. We are going to see... Oh, wait, this is the wrong thing. We're going to go to matchups. Immediately here. I mean, it's only 50-something games thus far. We're going to see as it continues to develop exactly how these decks do against each other. At the beginning here, however, we are seeing a pretty strong matchup into that Mewtwo EX, which is one of the reasons that Gyarados is so strong. And Gyarados, obviously, I mean, in the last round also had a really good matchup into Mewtwo EX. Does seem to be continuing again here. Same with that Scolipede, again into that Celebi, exactly what we're expecting. And it's interesting to see it do so well against Golem EX and, or not Golem EX, Golem and Druddigon as well. And we'll have to see how this game how it continues to shape up. I'm interested to see if Executor EX is such an is a better matchup against a lot of the meta. Obviously, we saw a lot of Celebi last week. What decks? But it obviously didn't even make it into that top 32, which is how that game, which was really interesting last week, and most of, everyone expected it to make it there. So I'm wondering to see, or looking to see how these decks shape up. Does Celebi change? Do they have more attackers this week to kind of offset, how poorly Celebi did last week and how they'll continue to do? So yeah. Obviously, it does have that 50-50 here. We do start seeing it do poorly into Pikachu, which does make sense. We see instead about 43% against that Raichu. Raichu can do a lot of damage. Does have a very, very poor matchup into Pikachu EX and Zebstrika. And also a very bad matchup into Pikachu EX and Zapdos as well. I do suspect that is why we're seeing so much Pikachu this week. And honestly, we are seeing it right here the reason why they're showing up, why they're reappearing in the meta, these different Pikachu decks. We'll have to see if it continues throughout the tournament, but even Nina Leo, who won the tournament last week, did mention that if there's no Fire Dex or Golem in that top 32, he suspects that Pikachu could win this week because of its great matchup into Gyarados. So let's see. Okay, we have about 4 minutes left here, guys. About 7 matches left to conclude, and we'll have to see how they shape up. Why don't we then check out that Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir, which, in my opinion, got a lot of pieces with Mysterious Island, but there's a lot of pieces that help counter that Mewtwo EX as well, and we kind of see that in how it is different matchups. But this week, because of it, obviously, it's got a much lower meta share than we saw last week, or obviously throughout the Genetic Apex meta era as well. So let's see. Immediately into that that Golem, Mewtwo EX is doing pretty well into Golem. They swing for 150, which isn't enough to one-hit KO Golem. So I'm kind of interested to see how this shapes up through the tournament. In my opinion, I think Golem has a pretty good matchup against some of these different decks. But Golem definitely has a lot of thinking to do with it. There's a number of different attackers that you need set up, and there's so much energy needed to get it on board, or get it running, that it can be a bit more difficult than some of the other decks. We see, obviously, Mewtwo having a good matchup in Pikachu, which we knew, and obviously 50-50 against itself. It even has a good matchup into that Celebi X and Superior, which I think was something a lot of players kind of expected, because Mewtwo can one-hit KO that Celebi EX, but Celebi EX can't always one-hit KO Mewtwo. It can sometimes. It just depends how fast we set up. So we'll have to see how that continues to go. Against Raichu, Mewtwo's always had a little bit of a problem against it. Raichu can swing for 140, 150 with Giovanni. So a bit of a problem there. We can also see, obviously, that... But, however, against Executor EX and Celebi EX, Mewtwo's having a lot harder of an issue. Maybe Executor EX is the answer that Celebi is looking for. I'm interested to see how it shapes up. We saw that earlier with that Gyarados list. We'll have to see if, because it's doing well against Gyarados, doing well, or doing better against Gyarados than its normal list. And it doing pretty well, looks like, into Mewtwo. Maybe that Executor list is how the Celebi needs to be played. So we'll have to see how that goes. Obviously, Mewtwo is not good into Gyarados. We saw that from Gyarados' position. But that's also one of the reasons why Mewtwo is not appearing in the droves that it did in the prior weeks. And then it doesn't look like we're having as many of those Scolipede matchups. Right? I'm just like checking for Scolipede. Where is the Scolipede matchup? Oh, wow. I mean, obviously, we've only had one round thus far. Doesn't really mean much, obviously. But I mean, it's interesting to see when last week it was upwards of, like, it was only like a 22% win rate for Mewtwo, but maybe we're seeing more people do better with it. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Or better against it now that they know how to play the matchup. So, let's see. I'm really interested to see how some of these different decks shape up. Because obviously at one point, Pikachu was really strong against Mewtwo. Mewtwo found some counters for it, and then became like the dominating list of Genetic Apex. A lot of counters can be found throughout a new set. We'll have to see how it works out. So very, very, very cool. We have about 37 seconds, but I do think we have one judge call that's running a bit long. And we'll have to see how it goes. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Tassie. Thank you. We do that time did get called. We had that one judge call that I mentioned. So we'll have to see how that plays out here. Okay. So we are just gonna wait a second for that round, that last judge call to get finished up, guys. But why don't we check out some of those standings while we wait for our next round to be able to get started. So let's see. Okay, so we obviously have some golems that have gotten 2-0 now. We obviously have some arcanines, which we kind of expected. I'm really interested to see this Alakazam Mew EX list. Bohemian and Pidgeot EX is very interesting. We'll definitely give it that. So I kind of want to see what this Alakazam Mew EX list looks like, though. So it is that Alakazam 222 line. We have two baby Mewtwo's that are obviously acting as tanks. A Sigilyph, which is then going to be a little bit of a draw. And so let's see here. 1 second. Okay. Then also we have that one Mew EX, which can help against some of those like Mewtwo EXs, so Charizards. 2 Research, 1 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni, 1 Leaf, 1 Budding Expeditioner, which is for that Mew EX. Those 2 Pokeballs and those 2 Mythical Slabs, which do get literally every single Pokemon in this deck. So it's a really nice addition to this deck, but I think this is really, really, really interesting. Okay. We are going to be... Ooh. Oh, no. And... Very interesting deck, though. I'm very interested to see how it continues in the tournament. But guys, we are going to go on and have our next round now. We're on to round 3. We are on to round 3. Oh, Pirate got it before me. How dare he? So let's see. One second here. One moment. Okay. We are going to go on and find our next match here, guys. Yeah, no, Pirate got me. He beat me to it. Moonlight's like, nah, man, I'm just going to relax. I'm not going to try to jump in on this race. That being said, I do want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, XP Collect, just like Pirate is highlighting here. Huge shout out to XP Collect. They're an awesome card game store that you can order some of your different pre-orders through. They also have a couple different memberships that they'll send you different cards. But they're so awesome in going on a limb and helping sponsor this tournament. They've sponsored all 9 Ursiiday Pokemon Pocket Weeklies, and I'm so appreciative to them. They have done a lot to help this community because of that prize pool. And also huge shout out to obviously all of our players for making this a 1,930 player tournament. Absolutely insane. So cool to see. So cool to see. So we'll have to see how it goes. Yeah. So let me see if I can get us a game to watch here, guys. It's going to be very, very cool. Let me just see if I can find this one really quick. Let me see if I can find this one really quick. And we can get into it. Okay. Ooh, a Marowak Aerodactyl. Very cool. Okay. We're going to try to watch Marowak Aerodactyl here. We are in round 3 now. It's going to be super interesting. I'm very excited to watch. So let's see if we can get it set up. It is going to be... on Shirai versus Ron's TCG. They're awesome enough to stream for us. They also do have a Twitch channel, Ron's TCG. If you guys want to ever check them out. But we are going to be getting into round 3 now. And let's go. Oh, let's see. Okay. Let me just update our different. Channels. We are round 3 in the tournament. Very excited to get into this game. It is a Marowak Aerodactyl list versus, it looks like a Charizard, maybe an Arcanine list as well. Let me see if I can quickly bring it up and see what his list is. Yeah, it is a Charizard Arcanine, a Zarkanine, as I like to call it. So let's check it out. Shirai is going to go on and get 2 heads on their coin flip onto that Charmeleon. They now just need that Charizard. But now Ron's is getting set up too. They have that old Amber. They have a Cubone down. Cubone, though, can't one-shot, none of the Mons on this side can one-shot a Charizard EX. But that's why we're going to start putting damage out with this Hitmonlee. It looks like we've now put out 60 damage. There's been a potion that came down to bring up about 20 more health. And that is going to mean that that Charizard is at 140 health in range of being one-shot by a Marowak in future turns. I do want to agree with Joe KO here. Huge shout out to all our judges. They do so much work for this tournament and our tournament every single week. We couldn't do this without them. We couldn't broadcast without them. We couldn't even have the tournament without them. And so huge shout out to our entire judge crew for being willing to help out with that. But this is definitely a scary spot for Ron to be in right now. But without 4 energy on that Charizard, this Hitmonlee survives another hit and can start speckling. Oh, we're retreating. And we're going to retreat back to Cubone now, directly into that Marowak. It looks. Oh, we're growling. Huh. We're going to growl here. But that doesn't do any. I don't understand this attack. But that's okay. This growl's not going to do anything. Because he can swing for 180 this turn. I'm a little confused with how this game play. I mean, maybe there's a play that I'm just not seeing. Definitely is a thing. We're going to be forcing that Crimson Storm, it seems like. But none of our Mons are powered up on the bench to be able to capitalize on that energy drop. We are going to go and put Hitmonlee out. And we did have Marowak in hand that we could have evolved to potentially. So I'm not fully sure the play, but that being said, I'm not in the player's footsteps. They probably had some type of plan that they thought of that does only put Ursiiday into 1 point though, which means we have a while to go before Ursiiday takes the entire game. Yeah, I agree, Moonlight. Moonlight, you're learning so much about the game. It's insane. So let's see. A second Cubone though is going to come into play now. It's going to start being powered up, and this Aerodactyl is able. This Aerodactyl is able to stop any future evolutions in the active spot. But we'll have to see. Charizard can swing for 60. They'll take their second point now. And maybe this is the turn that we're going to see that Marowak EX come down. Potentially doing 160 damage. But is it too late? So Marowak does appear. We're going to have that second energy attached. And it's going to come to that coin flip now. And it's Bone Meringue. Oh, that's going to be game 1 then. 80 damage into that Charizard. But that's not enough when Charizard can swing back and hit for 200, knocking out his opponent and taking the 2 points when all he needs is 1. Let's see. Okay, that's going to be game 1 now. I'm going to go on and hide screen while they get set up for game 2. I will get the opponent's score set up and go from there. Okay. Let's see. Let them get set up here, guys. Okay, just letting them get set into their next one. They may have had an idea what they wanted to do. We're not in their footsteps, and it's a lot harder to be playing than to be watching, you know. So they could have had an idea of what they wanted to do, and it just not work in the way they wanted it to. So we'll have to see how it ends up, but yeah. Okay, guys, I'm gonna turn stream back on here. So let's see. It is going to be passed back to Ron's now. They are going to be going second, which means they'll get the first energy attach as well. Antarai is not in a position they really want to be in. That Charmander is in the active, Growlithe on the bench, and we don't see a Moltres just yet. Antarai is going to need an X-Speed next turn if they want to retreat back to a Moltres, which means they're going to need a lot, both that next basic and that resource to get them started up, powering up their own Mons. Ron's, on the other hand, looks like they're going to go on and power up this old Amber that this Aerodactyl could evolve from. And all Aerodactyl needs is 2 points. So, let's see. Okay. We go on and see that Moltres this time, and we had that XP / Leaf to get us back onto the bench. That means we're going to go on and start being able to power up that Charmander, that Arcanine, and we're going to see how many different energies we can get attached back to that bench. That's going to be 2 onto that Arcanine now for Antarai, which means Ron's is going to need to start getting set up because this Arcanine could be retreating, or it could be attacking very soon. And with that, Ron's going to go and use their research. They're digging a bit deeper in their deck. They're looking for some of those different Mons to set up. We don't even have an energy on this Cubone yet, but it does look like we're going to be seeing an Aerodactyl now. It does seem like we're going to be seeing an Aerodactyl. Okay, so Aerodactyl is in the active spot. He can swing for 80 this turn, but that Arcanine can bring back 120 damage, which doesn't seem great for the Aerodactyl. Doesn't seem great for the Aerodactyl. Okay. I'm trying to see trying to figure out exactly what they're trying to do here. It does seem like Ron's in a little bit of a bad spot, depending how this goes. But since Urshiiday does decide just to do another Inferno dance, that is going to mean that Ron's can take their first 2 points this next turn. 1 energy is all they need. They're going to attach that to that Charmander as well, setting up their second Mon. But I am expecting to see that Arcanine next turn. I am expecting to see that Arcanine next turn. So let's see what they decide to do here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So Arcanine does get powered up. He's going to be able to do 120 to this Aerodactyl, which is going to be a bit of a bad spot for Aerodactyl to be in. But he can't be knocked out this turn, and we are powering up that Mars Shadow on the bench, which is exactly what Ron's is going to want to do here. He hasn't lost a single point yet, so he will be able to survive even this KO onto the Aerodactyl. We put 80 onto that Arcanine. He'll be at 50 health. And this Charmander is not going to be Charizard quick enough where he can then tank the next hit from a retreat back from his Arcanine. So we're going to see this 80 blow. I do think Ron's has won this game 2, and then they'll be going into a game 3. So. That is going to be game 2 now, guys. Let them get set up for game 3 here, and we will get into that next match. So 1 second. 1 second. We are just letting them set up, guys. I'm really excited to see game 3. I think it's a really fun matchup to watch. So we'll be getting back into that very shortly here, and we'll be going from there. Okay, so they are about set up now. We will get into that next match now and go on. Okay, so it is that Cubone in the active slot again for Ron's here. Urshiiday does have 2 Moltres, which is not the second basic he wants to have down. He's going to want to find that Growlithe. He's going to want to find that Charmander. But it is Ron going second here, which means Urshiiday's not in the best spot just yet. Not in the best spot just So let's see. Oh, and Amber is going to come down for Ron as well. And at first, energy is going to attach onto that Cubone on the bench. Pretty safe spot for where to put your energy. And Moltres is going on to have as an energy attach. Will we see... Oh, we do see a Charmander now. And that's going to... And a Growlithe, which this Moltres is going to be able to power up, assuming he gets the coin flips that he wants and needs. Well, 1, 2 energies. That's a basically powered up Arcanine if it's in hand. or really nice energy for a Charmander. Charmander is where that energy gets applied to. I wonder if we have that Charmeleon already in hand, that Charizard already set up, or maybe we just don't have an Arcanine yet. Let's see. Okay. We are back onto Ron's side here. An energy on that Aerodactyl does mean he could be potentially attacking with it very soon. We don't have any evolution on Anshai's side just yet, meaning some attacks next turn could help put pressure out, force Anshai to retreat back with his Moltres before he wants to. And we are instead, though, going to see a Sabrina. I'm assuming that's going to bring up that second Moltres instead of one of the baby mons. Yep, that second Moltres is what gets put into that active spot now. Okay. Oh, we have another Inferno Dance. 1, 2, oh, 3 energies from that Moltres. That's going to be a fully powered up Charmander, assuming it can make its way to Charizard. And that Growlithe is already starting to get powered up now as well. But they're definitely going to need to find those evolutions very quickly if we still want a chance to win. Let's see. Okay, so it's going to be 80 damage into the Moltres now, starting to put some pressure on that Charizard, not letting him take the time he wants to get set up. But this Moltres is not going to be happy about that. Does look like we're going to need another turn, but we could potentially see a retreat back to the other Moltres. Sabrina's going to come down here. And we go to the Cubone that has no energy on it. A pretty safe choice. No one's going to be knocking out this Cubone this turn. But Anshai is definitely not the happiest here with this, how this is playing out. Hopefully they have Charizard in hand. And with 2 potions, that Moltres is going to be out of range of an immediate KO. We don't see a Marowak EX just yet, it looks like. We're going to have a retreat back, I'm assuming, to that Aerodactyl. Let's see. Aerodactyl is promoted. Second energy on the Cubone on the bench does set up for a Marowak as well. Giovanni would put us at 90, but is that enough? Not really. Okay, we're going to see another 80 damage to that Aerodactyl. Okay, not Aerodactyl, from that Aerodactyl. Charizard appears exactly in the time that Anshai wanted. That does mean we could see up an immediate KO from this Charizard. He's going to take 2 points here. He can take 2 points next turn, and there is no way for him to get KO'd. Meaning, I do think this is going to be a game for Anshai. Do think this is going to be a game for Anshai. We are putting up that Cubone, but it's not going to be what they want for sure. So we'll have to see what they decide to do. Moltres gets put up with that Sabrina, but we can retreat. I guess this could be a little bit of a stall, but we can't use Cubone to do it. Cubone is only 60 health, meaning if we leave in the active spot, Charizard can still one-shot it. By using a Hitmonlee, we could stall out a turn. They could have to use, you know, a hand attached to retreat this Moltres. We do go and get 2 points. I did think we would put that on the Charizard, if I'm being honest here, since that would then put the Charizard in range of a KO from like a Marowak double heads. We're going to take out that Moltres on the bench. Let's see. Okay, that's going to be a KO on onto that Hitmonlee. And the last point Onsharai needs to take the win. Okay, so let me quickly set up, see if we can find us another match to watch here. One moment. Let's see. I'm just quickly checking, guys, for our next match. Okay, so let me just really quick check here. This one is still going. We will, and they readjust. It's going to be a Blastoise versus a Grimer Muck. A Muck Weezing. Is going to be Young Mung versus Nada. They're currently in their game 2, so not a bad time to hop in. See where they're at. We are 2 points for Young Mung, 1 point for Nadas, and we will be hopping into that game right now. So let's check it out, guys. It is going to be that Grimer and that Muck and Weezing on Nada's side. They are going to go and evolve into that Weezing, which is going to put Nada in a bit of a strong spot. This Weezing could, and that's going to be a game 2. Yep, that's going to be a win for Nadas here. It's making them 2-1. So let us see if we can find another game now, guys. One moment. Let's see. We can find us another one. That one's done. That one's done. How far are they in their match? They started about 6 minutes ago, this next one. Let's see if I can hop in. See how far they're in. It'll be Pikachu versus Mewtwo, but they're basically done. So I'm gonna see if I can find us now. I'll just quickly. Almost done. That one's done. 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 1 second, guys. One second. Let me see if I can find us. Ow. I'm just trying to see if I can find us another matchup, guys, real quick. Looks like it could still be going. Okay. Let me just quickly bring up this matchup, guys, for our next game. Give me 1 second. Oh. AZ7. Oh, they just took their third game as well. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Ron. Thank you. We had fun watching some of your games earlier. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm trying to find us a game to watch. Let's see. They finished so quickly now. Everyone's learning how to do the quick games. Let's see. I'm just clicking through again. Let's see. Okay, looks like there's not gonna be another game for us to watch, guys. Oh, yeah. Okay, we have about 16 matches left. So let's just go and check out that meta breakdown. We can check some of those different decks that we wanted to look at. Give me just a minute here, guys. We are only at the end, finishing up round 3 right now. So 1 moment. Yeah. 1 second. Let me just check something really quick for guys. So sorry, I thought I brought it up, my bad already, guys. So let's check out some of those new, that meta game right now, guys. And then we can get into some of them. It is really interesting to see some of these decks doing super, super well or super, super poorly this tournament. Ouch. Scolipede did so good last tournament, by the way. Absolutely insane to see it at 27%. Definitely a big ouch. It does look like people are learning how to deal with Scolipede potentially. So, I mean, insane to see the difference just between 1 week, how these different decks start, you learn how to deal with them, and they're just not as strong in that follow-up. That being said, Gyarados is also, I think, towards, 60% last week. And now we're in the 52s. I don't know if that's more people trying it who've never played it before. If it's because more decks are here to counter that Gyarados, which we do see a huge spike in those different Pikachu decks, like we mentioned, which do counter Gyarados. Maybe it's because of that. But yeah, it's really interesting to see the dip down from last week, upwards of 60% win rate on this Gyarados EX, downwards to 52 now, and seeing how they'll continue to deal with the meta. Your 16 Vaporeons have a problem with that. Yeah, it's interesting to see. Like, it can take a while sometimes to get some of those more meta cards, but will it continue to be that? I mean, and I think that's kind of why we're seeing an increase of players this week. So I'm not. We'll have to see how it goes. I do want to scroll down a little bit. Obviously, some of these decks are doing very poorly. We're seeing like 30%. We'll see at the end of the tournament how it continues to go. Obviously, Marowak EX Prime has a 100% win rate. Insane. It is only 4 people playing it, but very good for them. Very good for them. A big drop, big for Scolio, seems like it'd be attributed largely to popularity, inviting more user error. The difference between good and optimal playing with Weezing is much more impactful. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Like, not being able to play it correctly is definitely going to be a huge problem for decks. And I wonder if that's a similar thing with Gyarados. But so I mean, I think that is, as I was mentioning, why we have this deep decrease in how Gyarados EX is doing. Similarly, because it's that good versus optimal, or because the popularity is there, and now we're inviting both counters to it, but also more people are playing it because it did well. You have a lot more human error and player error and things like that. That being said, very cool to see that 55% on Zark9. But honestly, what surprises me the most is this Executor Celebi EX that has a 59% win rate right now. We'll see if it continues throughout the tournament. So yeah. I mean, let's check out a little bit what the list is here. I mean, we do have 57 people playing it, so the list can definitely go back and forth a bit. However, we can get a good idea of what some of these different players are prioritizing, what they think is really important, and go from there. So let's check that out a little bit. So we are seeing basically all of them are running 2 Executor EXs, which is that old one that does do a coin flip. It does a base of 40 damage, and then when you flip the coin heads or tails, you decide if it'll be an additional 40, which can be anywhere from 40 to 80 damage. And that is for 1 energy. Everyone is running those 2 Celebi EXs. And then some of them are choosing to cut out Servines, Superiors. We are seeing 1.82. That means essentially, 80% of the decks are running 2 of them, 20% are not. And in some cases, actually cutting down on Snivies, which is more popular, it looks like, than cutting down on those different Superior Servines. You could have 1 Snivy to decrease the chance of running into a Pokeball, still being able to find it, and then having those higher numbers on Servine or Superior to make sure that you're then able to find those evolutions, even though otherwise you might not be able to. So we are also seeing that old execute as well, which is 30 plus 30, similar to that 40 plus 40. Executor EX is really, really popular. And then some people are deciding to run the new execute as well. Wait, no, that's the baby. This is the baby one, guys. Baby one. I saw it. I saw it. So we are deciding to run that baby execute, the old one, which is 1 energy to, I think, attack for 10. And then so we are deciding to run that new execute that helps power up energies as well. But no executors from the new set in this list thus far. We are seeing some people decide to run Drudagon, which is a tank. And we are seeing a very small percent running a 1-1-1 line of Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur. A very small percent deciding to add in Mew EX. Another small percent adding in that Pinsir EX. So very interesting to see. Then we also have that 2 Research, 2 Pokeball, that 1.9 Erica. So most people are running 2 Ericas in this list, but there are a couple deciding that being able to heal for 50 health isn't that important. There are a couple people in there. I think that's what, 2, 4, around 4 or 5 players decided to cut out that Erica and just run 1 Erica. We do have some 1 to 2x speeds. We're having 1 Sabrina and 1 player decide to run 2 Sabrinas. We have a fourth of the players running about 1 leaf, about a fourth, a little bit less than a fourth, running a potion. And then 1 player deciding to add in a Giovanni, a player deciding to add in red card as well. So we'll have to see how this deck shapes up. Does it actually make it into the top 32? Where last week it didn't at all. So we'll have to check it out as it continues. As we get further into the tournament, we'll have to check out the different lists of Celebies, where Celebies falling in the standings, and things like that. It'll be very cool to see. Let's see. So let's see. Okay. So let's check out some of those other interesting decks that we wanted to see as well. We had that 59% Executor EX, Celebi EX, absolutely insane to see. It is a 55%, obviously, with that Charizard EX, Arcanine EX. We can see how that list has decided to grow as well. We're seeing some people are deciding to run a Rapidash and Ponyta on their list. A couple people are adding in a second Growlithe, for the original list only ran 1. A couple people are actually cutting down on their Charmanders, bringing them down to 1, though not many. And then some people are deciding to cut down to 1 Moltres, 1 Arcanine, 1 Charizard, 1 Charmeleon, but obviously that is a very limited number. So let's see. Let's see. Then obviously we are seeing those, obviously always 2 Professor's Research, always 2 Pokeballs. Some people are cutting down on that 2x speed as well and adding in a Leaf. We are seeing in some cases 2 Sabrinas. A couple people are keeping in that red card. A couple people have kept in a potion, but there's a number or a handful that's actually taken out that potion. Handful have put in a Giovanni. 1 or 2 have put in Blaine. 1 or 2 have added in Mythical Slab, which doesn't really make sense in this case. Not really sure how that plays in, since we don't even see a Mew EX in any of these lists. And we are also seeing in some cases blue up here, which is really interesting to me as well. So we'll have to see how that continues to shape up. We are seeing a 73% win rate for the Aerodactyl EX and Farfetch'd. We can check out how some of those lists are running. 2 Marshadow, 2 Farfetch'd. Interesting to see 2 Marshadow, but I haven't looked at this list too closely. We have most people running 2 Aerodactyls, most people running 2 Hitmonlee, and then a couple people adding in, I think it might be one Hitmonchan, which very interesting, very interesting. I'm not actually even sure what Hitmonchan does currently. We are now also running obviously 2 Sabrina, 2 Research, 2 Old Amber for that Aerodactyl, 2 Pokeballs, 2 X Speed, and then we come into some of those different decisions in that deck list. Most people are running 1 Giovanni. A couple people are running 2 though. Some people are running Potion. A couple people are running Leaf. It looks like 2 people running Leaf, 2 people running Red Card out of 13, and then 1 person is deciding to play that blue. Hitmonchan just 30 to the active. Interesting. Okay. So very, very interesting to see how it goes. We have about 2 minutes left in the round, guys, and then we'll be able to get into round 4 and go from there. But we'll have to see how the game develops out. So give us a second here, guys. I'm going to bring up the metagame, just make sure everything is going well in the judges so we can get into that next round very quickly here. So one moment while we get set up. We can check out another list as well while we did check out that Mew EX Greninja earlier. Why don't we check out Pikachu Electrode? Wait, what is the Executor EX in Superior? So Executor EX in Superior is very rarely even running Celebi. What in the world? Very cool to see as well. We'll have to see how that goes, but interesting. I really like seeing different decks like this, though, in all honesty. I love when some funky decks are doing very well. We are seeing 2 Servine, mostly 2 Superior. I'm interested why we're running 2 Servines, but not always 2 Superior. I'm assuming that could be because they didn't have it. And then most people are running 2 Snivies, but there's a handful, about a fourth of players who are only running 1. Then we are seeing a number of that old Execute, a number of that old Executor, some of that new Executor as well being run as a one of Celebi, a one of that baby new Execute, and then sometimes we're using the old Executor as well as Chatot. Some people are not even using 2 Pokeball. There's mostly 2 Ericas. Some people are deciding to use 2 Sabrinas, but most people are using 1. Most people are deciding to use an X-Speed. Most people are deciding to add in that Leaf. And then a couple people have added in Red Card and Giovanni as well. Very interesting to see. We are waiting about, we have about, just past. So let me go check with our judges here. Okay. Well, yeah. Looks like we're going to go on and get into our next match now, guys. Very quick. Huge shout out to the judges for running such a smooth ship. So let's see. Okay, so we're gonna, looks like we can go and get in that next match, guys, and we will pair that next round. So round 4 is officially out, and we can see how those decks are shaping up even further into that tournament. We have a 63% win rate on that Aerodactyl Primate. My gosh, we'll have to, absolutely insane show out by the Primate, but very cool to see. Very exciting to see how this deck continues to do. I wonder if we're going to see it in our top 32. I would love to, honestly. So we'll have to see. One second, guys. We are gonna be just letting our players get set up now. So hopefully they just need a moment here. And we will be able to find us a game to watch. I'm very excited to see what we have in this round, what we get to watch, which will be super, super, super exciting. So let's see. Okay. Let me just bring up our next match here and we can get into that game. So one moment. So I'm just finding it's a good game here, guys. Give me 1 second here and get into it. Let's mirror match. K9 Moltres versus, we can do a Marowak. Why don't we do another Marowak Aerodactyl and go from there. We can bring that one up again. It is going to be Ron's TCG versus Oreo Speedrunner. They're obviously 0-0 right now, and our players are 2-1 in the tournament. Should be in contention still for day 2. So let's bring that up. We are going to be in round 4 now, which is going to be super, super exciting. So excited for us to get to see how this tournament shapes up today. So, runner into the correct spot. Okay, so we are round 4 right now. We are round 4 right now. Sorry, just updating our different names here. We're officially round 4 in the tournament. Okay, so let's watch our game here. It is an Arcanine EX with Mew EX and Moltres EX versus Ron's, who's running that Aerodactyl and Marowak EX here. Ron's does have his Aerodactyl fully set up on the bench and his little Cubone in the active spot here with no energy on him. Meanwhile, Oreo Speedruns is trying to set up that Arcanine using Inferno Dance to get more energies onto his bench mons. That's going to be 2 energies put back, putting his Growlithe up to 3 energies, and that second Moltres up to 2, which is definitely a start. Now we just need to find that Arcanine EX. Now we just have to find that Arcanine EX. So let's see. Okay. This Aerodactyl can start putting some pressure here on that Moltres. That's going to put him to 60 health, which is going to force Oreo Speedrunner to find that Arcanine as fast as he can. If he doesn't find it fast enough, that means, which he does, that Moltres could immediately go down. But we're probably going to see a retreat here with an X speed. Is it going to be 2 X speeds to not lose any energy? Nope, only 1 X speed. Actually, back to the second Moltres, which can now have a third energy on it, and that's going to start swinging for 70, putting a similar type of pressure onto that Aerodactyl. Ron's is definitely going to want to start setting up his bench here, putting some more energy on that Cubone, some energy on that Marshadow, but we're going to dig deeper into our deck here to see exactly what we can find. We might want to get Hitmonlee on the bench, just in case some of these Moltreses do run with lower health. But for now, it looks like we're going to put energy on that Marshadow and potentially do damage into this Moltres. But this Aerodactyl is in range of a KO from Moltres. He's in range of a KO from that Arcanine. And it looks like he might just be giving up that Aerodactyl right now, since there's no second Pokemon set up on his bench to be able to swing here. Marowak does appear, but no energies on that Cubone means no Marowak to attack with. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Okay, Moltres is going to swing again. That's going to be a first 2 points for Oreo Speedrunner. Putting Ron's in definitely a bad spot. But this Marshadow can swing to KO. But that Arcanine can just return KO as well. Which could spell an end for Ron's here, since he didn't set up that Marowak earlier. That could very well be the end of the game, since even though we take 2 points, Speedrunner's just going to be able to KO. He's set up to do that, and that'll be a point 3. That'll probably send us to a game 2. That is going to be 2 points for Ron's, and then let's see what happens. Arcanine does get put into the active spot now. He can swing for 120, and that's going to be game. It's going to be going to game 2. Game 2. Okay, let's clean up this scoreboard, and we will let them get set up for that second game. Yeah, definitely a bit of a poor energy placement did lead to the end here. As we talk about sometimes, it's harder to see the game sometimes as the player than it is as the user or the watcher. But hopefully it only goes up from here. So let's see. Letting them get set up, guys, and then we will be able to watch our next. That's not what I want. Let's see. Okay. They are going to be getting into their next game now. We can go on and bring that up and see what happens. Okay, so that Moltres does go, we are going to be starting with that Cubone in the active spot here. Will Ron's get a little bit better set up this time is the main question. So let's see here. We're going to be looking for some of those other basics. We're going to be looking for that old Amber. We have a lot to search for on Ron's side, but he still has time to do it. That Moltres has not found, you know, we haven't found any of those Charmanders yet. We haven't found any of those Growliths just yet. There's still some time for those different Mons to appear. Okay. Okay, so we did go in and pass back to that Moltres who attaches, doesn't have any basics, and we are going to continue back to Ron's now, getting that Marowak set up, but no energies just yet on our Marowak, which is not a good spot to be in. We are going to be looking for some of those other basics very shortly. We need to find them if we want anything to follow up, but because Moltres is having such a bad game as well, it's not too big of a problem for Ron's not to be finding those basics just yet. Okay, and actually with 2 hits, that's going to be KO in a game 2 for Ron's TCG. My gosh, how quick sometimes that happens is kind of crazy. And we go directly into game 3 now. Directly into game 3. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to let them get set up, and we're going to get into our next game. Hopefully they're getting set into their game 3 here. Yeah, the Marowak art is so pretty. I absolutely love it. Very cool to see how some of these different decks look. And I mean, the arts are absolutely gorgeous in this game. I absolutely love that part about Pokemon Pocket. I love the arts a little bit too much in this game. So let's see. Happy holidays, guys. We are almost set up here and ready. So let's see what they decide to do. So one. Oop. Okay, so we are gonna go on and get ready again here, guys. We are going into game 3 now. Game 3. And we will be getting set up here. It does look like Oreo Speedrunner is going to be going first again. As they did game 1. They do start that Growlithe, which means they are going to be looking for a Moltres. They're still going to be looking potentially for a Mew EX here. Still a bit of a way to go. That being said, Moltres does appear after that research, but no way to retreat back. But we can attach energy this turn anyway. Not the biggest deal. We have an extra turn to find an X speed to get our Growlithe back without wasting that hand attach. So Oreo's not in the worst spot here. Meanwhile, Ron's this time does go on and find that old Amber that he wasn't able to find last turn. Much better start for him as well, though, with obviously that those different mons. Let's see how it works out. We have a second Moltres come down for Speedrunner. That energy did attach to the old Amber, giving an idea that there may be an Aerodactyl, or at least not a Marowak in our hand. Okay, so Moltres is going to go on and swing now. That's going to be, 1, 2 energies that can go into that Growlithe. which is a pretty good startup for a Growlithe deck in general. 2 energies is just 1 shy of that attack they want to be doing, meaning they're going to be in a nice spot here as they get set up for the next for their next turn, which could be swinging with Arcanine if we have the retreat to do so. Let's see. Okay, so Moltres is going to dance again as he gets set up here. We do not have... let's see. Okay, so we do get another energy now for that Growlithe from that Inferno Dance. Meanwhile, Cubone gets its first energy. I wonder if we're going to see a retreat here back to that Aerodactyl that can start putting that pressure we talked about on to that Moltres EX. But if Sabrina's going to come down instead, we could potentially set other Moltres put into the active spot. We do. And that means that Aerodactyl is not going to have to worry as much about some of those different attacks from the Moltres EX. So we can swing for 80, put this Moltres EX back down to 10. Then we're going to force either a Leaf or to sacrifice an energy to retreat the Moltres in the active spot. The other Moltres would otherwise be able to attack, but Arcanine can if we have an X speed. Leaf comes down. That's going to be 120 damage then from that Arcanine. 70 damage from that other Moltres who will be able to attack for 70 here. Let's see. Yeah, so that's going to put some pressure on Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl can return with 80, but if we don't have a potion, which I'm not sure we do in this deck, then Aerodactyl would get return KO'd by that Moltres EX. And by return, I'm just being KO'd because nobody's been KO'd yet. So let's see. Okay, Old Amber does come into play with that Aerodactyl. So a second Aerodactyl could be in the future of this game. But honestly, this Cubone is what's set up, which means we probably want to be finding that Marowak. Yeah, so this Moltres will be able to swing, as we mentioned, for 70 here. Knock out that Aerodactyl. That's going to be 2 points for Oreo now, who is up. I mean, they're both 1 and 1. Cubone gets promoted. Do we have Marowak? Oh, Marowak appears in hand. Exactly what Ron wanted. All Ron needs is 1 heads to knock out this Moltres, giving him 2 points. And Marowak can't be returned KO'd by that Arcanine. That being said, this Old Amber is really... You know, you don't want that just sitting on the bench here. We probably want to discard that to protect against a Sabrina. But nope, a second Aerodactyl actually gets made. Also safe from an Arcanine 1-hit KO. But we're going to want to start powering up that Aerodactyl as well. Okay, so do we have it? Oh, no knockout onto the Moltres. And the Moltres is only 1 energy shy of being able to retreat for free. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, second energy is attached to the Moltres. They'll be able to retreat here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's to the Arcanine. Nope, to the other Moltres. Okay. Who will be able to swing for 70 here. But instead, we're going to see a Sabrina. I don't really know if I believe in Sabrina. I'm going to really quickly check to see exactly how many Sabrinas Oreo is using here. So Oreo is running 2 Sabrina. I don't think they've used one yet. So I mean, I guess next, if they have a second Sabrina in hand, this could definitely be a bad spot for the for that Aerodactyl who's at 70 health. But with 0 energy on the Aerodactyl just yet, that wasn't the risk. We are instead, though, going to see that coin flip. 1 is all that's needed to knock out here. And instead we get that 160. Exactly average number of coin flips now. Exactly the average number of coin flips. So, not unlucky at all. But that's going to be 2 points for that Marowak. I'm going to put that 2 points on for that Ron. But if we see a second 2 coin flips, 2 heads, and Oreo doesn't have a second Sabrina, it's be a problem. Second Sabrina is in hand, though, exactly kind of like how they were playing. And that's going to be a game 3 for Oreo Speedrunner, who is going to be taking that round. Let me quickly see, guys. I'm going to find us another match to watch now. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. Okay. Let me quickly see if I can find us a stream, guys. Let me just quickly. That one's done. They always finish so quickly. Okay, so this one does look like it could still be live. I'm going to quickly try to bring it up for us to watch. But yeah, give me a second here. They're very early in their match as well. It looks like, I don't know if they're in game 3, oh, wrong one. Where'd it go? Oh, there you go. Okay, so it is. Bring up the player name so I can get them correctly put in. I'll go in and bring it over so you guys can watch as well. I try to fix stuff. It is Thermato Twitch versus Zelo. Have a great year, Rons. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for playing in the tournament, buddy. Okay. So we're currently at 0-0 in this game. Almost done setting it up here. Okay, so this is going to be our round here, guys. Yeah, so they're currently 1-1 in the tournament. Not tournament, the round. So, and they are both 3-0 right now. So they're competing to be undefeated. It is Pikachu versus that Charizard, Zarkanine? That's Zarkanine. It's the very, very vanilla Zarkanine list that won the original tournament. We are going to see a retreat back to this Moltres EX, who's now going to swing for 70. Not going to be able to swing for 70. So let's see here. That's going to be 70 onto this Pikachu, who can do 110, but we're going to want to find a potion if that's going to be the case. Okay. We are at 50 health here on Pikachu. That we never need 2 potions if there's any chance of this Pikachu surviving next turn. But instead, the Sabrina is going to pull up the other Moltres, who can be KO'd here, but Pikachu is going to be return KO'd as well. So. Okay. Let's see. That's going to be 110 now into that Moltres. Giving Goody those first 2 points. I mean, Terremoto, those first 2 points here. So. Let's see. That is going to be another 2 points for Zilo as well, who can return KO that Pikachu. But the question is going to be, how do we come back? We do have a Pikachu that is going to be able to be attached to have that 2 energy. We'll start able to swing for, I mean, 110 if we can find another basic. That's going to be an evolution. But do we have the last basic? Let's see. It doesn't look like it. Instead, we're retreating back. It looks to Raichu. Could we have enough energies for Lieutenant Surge? We do have Lieutenant Surge. That is going to be 3 energies now into Raichu. And that's going to be a KO, giving Terremoto that last game he needed to win that round. That means Terremoto is going to be 4-0 in the tournament here. We have about 100 games left to complete. So let's find us another match. Let's see. Seeing a lot of fighting right now in some of those top games that are streaming, which is kind of crazy, but very cool. Very cool at the same time. Okay. Okay, so we do have a player who is still streaming their games. I'm going to quickly see how far they are in. Over to here. His name is DK Morgul versus Bastilivs. That is going to be here. But I'm pretty sure that that Gyarados is just going to be able to swing back and take its 3rd point, which is all DK Morgul is going to need to win here. I'm not sure how many points our player is running. Bastilivs, we'll have to see. I'm just going to check really quick if we are in game 1 or game 2. They're in game 3 here, guys. So that does seem like this is going to be a game when Gyarados swings back. Not going to be really any response. I mean, that's going to be also 3rd point, ending that last game. And we will find us another match to watch as well. No. You have to call judge. Call judge. Call a judge. Let me find us another match, guys. So 1 second. Okay. Okay, so it does look like I can find us 1 more, guys. They are in game 3. I'm going to quickly see how far they're into their match. They have their matchup set up very funnily. We'll see if we can go in and get into it here. It is that Pikachu versus Arcanine. I'm going to quickly hop us over to it. Oh, but they concede. So we win. That's our game 3. Okay, I have no more games for you guys. Yeah, please just call a judge. Please just call a judge if that happens. Please just call a judge. So I'm pretty sure that's all of our matches that are streamed. Let me just double check, but it's a tie in game, but in the tournament, you have to put it in differently. So I would recommend just calling a judge. Maybe I have one more. We have what looks like one more. Maybe? Maybe? It is Mewtwo versus Golem. It is AZ7 team versus Oculus 6. Occultus 6, my bad. Okay. And I think I can't see how many points AZ has, but our opponent does only have 1 point. I'm gonna put our player at 0 until we find out. But this is gonna be a Mewtwo EX versus AZ, and we'll see how it plays. But we are gonna have 30 more damage from that Kirlia. It would be 50 with type advantage, so a potion would not really have helped. That is going to be 0.2 for Oculus, and we are finally going to have Golem put into the game, ready to battle. So we have a Brock here. We could start powering up that Graveler as well in the bench if we wanted to Brock. And we can swing for 120, making our health effectively 190, which is going to be really nice for the player here. Okay, that's going to be 120. That is going to be how many points, though? I'm not really sure how many points are at. Yep, that's going to be our first point for AZ team here. So, let's see. Let's see. Okay, so that's me 5 energies now onto that Mewtwo EX, really getting it powered up. That is gonna be though. Pass back, no damage. They just retreat back to this Mew EX, which doesn't seem good because now we can just attack for 130 and win. That is gonna put A7 at that at enough to KO the Mew EX. Yeah, I'm not really sure why they retreated back to Mew EX, but okay. Give me 1 second here, guys. Give me 1 second. One second here. I'm just getting something done real quick for the stream. We should be able to, I mean, let's check. We can check out some of those decks in a second here. Because we should not have any other games to watch, sadly, even though it does seem like very early not having games to watch. We have only about 10 left to go, though. We are round 4, which does mean, you know, people are getting used to playing in the tournament, things like that. 1 second here, guys. One second. Where did it go? Oh. One moment. Okay, so we can take a look at some of those decks that are doing well. Obviously, we can only see up to game around 3. So give me a moment here. I gotta do something to turn real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Okay, 1 second. Oh, I'm an idiot. One second. Yeah, I mean, it's really, I love watching some of these different decks. They do such a great job. And I absolutely love seeing what ends up winning these different tournaments, because there is a lot in the line. I mean, it's obviously, it's 400 USD for the tournament, but it's really cool to see if they'll draw exactly what they need, if they'll get all the cards that they want, and how the game plays out. I absolutely love seeing it, so I'm glad you guys are enjoying it as well. Oh my lord. One second, guys. I'm just doing something really quick for the tournament. One second. One moment here, guys. Give me 2 seconds while I finish this thing up real quick. So what decks are you guys interested in seeing today? And what decks do you guys want to try to watch in these upcoming rounds? Because we have a little bit left to go, obviously. So tell me, guys, what decks do you want to see? What decks do you think are really, are going to be interesting to watch? Give me what you guys want to watch. I don't know if we have an email medal. You're going to watch a Celebi deck. I think Celebi would be a lot of fun, honestly. So I'm totally down for that. I think Celebi would be fun to watch. I'm really interested in seeing how obviously Celebi does, but how that Celebi Executor does as well. Like, it was, what, 60% win rate for a second there? I'm really, really excited to see how that continues to work. Like, is that the answer? Like, is that the answer for Celebi, that they just needed to add an Executor and that was everything? You know, like... That seems... Yeah, I mean... We gotta watch any Gyarados? Gyarados is obviously very popular. It obviously has not done as well this tournament as it did last tournament, which means it has been a little bit harder to find to watch. But we can definitely find some Gyarados. I would definitely be interested in watching Gyarados, see how players are using the deck this week, and things like that. Always interesting to see how these tournaments, you know, how with the popularity rising, how did the decks get played? Because I mean, we did talk about this a little bit earlier, but as more people play it, you enter more player error, a lot of different problems. I mean, maybe it's not the optimal list. Maybe players don't know how to use the list correctly. So a lot of different things come in at that stage. 1 second. One second, guys. We're almost done with what I'm working on over here. And then we will get into our we have a couple minutes until our next round. So give me a moment here, guys. But 1 second. I'm almost done with my thing, guys. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm just doing something really quick for the tournament. I can't believe Gyarados fell off after 1 week. Rip in pieces. King Pikachu reigns again. Yeah, I think that as we see more play for Gyarados, though, we might see it increase as well again. Just because, obviously, getting to use it more will mean people get more familiar with the deck. I think a lot of people right now could be misusing it without even meaning to, right? And so as we get more play with the deck, as more people use the deck, we can see, you know, what is the correct way to play it. Like, we don't know yet. So I would be really interested in seeing how it continues to be figured out here. But I'm really interested, you know. Ooh. Oh no. 1 second. Yes, I know. One second here, guys. Okay, how is it going so far in the tournament? The tournament's going super well. Super excited to see how it's doing. I have a bit of a problem. Great. Let me just Give me 1 second. You expected Golem to fall off a bit. Honestly, I could kind of see that. I could see that guess as well. But it's done really well thus far, which is really exciting to me personally. So we'll have to see how it continues to do. But I think it's really interesting to see that it's continued to do so well this tournament. So give me 1 second. Sorry guys, I'm just working on a really quick thing for the tournament. You knew there'd be a higher play rate, but it's held up better than expected at least. I think people have rode off grass a bit too early. Grass has done really well this tournament. So let's see real quick. Okay, the round has ended. Let me just double check with let's see. Okay. Yeah, it's doing insane. The Executor Superior list is holding up so well right now. I was very surprised to see how well it's doing. It's like over 60%. Absolutely crazy to see. We'll have to see. I would love to see it in top 32. Obviously, we saw no Celebi last week. So let's see. Oh my god. One more beat, but guys, there we go. Okay. We're waiting on one last thing, guys. Okay. We are just waiting for a judge call to finish, guys. And then we will be able to get into this next round, which is going to be so exciting. Very hyped to see how it goes. And Asclepius is a bit weak and gimmicky in my opinion. It had a good, yeah. I think that we're really seeing just how, I mean, you know, angled into Mewtwo EX that deck was for it to do so poorly today. We can look at the metagame a little bit, but I mean, we're still having that we have 61% with that Aerodactyl. We are seeing 67% down here with that Executor EX Superior, and a 55% with that Executor EX, and sell a BEX, which is really, really interesting to see. We are... but yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And then obviously Gyarados has not held up as well this week. Mewtwo EX also did poorly last week as well. Let's see. Let's see. We're waiting on our last bit of that tournament here to finish up, guys. We have a couple more judge calls. We have a day 2 in this tournament, so we will be starting very, very shortly. But we are waiting for a couple judge calls to finish up here, guys. That being said, I am going to do... I'm posting if you guys want to check it out, a tweet about our meta for today. If you guys could check out the tweet. We are just waiting for that next round to get our last couple judge calls to finish up, and then we can get into that next round here. So hopefully we'll be able to get started very shortly. Fingers crossed very soon. And then we can get... Round 5 has not started. We are still waiting for a couple judge calls to finish up. We are waiting for a couple more judge calls to finish, and then we'll be able to get into our next round here. We are just waiting for those to complete, and then we can get going. So fingers crossed will be in round 5 very shortly. So let's check out some of those deck lists, guys. Why don't we check out that Pikachu Zebstrika list and what people are doing with Pikachu Zebstrika? Because a lot of people use it as a counter into that Gyarados that we really expected, in my opinion, to be a little bit stronger this week than it is. And in my opinion, it could be because of those Pikachu Zebstrikas that are there to counter them. So let's check out and see what different decks people are running. Let me just quickly edit... yeah, I couldn't add a lot of people while we're streaming, but yeah, I added like the top 6 big groups. So you can just see that means, though, just how diverse the meta is this week. That being said, let's check out this list. And as you can see, Pikachu Zebstrika is not a very agreed on list just yet. We are obviously... All of these lists are obviously running that 2-2 line of that Blitzel and Zebstrika here. We are also running 2 Pikachu. Then most of these players are running Zapdos. But there's a good percentage that aren't running 2 and are only choosing to run 1. About 26%. That would be what? Almost 75 players are saying, I only want one Zapdos EX. While a lot of the others are choosing to run 2. Meanwhile, there's a number of players also playing that Dedenne for that stun. That 1 energy stun is absolutely insane. So happy to see exactly, you know, people are deciding to pick up that new Pokemon. He has much lower health. He only attacks for 10. But that's honestly all that matters, right? As long as you can get off that attack and get the Paralyze going. Like, what else do you need in that case other than that Paralyze, which is really what Dedenne and even Pincurchin's job was? Then we are seeing almost 23% of players running that Electabuzz, which is able to bench snipe, very similar to Zebstrika and Blitzel, this time for 40 instead of 30 health. We are also seeing some people running that Garvantula and Joltik that works very similar to the Arbok. Let me just really quick here, guys. We are officially starting round 5. Round 5 is officially up. I'm going to talk a little bit more through this list while people get started into their games here. That being said, some players are also still deciding to run Pincurchin, which I think is very interesting. Obviously, it takes 2 energies instead of that 1 that Dedenne takes. About 5% of players, which is only 15. Could be because they don't have Dedenne just yet. But obviously, most players are deciding to run the Dedenne. Then some people are deciding to add in a baby Pikachu and a Raichu into this list. Some 1% is running that Mew EX. We're seeing some of those baby Zapdoses that can paralyze. We're even seeing Greninja in some of those decks. There's a lot of variety here. And with that, we are probably going to be getting into that next round. It'll be very shortly here, and we can get into the next match. So let me just really quickly here find us another match to watch. So give me 1 second. Let's see who we can find. I know we were talking about watching a Gyarados, so let me see if I can get us a Gyarados game, guys. I guess we haven't really watched too many of those, but I really do. I think it's an interesting game plan, that those different Gyarados. I do have a 4-0 here that we can watch. Yeah, so let's bring up this 4-0 Gyarados player. They are going to be running into a mirror match. But I think it'll be still a good match to watch. So let me just get that one up, and we will be able to get it started. Okay. We're going to be running against Fenrir versus Bruno Monkey. And obviously, they are at 0-0 right now. Bruno Monkey is streaming on Twitch. If anybody wants to check it out. We are going to quickly reset the scores. I'm going to be putting us onto round 5 here. And we'll get started. Bruno Monkey is definitely having some issues running into that Magikarp. But this problem seems to be shared by both sides here. We are at 2 Croakies on Bruno Monkey's side, and one Drudagon. Meanwhile, our opponent Fenrir is at 1 Froakie and 1 Drudagon. So let's see how that goes. Let's see how that goes here. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Not sure if that lost quality or not. So, let's see here. Okay. So, I mean, both Bruno Monkey and Fenrir do have the Drudagon in the active spot where they honestly want that Mon to be. It is a tank, but in a bit of a mirror match, you can end up getting stalled out here. That being said, Fenrir already does have their oh my god, Frogadier evolved 2 energies on it. They are going to be looking for that Greninja very shortly, but they really want to get that Magikarp going. Bruno Monkey on the other side finally finds that Magikarp. They're going to start being able to power up that little water fish and hopefully evolving it into a Gyarados very shortly. It is it can be a bit difficult of a matchup when you can't find your attacker, but also, when you're having troubles finding that basic Mon, you often have time to draw into that evolution that you're going to end up wanting to face. So we'll have to see if Fenrir does find a way of sniping this Magikarp. Sadly, with a Greninja here, that that ability on Greninja is going to be able to go on and put 20 damage on Magikarp, potentially 40, and going on and KOing that Magikarp if we don't see a Gyarados by next turn. That means Bruno Monkey is on a clock unless they have a potion, but a research can really help them find it. They don't need to have that Gyarados powered up just yet, but having an evolution mon will keep that Magikarp safe from being KO'd by the ability from Greninja. We do find that Gyarados, which is exactly what Bruno Monkey wants here. They do still need 3 more energies, 2 more energies after this turn to start swinging, but without Fenrir having a Magikarp, we're definitely in a much better spot than our opponent. Let's see. Fenrir does finally find that fish. They definitely want to have already had Frogadier here so they could just snipe the little Magikarp. This Misty could be a bit of a problem if we hit heads. Like, that'll jumpstart Magikarp 2-3. Oh my gosh, we already have enough to swing if we were a Gyarados. Oof. I do think, though, that this mirror match is a little bit more complicated than just putting that Gyarados out and start attacking. I think it could be pretty similar to that Charizard, where Charizard can do so much damage and start knocking out their opponents. But when you're Charizard versus Charizard, you want to be the last person to put out your Charizard so that you can get that last KO. So essentially you would want to knock with Moltres, get some of those different, get a point or 2 points before you bring out Charizard to finish off the game. There's a huge problem though here with that Gyarados list, where Gyarados doesn't really have a secondary attacker to be able to swing with. We don't run fire for that Druddigon. We do have Greninja to swing and get our first point with, but there's also so many one-pointers in this deck that we can swap back to another one-point Pokemon. It's not only that Moltres that gets knocked out. In Charizard, everything but probably one Pokemon, like an uninvolved Charmander, is going to be a two-pointer, meaning you knock it out, you bring out Charizard, you win. But in this case, you probably knock out a Druddigon, you probably knock out a Greninja, and then try to knock out that Gyarados. So I'm not 100% sure how it's going to work out. We definitely haven't set up a Froakie into a Greninja on Bruno Monkey's side. Fenrir has that Greninja. He has that powered up Gyarados. So actually we are going to go on and just see that Gyarados here into that Druddigon that is going to put Gyarados at 160 health. Next turn, Bruno Monkey's Gyarados can swing, right? But he doesn't have someone to bring that Gyarados into knockout range, which is going to be a huge problem here. We could put up a Froakie and swing for what, 10? Doesn't feel great though. We really want a Frogadier if possible. That would swing for 30. I'm going to guess we're not having a Frogadier, though, from that draw. I'm assuming we would have already evolved our Frogadier up. So I think max we're going to be able to do here is 10, and this could be game 1 for Fenrir. Yeah, I see us looking at the concede button. Looks like Fenrir is having the same thought that I'm having, and they are going to let them get into their game 2. I'm going to assume he's going to bring up something to cover his screen since he is streaming it on Twitch. Let's see. Okay, he's not actually covering it up, but we are going to go into that next game, it looks like. Hopefully that's his correct opponent. Hopefully that's his correct opponent. Okay. So this time Bruno Monkey does start with that Magikarp. That does tell me he doesn't have a Froakie in hand. He doesn't have a Druddigon. But luckily, this Magikarp attack allows him to retreat back to the bench. So if Bruno Monkey has a research, if he has Pokeballs, he can keep his Pokemon safe here. that Magikarp doesn't, have any risk. Similarly, in this matchup, you're not really expecting any early damage. This Druddigon can't attack. There's no fire energy in his deck. That Froakie could swing for 10. It's going to take 3 turns. I mean, there is no Froakie, but if there was a Froakie, could swing for 10. Would take a lot of turns to do that. So Magikarp's pretty safe in that active spot, which is why Bruno is debating, do I put this Misty on the active spot, Magikarp, instead of the bench one? But we are instead going to see that Misty tells, so no energy here, onto the Benchmon. And we are going to pass over. Fenrir has the Tanky exactly once. He is in such a secure position here, especially with 0 tells Misty. But he is going to need to find that Magikarp. He's going to want to find that Froakie. Will he have it, though? We have a Pokeball. That could be a Magikarp. But with this list, it's a 40% chance that it's Magikarp. Second Pokeball, either got a Magikarp last turn or it's a 50% chance he hits Magikarp with that Pokeball. Not a great spot to be in. We do have a Magikarp, though. We do have a Froakie as well, which makes this board diverse and exactly what he wants it to be. He's going to be looking for that Frogadier next turn, that Gyarados, and go from there. Bruno Monkey is not happy with his draw, it looks like. We're going to go in and attach, start powering up that Magikarp. Obviously, he does want more energies. He wants a second Misty. He does have that Gyarados, though, here, which makes it pretty safe on the bench. Makes it pretty safe on the bench. Let's see. Okay, it's a second energy for Gyarados. Still no Gyarados on Fenrir's side. We still don't have a Froakie. We don't have a Druddigon. Not a great spot to be in. Let's see. Third energy on that Magikarp. Very happy for Bruno Monkey. And Fenrir is going to want to find... the Frogadier is going to want to find that Gyarados very soon. But with 2 Druddigons up, we have like 2 to 3 turns before we actually need to have Gyarados because... Or not Gyarados. Yeah, Gyarados. And we never actually need Greninja. Because both those Druddigons are here, the attack into the Druddigon will put that 40 damage on the Gyarados that's needed to put him in a range of getting knocked out by the opponent's Gyarados. So with the 2 Druddigon, not super important to have that Greninja. Meanwhile, on Bruno Monkey's side, we don't have a single Druddigon, meaning we're going to need two Greninja snipes into a Gyarados to be able to 1-hit KO it. Or have to 2-hit KO that Gyarados as well. Okay. We are going to go on and swing into Druddigon. That's going to be a 0.1 for Bruno Monkey in their second game now. Will Fenrir have his Gyarados in time, though? That's going to be a huge question here, because that's already 20 damage. He's got it in hand. I'm just saying it right now. He's got it in hand. Maybe he could use his attack to flip on back. Not the biggest deal, I guess. With his attack, admittedly, Magikarp can just go in and jump backwards. But I don't think I would risk it regardless. It's very scary to me. Another Froakie. Oh, and Gyarados is going to appear. And this Gyarados, he's going to survive 1 hit, but it's not like Bruno Monkey's Gyarados is going to be able to deal with this in long term because he's just going to get KO'd that next turn. Where's our Frogadier? Where is our Greninja? I don't know. Not sure here. Hmm. We need two attacks from this Greninja on Bruno Monkey's side to knock out the Gyarados. And if Fenrir has a Greninja, he can go in and snipe that that Gyarados, force up a 1-point attacker here, and KO it with that Gyarados in the active spot here. Maybe if we can KO the energy on our opponent's Gyarados, we aren't in as bad of a spot. But what it gets, but it just takes off ourselves. If only it had actually hit our opponent's Gyarados, we would be in a much better spot here. This is gonna be game though, and that's gonna be game 2 for Fenrir, ending this round's game. So let me see here what we can find next to watch. They were both 4-0 here, meaning one is now 5-0. Very cool to see. 1 second. Let me find the second stream. I am going to bring up, I think, a Starmie Gyarados next. Let me just quickly see what game they're in. Yeah, so they're currently up 1. I'm just going to pop it up since he has his... I know Cronus has his hand covered, so I didn't feel too bad doing that. We're going to hop into our next game here, guys. This is going to be Kronos versus Matthias. They're currently in game 2. And they are 0-0 in game 2. So I'm just getting that up here. And we can watch a different variation of Gyarados. That being said, these two decks are completely different. They play completely different. So this is a Starmie EX and Gyarados list where you attack first with Starmie and finish off with Gyarados. And this Starmie allows you to, this Vaporeon lets you move around energies. Meanwhile, though, Gyarados, the other list we just watched, Gyarados is obviously that main attacker using that Druddigon and the Greninja to get their opponent's Pokemon into a one-hit KO range. Kronos' deck is not going to work that same way. So let's see how it plays out here. We do have a Mew EX fully powered up in the active spot for Matthias, meaning it can KO this Vaporeon here, who, doing 60 damage, but Kronos doesn't really have a Pokemon that can one-hit KO back. Not a great spot to be in right now. Not a great spot to be in right now for Kronos. He doesn't have a real attacker. He does have Vaporeon, but not too much else. Meanwhile, this Mewtwo EX is going to be swinging for 150 next turn. If we had a Gyarados, we'd be in a much better spot here, but it doesn't seem to be the case. That is going to be 0.1 for Matthias. We do have a Starmie up here. With that that Vaporeon's ability, we could see 90 damage into this Mewtwo, putting him in range of a KO from a Vaporeon. But let's see. Does look like we're trying to decide what to do. We are going to have a Sabrina come down. I don't know exactly what Mon gets moved up here. It could be that Mew EX. It does look like it's going to be that Mew EX that this Starmie is going to have to... Oh, we're going to go and concede. We're going to officially be going into game 3. Kronos does cover his matches up, so I would not have to cover that up while he gets set up. It's going to turn into I think it's like a Galaxy is what he has or something. So give us this moment as we get into our game 3 here. Our players will get all set up, and I'm really excited to see what they decide to do. let them get into their next matches. So give me a second here. Okay. So we are back into our next match now. Our next game, we're officially in game 3. Whoever wins this will be taking that round. We are playing that old Eevee with the full art from the Genetic Apex set. Interesting to note. But not too big of a deal. We could be evolving into Vaporeon next turn. We could see a Starmie come out shortly. We'll have to see how this plays out. Let's see. Okay. We are going to go on and see that research. We are going to be looking for a couple of those different cards. We're looking for some different basics, obviously. We're also looking, we do get that Magikarp finally, for some different evolutions like Vaporeon, Starmie EX, Gyarados EX. This time, though, we do go on and start with that Magikarp, which is probably what Kronos wanted last game, obviously. But we also do have Staryu come out, so those two attackers are going to be able to go on and get set up. We'll have to see how it plays out, though. Okay. We are going to have that mysterious slab come down. That's going to allow us to look for another psychic Pokemon that goes to your hand, or otherwise, if it's not a psychic Pokemon, gets put into the bottom of the deck. It does look like we're going to have a retreat back from that Kirlia now to this Mew X, who will be able to attack for 20. Not too much, but is going to start poking away at this Eevee. Let's see. Let's see. We're going to have a Misty now onto that. It looks like the Staryu. One. Oh, one energy. That is going to be an evolution into Starmie EX. If we have a hand, which is going to be all the energy he needs to attack shortly, we're going to see a retreat back with his hand attached, and that's going to be 90 damage now onto that Mew EX. Starting to put, starting to tap away at Mew EX's health. If we see a Gardevoir this turn from Matthias, we could potentially see a 90 return damage by that Mew EX, but that won't be enough to KO this Starmie EX, obviously. And Starmie EX can return that attack with its own again and finish off that Mew EX, getting Kronos 2 points here. I did forget to wipe that point 1, guys. Sorry about that. So they are 0 and 0 right now. That's going to be, 90 back into Starmie EX, but there's still a while to go. Starmie EX can KO here. That Gardevoir is not set up to attack next turn. It does take 3 energies, so it won't be ready. And I'm assuming we're going to see that Gyarados starting to get built up on the bench as well. Yep, we see that first energy on a Magikarp. Yep. And Gyarados does get evolved. We're going to go on and finish off that Mew EX and be waiting for that Gardevoir. So let's take 2 points for that Mew EX. Gardevoir cannot finish off that Starmie now. So let's see what happens. Hmm. Okay. So, yep, the Gardevoir is going to start being set up here. But this Sabrina is not even going to need that Gyarados on the bench. We're going to go on and see a KO onto that Ralts. And that's going to be the final point that Kronos needs to finish off this BO3 and take the win. Okay, that's going to be their game 3, guys. Let me see if I can find us another match to watch. Hmm. Let me just see if we have another one to stream here, guys. I'm trying to find us another game. Let's see. We have less than 100 matches left right now. Okay. Let me get this up because I don't have their hand covered. So I'm going to need a second. Make sure I have everything fixed up. We're going to be watching Mintom versus Kieran, which is a Pikachu versus a Golem. Okay. They are, ooh, is that game 3? Come on, don't be game 3. Oh, I think that was game 3. How sad. That's game 3. Okay, let me find us another game. Love when this happens. Sad. Let's see. Let's see about this one. Okay, maybe this one works. Maybe this one works. His name is Sold versus Big Mac. Over? I think we're 0-0 right now. Okay. And it is Pikachu versus Blaine with using that new Rapidash from the newest set. Let's see. Okay, so Big Mac is trying to decide. I do think we're at 0 points, guys. Sorry about that. We are trying to decide exactly who to attach these energies to. It does look we have a fully powered up Pikachu. We have that Zapdos in the active spot who is limping along right now. There's a Zapdos on that bench now with an energy on it, and a Dedenne who could paralyze at any time. I feel like Dedenne is such a crazy Pokemon for this Pikachu deck. It threatens a paralyze at any moment. You are, able to retreat back to Dedenne, attach for a turn, and go from there. So very interesting to see. Very interesting to see. We are gonna go on and see a retreat back to the Dedenne, but there's no energy attached to it. So I guess we're just sacrificing. We're just sacrificing the Dedenne. Oh. So let's see here. Okay. We get Sabrina. And we put back up that Zapdos with only 30 health on it. Okay. That's going to be heads. That's going to be, I mean, didn't even need heads to win here. I mean, knock out here. That's going to be 2 points for Sold here. They're on game 3. So whoever wins this one does finish off this match. We could swing with Pikachu, but we're going to put Dedenne back up. Let's see. Okay. Look, we're deciding where exactly put our energy. I mean, with the Giovanni, this Pikachu could swing for knockout if we retreat back to Pikachu. We could see this Dedenne trying to hold out, paralyze someone in the active spot. Oh, this is a Moltres list as well against Big Mac. I think this is really interesting. I'm not really sure why you run Moltres in this list, but they're 3-1, so they must know better than me with it. It must know better than me. So it does look. I would not want to put Dedenne into this Ponyta right now. Ponyta only needs a Rapidash to evolve, and that Paralyze would already just be wiped clean. Evolutions in Pokemon do clear out any type of status condition or effect on the card, or negative effect on the card, which means this Dedenne's Paralyzed, even if it hits heads, could just be nullified by some type of evolution. So let's see here. And it is going to be heads, but do they have the evolution? Do they have the evolution? So they did get the evolution. That Paralyzed no longer matters. All they need now is to KO the 60 health Dedenne. Not asking too much, that's for sure. We do see a Blaine here, so we're going to have an automatic KO. And that's going to be a win for Sold into that next round. We've got 30 matches left to conclude, guys. Let me see if we can find anything else here. But I think it might be fun as well to start looking at some of those different lists. We'll be able to see what lists are doing well, how our top group is shaping up. We are about halfway through the tournament right now. There's still a while to go, obviously, but very interesting to see. Very interesting to see. One second. Okay, let's see. Let's check out. Yeah, it looks like I can't find any streams that are still going. Give me 1 second here. So let's see. We are gonna go back to that meta breakdown, guys. Not meta breakdown, but let's check out those standings. Look at some of those lists. See what some cards are being used here. And we'll go from there. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's check it out. First off, we obviously have the Ursiiday. This one is running 2 Zapdos EX and a Dedenne. Very interesting to see. I do think it is the correct one over Pincurchin, in my opinion, but we'll have to see how it works out. We do have a Raichu that's doing fairly well, running 2 Electabuzz, 0 Zapdos, and Dedenne. So we have another one of Zepstricas. It does look to be very similar to Sabrina, 1 Giovanni. Let's check to see what Hands was running. 2 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni. So same exact list right here. We also are going to have a Mewtwo. We have that 1 Mew EX, 2 Mythical Slab, 1 X-Speed, 1 Leaf, 2 Pokeball, 1 Giovanni, 2 Sabrina, 2 Research. Then a Zarkanine that's doing well. This one is running 2 Growlithe instead of a potion, and 2 Leafs and 2 X-Speeds. Kind of crazy. But then we are seeing a Celebi EX and Superior here. 2 Executes, 2 Executors in this one. And that new Executor, which is really good into that mirror match for Celebi. We're going to see 2 Supervine, 2 Superior, 2 Snivy, and then 2 Research, 2 Pokeball, 2 Potion, and 2 Pokeball. So, very interesting. Okay. Let's see what else we have. We are going to see another Zebstrika. This one is running 2 Sabrina, 1 Leaf, and 1 Giovanni. This is with 1 Electabuzz, 1 Zapdos EX. Interesting. Very interesting. We'll have to see how that continues to shape up. That's an interesting one for sure. Let's see what else we have here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just quickly gonna drop some of those players that have been multiple rounds. I love Zebstrika, honestly. Such a cool card. But we can also check after that. It is that Gyarados Greninja list. This is that very common Gyarados Greninja list that we saw all of last week. We continue to see all week. It's a very, it's a defined list. A lot of people are running it. A couple people will swap out 1 or 2 cards and try to put in a Sabrina, try to put in some different mons like that. But overall, this list has been very consistent over the 2 weeks. Really interesting. It did really well last week, obviously, getting, 13 different Gyaradoses into that top 32 last week. So cool to see, but we'll have to see how it continues to go. We are seeing that Executor Celebi that has a much better win rate as well, compared to that normal Celebi EX and Superior. This one is running that 2 Executor EX and only 2 Executor EX. That is a tank. That only takes 1 energy from your attacker. He is 160 health. He can do anywhere from 40 to 80 damage. I personally like the additive damage coin flips. If you're going to have a coin flip, I would rather have it be, additive than multiplicative, meaning that I would rather have a base set of damage that I can do, and then instead of potentially only hitting 0 damage with either that Kangaskhan can hit 0, obviously Marowak can hit 0. Would much prefer to have these additive damage tanks than multiplicative. So let's go back to our lovely standings again. We can check out here. This one is actually running a 1-1 of Executor. All of the Celebi EX and Superiors that we're seeing still in that top cut actually are just running at least 1 Executor, which I think is really interesting to think. Like, the ones we've seen thus far are not staying away from running the Executor EX. It just has less in it. So the deck, the tournament is not recognizing it as that second variant of Celebi. So very cool to see, though. Let's see. And then our next one is, we're up here. It's another Executor with us. This one's only Executor with that 1 Celebi EX. I think this was also very interesting. using Celebi as like final damage that could hit really hard, but more so depending as well on that Executor to be your main attacker, take some of those first points, and decreases also obviously the chance of running into Celebi as your first Pokemon by only running one while running two of the Executors and two Snivies. You make it an 80% chance you don't start Celebi, which could be good, it looks like, since this deck is obviously doing just so well. I think it had like a 60% win rate. Maybe I'm mixing it up with something else, but very cool to see. Very cool to see. Oh, and one new one here. I'm like, my vision is being weird all of a sudden. It'll be fine. I'm just having a little bit of trouble. Let's see. Then we do have a Pidgeot EX deck as well here by Frigio. They're running two Pidgeot EXs, a Hitmonlee, a Marshadow, and a Meowth. That means they can run those fighting energies. Pidgeot EX is any color energy, so is Meowth, meaning you can run those fighting energies that Marshadow needs, that Hitmonlee needs. Really cool to see. I'd love to see how this deck did. They did end up losing to a Gyarados this round, but obviously they did beat a Gyarados earlier, two Gyaradoses earlier, so it's not like it's an auto loss into that matchup. It could be really interesting to see how this deck continues to perform as the tournament goes on. Really, really cool to see, though. Really cool to see. So, 1 second here. There's a Farfetch'd Hitmonlee. Oh no, I don't even want to see that. Don't even say that to me. I'm gonna check over pairings. We are about 3 minutes left. One match left to complete. Let's see. We do have Arcanine EX, Moltres EX, running Volcarona of all cards. Running Volcarona. Very cool. Volcarona discards energies similar to how Charizard does. I do think it's 2 discard, but you can attack, I think, anywhere on your opponent's board, but it could just be their bench. I believe 50 damage. So very interesting to see. Very interesting. It is that one Larvesta to not decrease too much the chances of hitting the mon you want to start with. But very cool. You are famous. Look at you, Sleepy Onion. You made it onto the stream. We are waiting for that last round to finish right now, guys. Anywhere for 80. Bro, why did I think it was 50? I think I still have that, anywhere for 80 is insane. But I think I still have that like, player-made card stuck in my head. Where it was like 50 with burn or something. I swear that card, like, will never leave my brain now. Yeah, there's like a fan-made card of Volcarona on the Reddit for a little bit, which I saw and I totally got so confused with. But let's check out that Farfetch'd Hitmonlee list. My gosh, it is gonna be that Farfetch'd, 2 Hitmonlee, 2 Marshadow list. They're running 2 Professor's Research, 2 Sabrina, 2 Giovanni, 2 Pokeball, 2 X-Speed, 2 Potion, 1 red card, and 1 hand scope. Not sure how I feel about the hand scope, guys. I'm not sure how I feel about the hand scope, but very cool, very cool. Very cool to see such an interesting deck. I'm gonna absolutely love to see how it continues to do in the tournament. We'll have to see, obviously, how it works out, but my gosh. My gosh. Let's see here. We are just waiting for this last match to finish up, guys. It does seem like they had a... I'm trying to figure out what took them, but I guess... We're just waiting for this last game to finish up. Very cool to see, though. We'll have to see how this continues to work out. Okay. Let's see. Any other interesting deck to check out? Let's see. We have about 17 seconds left to finish, so Shouldn't take too long here. Should not take too long. 6 seconds, guys. 6 seconds. And then we'll get into our next round. Okay, they finish in time. Okay. Dashboard, and we are gonna go on and pair our round 6. Round 6 is officially out, guys. Make sure that you go on and check your next round now. We officially have that round 6 out. We officially have a round 6 out. Oh, let's see. Okay. Let's find us our next game, guys. Any interest in the chat about what deck we watch next? Any interest in the chat? See what deck we watch next? Let's see. Okay, 1 second here, guys. We are gonna find us another match to watch. There's Executor Celebi that is 5-0 and just started streaming. So let's watch their game. I think that's who we should watch next. We're gonna let them get set up here, guys, and then we will get their game on stream to watch. Opponent's name is Eugen versus our player here, Raydor. Dorm. Okay. It is going to be immediately, obviously, just getting started up. So we're at 0-0, and it is going to be a Celebi. Oh my god, it's 2 Executor Celebis at each other, like fighting each other. So very interesting to see how this works out. We are officially in round 6 now. So let's check it out. Let's check it out. Let's see. We're round 6. And then we go. Round 6. Okay. Everything is updated. So let's check this out. Raydorm and Eugen are both running that Celebi EX and Executor EX lists. Obviously, both these players are starting them on. They do want to start, which is that Execute that could evolve into an Executor. It does evolve into an Executor here for Raydorm. If he hits ahead, this is already going to be the first KO, and that is going to be a KO. That's going to be a 0.1 here for Raydorm. Let's see. Okay, so Eugen is already got that Celebi set up now. It can do upwards of only 100 damage here, which, you know, isn't too much, but is enough to start doing damage. And we are going to hit both of those heads. That's going to be 100 damage into this Executor here. Not exactly what they want to start with, but I'm sure they're going to start setting up that Celebi on the bench now and go from there. Okay. So we are gonna see a Erica come down. This is gonna be pretty helpful for Raydorm. I do. There's a chance we are gonna see a superior here on our opponent's side for Ryujin, which could mean that this Celebi is gonna have 6 coin flips. But even then, they'll need to hit average for 6 coin flips to be 150 damage. Otherwise, even if it is 1 coin flip less than 3, we are going to see this Executor EX survive another turn. S Superior does arrive exactly like expected, and that's gonna be 6 coin flips that the Celebi is gonna get. So let's see. Okay, so that's going to be 2 points here with that knockout on to that Executor, putting Ryujin in a pretty firm lead now. We are only going to have 2 energies on the Celebi as well, which means we're not going to be able to KO the Celebi EX no matter what. So let's. Okay. Okay, a second Erica is going to appear on Eugen's side here. That's going to bring them back up to 80 health, meaning if the Celebi on the opponent's side does survive, it's going to be, you know, it's going to have to hit both heads to knock out and win here. Not what he wants, but he already doesn't have a great chance of winning. Oh, that's going to be enough to knock out that Celebi, and that's going to be game 1 for Eugen. So I'm going to cover up their game real quick, guys, and let them get set up here. Let's see. Okay, let them get set up into their second game. Let them get into that game here. Let's see. They have like a Minecraft going on their screen. Kind of funny. Okay. Okay, we're getting into game 2 now. Raydorm is definitely going to want to find that superior. They're going to want to get set up. But both Pokemon this time are setting up with no execute, which is going to be a little bit more difficult without a tank in the active spot to take care of this, take care of their Celebes. So let's see. Okay, so it does look like we're gonna have a Snivy at least on this time on this side for Ray. I meant to clear out those points. Sorry, guys. And Eugen also sets up with that Snivy as well. They do get a second Celebi, which they're powering up on the bench, and that execute on the bench as well. If your opponent doesn't check in, you don't need to do anything. They gave you the win, you're good to go. Unless your opponent shows up or has been talking. If your opponent's been talking, call a judge. So Let's see. We have a second Celebi for Radorm as well, and they go on and evolve to that Servine. Well, the question is going to be if he can get a Superior next turn, which will swing the game in his favor, similar to how it did for Eugen last game. So it's going to be 50 damage into the Celebi. If we don't see any, Erica this turn, then this Celebi is in a marker of only needing 2 heads to be able to be knocked out next game. Let's see. Okay. So we do get that execute here as well. Which is going to be pretty nice here. And we're going to go on and coin flip. We do get those extra coin flips since we do now have Superior. Exactly what Radorm wanted. 2 heads, but not enough to KO this Executor just yet. A bit of a bad spot to be in. Okay. Let's see. That Erica does appear. Which, I mean, helps bring that health back up for the Celebi. But, I mean, we still have, what was that? It was 80 damage come down onto Radorm Celebi, meaning the Celebi is definitely at risk. An opponent Celebi only needs 1 coin flip. It looks like we are going to have a second Erica that is going to put us back to 2 breakers and need 2 heads to be knocked out. But we still have a while to go. Both of these players are having a lot of fun playing Celebi, it looks like. We'll see how it plays out. Let's see. Okay. So we do want to coin flip here. That is only be 50 damage, though. That is so tragic here for Radorm, who is actually just powering up a Celebi on the bench. Probably the correct play, but it's still a bad spot to be in where you could be doing more coin flips, but we're not powering up that Mon. And we could get knocked out, honestly, by this Executor EX in the active spot. Okay, another 80 damage in the Celebi. It does survive like we expected. Will we see 2 heads come down for us to get the first 2 points? Or will Ryujin be able to Ryujin KO this turn? Okay, we are powering up that Celebi on the bench again here. Erica? Am I just oh, maybe they didn't use it last turn is what happened. I was very confused there. We are gonna see as coin flip here. 1. We need 2 to win. We get 3 heads now. That is gonna be enough to not win, but KO this Executor, and that's gonna be 2 points for Radorm now. Okay. So this Celebi that's been being powered up basically this entire game does get moved to the active spot. This is me 4 coin flips. He needs 2 to knock out. And then he's going to have to face off into a Celebi with 8 coin flips, which is a bit of bad odds for Ryujin next turn. Okay. So let's 1 heads. Not even enough to KO the Celebi in the active spot. Ouch. Where is our superior this turn? My gosh. They traded off who was getting superior, it does seem. So let's see here. Okay. It does look like we're going to go in and retreat back now to this powered up Celebi, who's going to be able to, as I said, 8 coin flips. Better than half odds to KO and win. And that's going to take game 2, 1, 2. Yep, that's all we really need. With that 80 health, that's all we need to take that win here. And we're going to be going to a game 3. So let me cover up their games again and let them get set up for their game 3 now. Okay, just letting them get set up. That it was only their second game, so we should be getting a game 3 here. Okay. We're going into game 3 now. So let's see how they do. This is going to decide who is 6-0 between these two. It is, to some extent, a battle of coin flips for sure. Battle of coin flips for sure. Let's see here. Or when I say the battle of the full art versus the normal arts. Okay. So Raydorm does go and have 1 energy, but there's no Snivy, there's no Execute to protect this Celebi. This is not the spot that they want to be in at all. At all. Okay. So that is going to be a second energy now on that Celebi as well. This is not a good spot to be in. I mean, we can go on and flip for 2 heads even, but if we get KO'd in return at any point, if we don't have another basic on the bench, that's going to be an immediate game loss because you have to have an active Mon in Pokemon to be able to continue your match, or you do lose. Let's see. We could go on and start powering up this Executor here, who is going to be able to flip for some damage. And that's going to be... Okay. I mean, it's going to be... What was that? My heads? I actually like sizzling. We're going to see... Let's see here. 1. Oh, only 1 heads into this Executor again, which means we're still not putting him even in the breakers for 2. And hopefully we'll be seeing how this game, I mean, but luckily we did have that Erica to put us back outside of KO from this Executor as well. Let's see. One moment here, guys. So we are going to have a Snivy as well now. This Celebi is not in a good spot, but I'm not sure hiding and running is the answer either. This Snivy could be 1-hit KO by that Executor. We went on and attacked though, and that's going to be 1-2 coin flips. That's enough to KO this Executor, but can we survive? Even one heads is going to be enough for Eugen to be able to take this game 3 and finish out the set. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. All he needs is one heads. I mean, it's only 3 coin flips. It's potential to go all tails. Is it real? Nope, it's not. I almost asked, is it realistic? It's not realistic, obviously. That's going to be a KO into that Celebi now. Sad. So, let's see. Ivy is up into the active, but, I mean, it's a little too late in my opinion. We're at 2 points on Eugen's side. Do we find another one to be able to, I mean, find any way of winning here? I'm not sure. We could avoid all but one heads and survive. But is that enough? I'm not sure. I really don't think so. Erica's going to come down. Putting him even out of range of that, like, one energy Celebi. A second Executor appears. That's going to be 4 coin flips that only one can go heads on. 33% chance, but owie. Oh, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the end of their matchup, guys. And that is going to be game 3 for Eugen. Okay. Give me 1 second here, guys. They were both undefeated. Yep, they were both undefeated. Give me 1 second. I'm going to bring us up a game to watch. I'm going to quickly get up for 2 seconds. Let's see if I can find us a match really quick to watch. It's about 130 games going still. Fingers crossed. It'll be super quick. Bring up this one real quick. Yeah, so I have a game I'm gonna set up for you guys. Oh, hi guys. I didn't realize I was still open over there. Let me just quickly put up our opponents' names here. And it'll be against Lead King. Oh, I actually have this mixed up. No! Bruno Monkey. They're currently 0-0. It does appear to be another mirror match. My gosh. Insane. That being said, it is the biggest meta share. So I guess it shouldn't be too surprising here. So 1 second. It is their game 3. I'm gonna let you guys watch it real quick. I'm gonna be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. Hello, guys. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. It does look like Led King already has that Gyarados fully set up here. That is, it looks like a 0.1 for Led King. Meanwhile, Bruno Monkey does have those 2 Greninjas, but where is his Gyarados? Where is the energy on his Magikarp? What's happening? What's happening? So it's going to be 0.1 here for our Gyarados player. It does look like we can swing for 60 here with our Greninja. 80, 100 actually. Could this still have a comeback? It looks like we might. Looks like we could still have a comeback. Let's see. Okay, so we are gonna swing here for that 60. My gosh. Okay. Gyarados probably needs to retreat here, but retreating's not a great play either. I mean, this other Greninja is already at 1 energy. He could swing for 60 next turn. We could see a Gyarados coming up soon on the other Magikarp, and Ledking's only at 1 point. Ledking is only at 1 point. Let's see. Okay. So this opponent is really having to decide here. Are we going to retreat? Do I hide? Like, if he hides, he now does survive 2 Greninja, abilities, but is that enough? Like, I'm not sure personally. But, Okay. So that is going to be 2 points for Ledking now, but I think this is where the game turns around, in my opinion. This Greninja is going to, we got really excited, so we won. Let's go. That's game 3. I guess he conceded. Exactly, it seems like what Bruno Monkey wanted. Good for him. He seems very happy about it. I'm proud for him. I'm happy for him. Let me check to see how these different, how the round is going, guys. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. Okay, so let's check this out, guys. I do think, let's see here. I do think, I'm just checking real quick to see if we have any other games we can watch here. 1 moment. Done. Oh my god, so many people got into mirror matches. The Aerodactyl Primates mirror match, the Executor Celebi's mirror match, all in the top 5 O's. Very interesting, very funny to see. So let's see here. I think we're gonna go and look at some. It looks like most of these games are probably done. We have about 20 matches to complete in the tournament, guys. So let's go hop back over to that standings and let's check it out. So now we have our 5-0 decks. We are starting, I mean, we still have a lot of 5-0s, but we're starting to cut back on them. We actually have a is everybody seeing where my mouse is? I'm sorry, what? Okay, so he did lose this round. He did lose this round, to be fair. But this Melmetal went 5-0. This Melmetal went 5-0. Insane. He could still make it, even with 1 loss. So we'll have to see. But yeah, so this Melmetal at Moonlight, at everyone else in this chat who is a Melmetal stan. 2 Melton, 2 Melmetal, 2 Mew EX of all cards, 2 Druddigon, 2 Research, 2 Giovanni, 2 Leaf, 1 Blue, 2 Potion, 2 Pokeball, 1 X Speed. What? What? How? Insane. So cool to see. Very cool to see. Very cool to see. So we'll have to see, but insane. Let's see. Okay. Let's see what else we see very interestingly in our 5-0s this last round. My gosh, what in the world? We are gonna see here, obviously, a number of Aerodactyl and Primapes in our 5 and O's. We have a Greninja Tauros. So this is 2-2-2 Greninja line. 2 Druddigon, 2 Tauros, 2 Research, 2 Giovanni, 2 Leaf, 1 Sabrina, 1 X-Speed, 2 Pokeball. Another my gosh card for sure. Oh my gosh deck, I should say, for sure. So let's see. Okay. And kind of crazy, but I mean, Mew still is kind of. I mean, there's no Mew in here either, even. So it's really interesting to see. I don't know. And so let's see what else we have. But it's interesting seeing what some of these decks are running. Let's see. We also have an Aerodactyl Farfetch'd, 2 Hitmonlee, 2 Marshadow, 2 Farfetch'd. Interesting. That's that 2 Old Amber, 2 Pokeball, 2 X-Speed, 2 Giovanni, 2 Sabrina, 2 Research. My gosh, they have space in this deck. So, interesting. Let's see. Okay. I mean, it's interesting. It is doing a pretty similar number. Does 50, I guess. Primate does 50. Farfetch does 40. But I don't know. Maybe it is playing a similar role as Primeape. Wait, I didn't check to see how it did. It won its round. It is really strong. I agree, it's pretty strong. I'm surprised it works super well, though, for these cards to all be 6-0 right now. This one is 6-0. They've beaten 3 Pikachus, 2 Gyarados, 2 Mewtwo EX. They've beaten some of the biggest shares in the meta, which if you want to check out ! Tweet, we did put up a tweet of our meta shares this week. So please check that out. But yeah, no, it seems kind of crazy to see how some of these decks are shaping up here. And we will have to see how they go, but my gosh. So let's see. Okay. Let's see what else we have. I mean, obviously I have a number of those Charizards. It does look like mainly Zarkanine here, making that 5-0 right now. We don't have any, it doesn't look like we have any just Arcanines or just Charizards in our 5. Oh, we have 1 Charizard in our 5-0. They are running a 1 Growlithe, 1 Arcanine like I expected, though. So let's see. Let's see. Mom, I'm on TV. It is you. Let's see what else you want to check out, though, guys, while we're waiting for our next round. We are, we are currently 3 matches from complete, so we are very close to finishing up this round. So yeah. Okay. Oh, a Starmie EX Lumineon. What? What is that? What is that I see here? I love Luminion, by the way. If you are a physical card game player, Luminion B is a very strong card. I do think it's rotated out this game. I don't know this year, but I don't know. That being said, Luminion holds a very dear spot in all of our cards. So we are nowhere near top cut just yet. We still have 4 more rounds to complete, but we're getting there. There's currently, though, in this deck, 2 Starmie EX line, 2 Luminion line in a Chatot, and they are 5-1, sadly. But they have beaten 2 Gyarados as well. Very interesting. Yeah, it is very much a no retreat deck. Very cool to see. Then obviously 2 Research, 2 Misty, 2 Giovanni, 1 Sabrina, 2 X-Speed, 2 Pokeballs. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool to see for sure. One moment here, guys. Okay. Okay. I actually don't really get it. Because, yeah, I guess it is if you can't evolve, but still, it's a bit much. It seems really cool. It seems really cool. There's a couple fire decks still going. But they're mainly Zarkanine. We are nowhere near top cut. No. We are 4 rounds out of top cut. We are still playing out our tournament here. We have, let's see if any of the Zarkanines made, 6-0. We have this one here. They are 6-0. So we have this 6-0 here. We have another 6-0 by Solid Calf. We have another 6-0 by Aster Phoenix. This Charizard by Indugu is also 6-0. Kind of crazy. We have a lot of interesting ones that are making it. We have a couple. I mean, we have a long time to go before we know what does well. But a lot of really cool decks, a lot of cool things to see, and we'll be continuing to follow some of them. Let's see here. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Where are the Pidgeot enjoyers? There was one that was undefeated earlier. It could still be doing well. We're just not seeing it in the X and O's. So we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, let's see here. You'll have to try one in the future, Loopy. You'll have to try one in the future if you're interested. We can check in the 4-1s while we're waiting. We got 3 minutes left in the tournament. We do have a Farfetch'd Hitmonlee here as well at 4-1. We have a Venusaur and Celebi that was 4-1. Are they 5-1 now? No, they're 4-2. There's definitely Golem decks doing very well up here. I mean, maybe not undefeated, but we definitely have a number of them in the 4-1 section. So we'll have to see how these continue to do, but I'm really excited with how everyone's playing out. Obviously, we have a number of these Aerodactyl lists. It's kind of crazy. So 1 second here. Let's see here. So give me 1 second, guys. We have about 1 minute left. We are finishing up a judge call, and then hopefully we'll be able to get into our next round as well. So give me 1 second here, guys. I'm gonna BRB, and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. You guys can check. I do want to give a huge shout out though to our sponsor XP Collect. Thank you so much XP Collect for being willing to support this tournament. They put up that 400 USD prize pool every single week, which our players will continue tomorrow to play off for. It is top 32 tomorrow. Very exciting. We will be able to stream every single round. It'll be a lot of fun. So I'm really excited for tomorrow's games. Give me 1 second here, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of fun doing them, and I'm so glad that we can give, you know, a place for people to play the tournaments. We have a lot of fun with it, and I do want to give a huge shout out to every single one who does decide to play in these tournaments. I feel like the competitive scene that we're growing, you know, as a community is so awesome. I absolutely love running these tournaments. And also huge shout out to my whole judge group. Without my judge team, we could not have these tournaments. So please remember, everyone who is a player here, always be kind and courteous to your judges. Please, oh my God, not again. Please make sure that you are patient. Make sure that you thank your judges. Please and thank you, you know. Please, 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 guys, go on and make sure that you always, you know, thank your judges, you're kind to them and stuff like that. It will continue at 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. We will be starting very shortly. We can kind of check to see, though, our 6-0s here. So, 1 moment. So, let's see here. We are going to be going, we see a couple Mewtwo's here, but there's not a lot of Mewtwo's in our 6-0s right now. We have about 29 6-0s. We are nowhere close to ending. We still have 4 rounds, guys. We have a great group of judges, so I'm really glad that they're so helpful. Please remember to always be kind to your judges and always say thank you. You may not agree always with their judge calls, but They put in a lot of hard work every single week to make sure that these tournaments, you know, go very smoothly. And bro, Slab is so strong. Just no question about it. Slab is so strong. So cool. Okay. So we can see a number of Gyarados here, just like we honestly expect. We are, let's see. We are going to go on and be starting our next round, though, guys. Well, round 7 is officially live, so go and check that out. Go make sure that you have your pairings. Make sure that you have everything. You know, make sure you check in. Make sure you have everything together. So we are a weekly tournament. We're a weekly tournament. It's a lot of fun. I'm really excited to see what happens in the New Year's. It'll be a lot of fun to have our tournaments this year coming up. That being said, top 32 is tomorrow. And let's find us a game to watch here. Does anybody have any preferences? Any ideas what games we should watch? Any preference on deck? All our streamers are 5-1 now. Oh my gosh. No judge conversation should be happening in comms. So please keep that in mind, guys. Make sure you get in the correct areas, not outside. Let's find us a game. We don't have any private streamers, but let's check out Pidgeot because Pidgeot sounds really cool to me. Okay. Let's check out Pidgeot. Okay, we are going into round 7. We're gonna watch. I think it's Machinery is technically the name of it. Nalu Evolved versus Ancedo. They are still getting into their match, guys. So we'll be watching them very shortly here. And then be going from there. But let me just order. And here. Here. Hopefully they'll be getting their game very shortly and we can go from there. But yeah, we're going to watch Pidgeot EX with Pidgeot. Their deck list is Pidgeotto, Pidgeot EX, 2. Then 1 Pidgeot, 1 Druddigon, 1 Hitmonlee, 1 Marshadow. We looked at their list a little bit. They are 5-1 right now after round 6. So we'll go from there. Let's see. Okay, guys, it does look like we are finally loading into that game now. And we'll get to watch Nalu Evolved versus Ancedo. They are Pidgeot EX and Pidgeot versus a Pikachu Raichu, which is not the matchup that Pidgeot wants, that's for sure. Not the matchup that Pidgeot wants. So let's go on and get into that game. We are in our round 7, and we still have round 8 and 9 and 10 to watch as well. So let's check it out. Okay. Our opponent, the Pikachu, it's pretty good setup. We got a Pikachu EX, a baby Pikachu. And on our side, we have the tank that we want. We have that Druddigon down. But in the future, we are definitely going to be looking for that Pidgey. We're potentially going to be looking for Marshadow, Hitmonlee, and Pokemon like that. And Seed, on the other hand, is going to be looking for some of those other Pokemon, other electric basic mon to fill up that bench and start setting up that big Pikachu EX damage that they're going to want to be able to do, to swing for 90 to 110 per turn. We do hit that Pidgey, attach energy to that Pidgey, and go on and pass back to Encito, who is going to go on and put that energy on their Pikachu EX, getting that mon started and set up. So let's see here. Let's see. Let's see, okay, so we are gonna there is a chance, right, Encito is hiding those other basics to kind of lure out Nalu Evolved. But they're probably going to want to start setting that up next turn, especially if they already have a Giovanni, to be able to one-hit KO that Druddigon while Nalu thinks that they can't get that damage out that they're going to need to. These players are both 5 and 1. Still fighting for their spot in top 32. Dedenne is going to come down for Encito now up to 60 damage that this Pikachu can do. And with this Pokeball, that's going to be the third basic that we need for this Pikachu to swing for 90 into the Druddigon. So let's see here. Let's see. Let's see, Okay, so that is going to be 90 into the Hitmonlee after that Sabrina. And that's going to be a KO, giving Encito that first point that they really want. We now have Pidgeotto actually in the active. And Pidgeot EX can swing for 140. Pidgeot EX does do 80 damage with 20 for each mon on your bench. So with 3 mons, that is 140 damage, enough to one-hit KO this Pikachu EX. Raichu, who, oh my gosh, will be wanting to arrive here, can't even one-hit KO that Pidgeot EX either, though. It is 170 health, which means even though it is weak to electric, it is not going to be enough to take out that Pidgeot EX. So we are going to see instead that it didn't come forward. They're going to try to paralyze Pidgeot instead so that it cannot keep fighting. But with 2 points now, Nalu Evolved is, you know, ahead in the game if this paralyze doesn't land. They want the tails. Oh, but it's a heads. That's could be a huge problem here for the Pidgeot EX. Okay. Okay. Dedenne does another 30, but will it be enough? Like, this is the moment. If this is heads, it could be a big problem. It's another heads. Oh my gosh. But there's no real energy set up on the bench right now, which doesn't mean we're not, you know, at risk of a Raichu just yet. We'll have to see here. Because we're gonna need at least 2 more energies for we're at risk of Raichu. Next turn, they potentially could have a Raichu if this hits heads again. Oi. Oh, But Tails lands, and that's going to be the turn. We're now going to take our 3rd point, and that does mean Nalu Evolved is going to win their game 1 of the round. Okay, that's going to be game 1 of the round. I'll clear out the score here, and we'll get into game 2. Let them get set up. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Let's see here now. Whew. Okay. We're just waiting for that next round here, guys, and we will be able to get started. Not round, but next game. We'll get started. Okay. We do have that Electabuzz already getting set up. We have a Druddigon in the active, which honestly is where Nalu wants that Druddigon. But Nalu is going to want to find that Pidgey just like before. They want to get that Hitmonlee, they want to get that Marshadow, and get all set up to prepare for this next game. Ursiiday does have a Pikachu, and they have 2 basics down, but they're going to need a 3rd and a lot of energies to get going. So, let's see. We have a Hitmonlee, but do we have a Pidgey on Nalu's side? Okay. So, it's going to be energy first on Electabuzz. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I'm surprised they're not putting that on the Pikachu, but Ursiiday probably has played a lot more Pikachu than I have, and he knows what to do. But I'm assuming, but we are finally gonna have a second Pikachu as well now, which does allow Ursiiday to be threatening a lot of damage, assuming that he's able to find that energy in the first place. Let's see. We're going to have a second energy on that Druddigon now. Where is our basic? Where is our basic? This does not seem like a good spot to be in. Okay. We have a Hitmonlee now. But do we have a Pidgey anytime soon? Because this Pikachu is going to start swinging for 90, and that's going to be a problem. Okay. Yeah, Druddigon is down. That's going to be 0.1 for Ursiiday now. I don't really know where you come back right now with, like, such bad setup. Not like anything to the fault of the player, but without another basic like this Hitmonlee just gets one hit KO'd. Pretty hard to come back from. Would have been an end of the game. And we'll have to see how it goes. I'm going to let them get set up now, guys. Give them a second here. And we'll have to go from there. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. We are going to be going into game 3 then. This game is going to decide the round for these two players. So let's see. Okay, we're just letting them get set up for game 3 here, guys, and then we'll be going into that next match. Okay. We are starting this time at least with the Pidgey, though it is a little bit stuck in the active spot. We are going to really want to find a way to get that Pidgey back into the bench, where it will be safe to evolve to a Pidgeotto, finally into a Pidgeot EX, and have energies attached to it. So we are going to have to be waiting here a moment now. Okay. Okay. So it does look like we're keeping that Pidgey in the active for now. I'm assuming we're going to retreat next turn potentially, but I'm not fully sure here. This Pikachu is going to be wanting to swing directly into this Pidgey to start, staving off that attack Pokemon. And because a leaf is coming down, we're going to retreat immediately back. Too bad we haven't found a Druddigon just yet. That is what they would prefer to be retreating back to, but instead it looks like we're going to give either a Pidgey or a Hitmonlee. A Pidgey or a Hitmonlee. Okay, so that is going to be Pidgey moved to the active spot now. We have a Pidgeotto on the bench, and we'll be able to evolve that to a Pidgeot EX next turn, assuming we find the Pokemon to do so. Let's see here. We are going to get that first point for Ursiiday, knocking out that Pidgey. I mean, the question's going to be here is, can we get a Pidgeot EX without getting any damage onto it before we're playing it? Pidgeotto is going to get moved to the active spot. Do we have it in hand then? We didn't draw it. Oh. So it looks like we're going to attach the Pidgeotto. We're Sabrinaing. Okay. And that looks like we are going to attack with Hitmonlee here. I wonder if we're going to need to find the Pidgeot EX as soon as possible. I don't know how many cards are left in this, in Pidgeot EX's deck. Oh, I missed the number. We're going to start powering up that Electabuzz on the bench now. Woo! We hit the Pidgeot EX. We hit the Pidgeot EX. Okay, so that it does mean we're going to be able to damage some of these Pokemon on the bench, not worrying too much that our the Dene might be able to, paralyze our Pidgeot EX, but we do have that Pidgeot EX waiting on the bench, kind of a risk, honestly, in case of a Sabrina. Hopefully there isn't one, otherwise the Sabrina Pikachu attack be pretty devastating leading into this. So let's see here. It does look like we might have a Dene attack onto that Hitmonlee, though. If we don't have Sabrina, we won't be able to retreat if we don't have, if that happens. But we may be able to in the near future. It is going to go on and be a Dene attack now. So let's see. Let's see. It did have a paralyze. Ouchie. So let's see. Okay. This Electabuzz could put damage on Pidgeot EX, putting it to 130 health. That being said, it won't take type advantage damage, so it won't be at 110 where you would be worried about it with Pikachu. And similarly, we're not too worried. I guess the Dene is still obviously a little bit of a concern. So we're going to go on and promote that Pidgeot EX, start swinging into that Electabuzz now. Let's see. Okay, so Dene does get promoted into that spot. Now is officially at one point. The question is going to be if this Paralyze can land, because if it can, that would mean Pidgeot EX would be in range of a Pikachu attack, and that would be pretty devastating for Nalu. That being said, actually anything puts him out of range of a Pikachu attack. And with this baby Pikachu on that bench spot, I'm not sure we want the chance that we then get swung back and KO'd. Okay, that is Tails. That is Paralyzed. Do we have a potion? A potion would be really helpful here. I don't know if they run potion, but it would definitely be a bit of a help when Giovanni... Oh, red card. I mean, I don't think red card saves us. Pikachu comes in. I guess the worry, right? Pikachu is going to have to find another basic. So if Pikachu doesn't find another basic, he won't be able to swing for enough to KO. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Let's see. Okay. We did retreat though, however, and we are going to go on and start hitting with this Hitmonlee into that Pikachu. The hope now is that by putting that damage into the Pikachu, getting an early point without risking that Hitmonlee, we're instead going to take that third point with Pikachu. But if we see Lieutenant Sarge here, all the energy is going to go to this Raichu. That's when we just swing with, that's just when we swing with Pidgeot EX. This is just when we swing for Pidgeot EX now. I guess we do have that hand attach onto the Pikachu on the bench. So we can't immediately do that. We're going to have to hope for no basic when we do this. Because that's just how type advantage works in Pokemon. Type advantage is for active slot only. That's just how it works in Pokemon. It only works, type advantage is for active slot only. Okay. We did retreat back to the Druddigon now. Let's see. Okay. So we are... And Cedo, oh, does have 2 points now. My bad. You're right. Thank you. Yeah, so I don't know why I would be okay with leaving Druddigon in the active spot with that in mind. I was thinking that maybe it is fine because of that. But yeah, I think... I don't know. They place energy afterwards, so they can swing with Pikachu at any time. Which is a bit of a problem for us, for sure. We're in a difficult spot. And we are, I believe, in game 3 here. Let me double check. I'm actually not all of a sudden. Actually, no, this is game 2. No, this is game 3. Their game 2 is really short. So that was game 3 there. That is going to be their final match, I'm pretty sure. Let me get us into our next round, or next game. We have about 60 left, so it's going to be a little hard to find, but I'm sure we can do it. Let's try. Okay, 1 second here. I'm gonna quickly just pop that up. Okay, they are currently 1-0. We're gonna watch Terremoto versus Snorlax. This is Snorlax. It is a Pikachu mirror match. Terremoto. But here we go, guys. It is going to be a Pikachu mirror match. It is Raichu versus Zebstrika. We are the Raichu player. Snorlax is that Zebstrika player. So we'll have to see how that ends up going. But we are going to have that second, now third energy here onto that Raichu, meaning Raichu can swing for 140 and take the game. What's that up, bro? Let me just double check that they're not into another one real quick. No, that's our game 3. Let me see if we have another match to watch. Let me check to see if we have another match to watch. 1 moment here. Let's see. Let's see if I can find us a match. Thank you. Let's see. Does look like everything is already... Oh! So we have a Gyarados in setup, guys. Let's watch, or try to watch as quickly as possible. I mean, I'll get names set up. I just want you guys to be able to watch it. It's going to be Oscar BK versus Sebit. We watched Sebit earlier as well. As in from, they were the opponent for us earlier. And it's going to opponent again. Oscar BK is streaming on Twitch if you guys want to watch him there. Let's check it out. They're currently 0-0, and it is a mirror match between Gyarados, I've heard. So let's watch how this game shapes up. That Greninja attack is going to be able, does already have that Gyarados in range of a KO. And with this, we are going to be taking that first point onto that opponent's Druddigon, which does return attack, putting us in at 60 damage in range of a Greninja attack without any snipe. So both of these Gyarados are in range once they come into that active spot, but we are not there just yet. That was 0.1 for our player, and this is about to be 0.1 for our opponent. At the end of this round, I will probably be announcing the next tournament. ! Limitless for a guide. But I will be announcing the next tournament fairly soon, like in the next round or so. So you can tune in there. You can tune in for the next tournament. So yeah. Let's see. Okay, so we're already watching this Gyarados matchup. It's a really, I don't know, I think it's interesting. I mentioned a little bit earlier that I think this is a little bit similar in a way to that Charizard mirror match, where you want your Charizard to be the last thing that comes in. If you are the last one that comes in, then you are probably going to be the one that wins because you can knock out any of them. That being said, you do have to get this Gyarados a little bit in range here, but once in range, obviously, both of these players, if their Gyarados comes in right first, that other Gyarados is going to return KO it. So they want to take as long as possible to get that Gyarados into that active spot. They don't want it to be the first mon out there because the opponent's Gyarados is just going to be able to KO. But that puts them in a pretty bad spot because... Oh, and now Sebit is actually with 2 points after KOing this Magikarp with just 2 snipes. That's going to be 0.2. So let's see. Let's see. And that's going to be 0.3 now for Sebit here. And that is going to be the end of their game, guys. Let's see how many more. We have about 15 matches to complete. With that being said, and I guess people were asking about it as well. Where to go? Oh, I almost had that the wrong time. LOL. I almost had my tournament for the wrong time. Let me just make sure everything's correct now that I realized it earlier was the wrong time. Yeah, everything looks good. Okay. We'll go ahead and publish then. That means our next tournament is going to go on and be live, guys. You guys can go on and sign up for Pokemon Pocket, Ursiiday's Pokemon Pocket Weekly number 10. You can register right now and get signed up for next week's tournament. If you don't know how, make sure you follow the Limitless guide. I will edit Tom really quick for tournament sign up for... So please, 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 guys, if you are interested in the tournament, go on and get your spot. We were potentially going to be over 20,048 players today. We got 1,900 players in our tournament. I'll check the exact number in a little bit. Oh, Cinder Chris, thank you so much for those gifted subbies. I just saw that. Thank you so much. But yeah, so go on and sign up for that next tournament, guys. It is in a week. It'll be January 4th. This is not the last round. We have 10 rounds today. I'm just announcing it while we're sitting around and waiting for our next round. We are just waiting for round 8. It is not the last round. We have 3 more rounds after this round. 4 rounds to go, basically, to the end of our tournament. We have about 10 matches left to complete, which does mean we don't have any more games, I think. Wait, why is this one not... Wait! That was just game 2! That was just game 2! Oscar didn't even tell us! Thank you, Pirate, for the 1,000 biddies! Thank you. Okay. So, this new Magikarp is really interesting in that it allows by an attack for your Pokemon to be moved back to the bench. I thought we were just in game... I thought we were in game 3. So, that's why I just went on and paused. I wouldn't have even announced the next tournament if I'd realized. But yeah, so we are into game 3 now. I'm surprised it... Let's see. Yep, Silver. I did, sadly. It's insane to see such a drop, but we'll have to see how it continues to work out. That being said, Oscar does go on and find that Gyarados. They do go on and start attaching energy to this Greninja. Nope, do attach it to the Gyarados. And they're starting to get set up here. So let's see. About 8 minutes left in this round, guys, just for heads up. That Froakie does get played as well. We have a potential second Greninja appearing, but we'll have to see. This Greninja here on Oscar's side is a huge threat to any of Sebit's future Magikarps. Magikarp is only 30 health, which means if a Magikarp gets played, you need to have that Gyarados that following turn. Otherwise, it's going to get KO'd. So this Greninja here can do 20 with its Snipe Shot onto that Magikarp. If we do not have a potion or that Gyarados immediately for that Magikarp on the bench, this Greninja will be able to finish it off that next turn with its ability again. So Sebit has to keep that in mind. I'm sure Sebit knows that. Sebit recognizes that, but they're taking the risk because they need a Gyarados. So. Alright, thank you for the gifted subbies. Woo. Thank you so much for the gifted subbies. But yeah, so we're gonna have to see exactly what Sebit can do here, but it's a bit of a problem for, if he doesn't have that Gyarados. Gyarados is going to come down, though. He probably did know exactly what he needed to do. That being said, Greninja is going to still want to snipe that Gyarados again this turn to put him in range of our Gyarados as well. Thank you, Pirate, for the 1,500 bits and the gifted zubbies. I feel very shy now, but we are casting. I'm caster Ursi today. And as we see, that is going to be another Snipe Shot now into that Gyarados again. That's going to put him in range of that 140 attack that Gyarados does himself. We'll have to see how it works out, but that Sebit's Gyarados is definitely behind on energies right now. Definitely behind on energies. Let's see, let's see. Okay. So it does look like we're going to have that leaf come down. We're going to go on and retreat back to this Gyarados. Is this AI? No. Back to this Gyarados that is going to be able to swing into Druddigon. It will put 20 damage into our Gyarados. That being said, unless a Misty appears, Sebit's Gyarados can't even attack this turn. So, not a great spot for him to be in. That being said, where the energy did get popped off of our Gyarados, it would have been really interesting to see, though, it pop off of Sebit's. So, we'll go from there. Okay. Okay. So we'll probably start setting up that Gyarados on the bench. There's no world, at least in my mind, where they attach a second energy to Greninja. Unless they are trying to rely on a Misty. I don't think that's the play, though. I think their hand attach will be instead onto that Gyarados on the bench. And it is. We are a 10-round tournament. 10-round tournament today. So, let's see here. Let's see. So that is going to be our fourth energy on Gyarados again. We can KO this Greninja. Will the energy pop off our opponent's Pokemon? Oh, we're just doing this thing. We're just doing the snapshot. Everything's fine, guys. Everything's fine. But we are going to go on and see that 140 damage. If that energy gets taken off of Sebit's Gyarados, I think we just win here. Let's see. No, it didn't. How sad. How sad. So, let's see. Let's see. Okay. Super sad RNG. Super sad RNG. For sure. Okay. That's going to be that game. There's 3 minutes left in the round. 2 matches left to complete, guys. The other one, I don't think is going to finish their game. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be GG's here. It's my guess. We'll have to see, though. But, that was 2 points for Sebit there. My bad, guys. I did miss putting that in. So let's see. Yeah, that's gonna more than likely be GG, sadly. Okay. And we're gonna definitely be at our GG. But this is gonna be one of the last matches, and then we'll be going into our game 3. Not game 3. Our round 8. Round 8. Guys, I mentioned this shortly earlier. If you are just tuning in after your round, we do have the next tournament already set up for you to sign up for. We have that tournament ready for you to go on and get your spot. Huge shout out to our sponsor for supporting all these tournaments. XP Collect has been so awesome in their support of our tournament run, and I'm really, really happy that we can have a sponsor. So if you guys are looking for any pre-release or, you know, new, like, pre-ordering of physical Pokemon cards, OP cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I think even Lorcana, you should check them out and you can order from them. So, or even the Prismatic, right? Prismatic, what's it called? That being said, guys, why don't we check out our metagame a little bit, now that I've talked about metagame so much. But, you know, we're fine. We're fine. We do have about 1 minute till we can see this update. So, it'll be really fun, in my opinion. I love watching it update. It's kind of stupid, but I like it a lot. I enjoy the meta updates, in my opinion. So we'll have to see. But let's see here. We do have that meta game here, which we are gonna see. Gyarados is holding firm, by the way, around 51%. It could dip down, but no, it's held firm. That being said, Mewtwo EX is at 47%. Golem is at 39%. Jesus Christ. Celebi is at a 44%. Execute Celebi at 53%. Predactyl Primeape at 63%. I'm sorry, excuse me, what? I'm sorry, excuse me, what? %56% on that Zarkanine. No, Zarkanine. Not Charcanine. We don't support the Charcanine in this household. It is Zarkanine only. So we are seeing a 56% win rate with Aerodactyl EX. Far-fetched. Like, it's kind of crazy to see some of these decks do so well. Really interesting to see. Charcanine is not a better name. Zarkanine is the best. Zarkanine is the best name. Zarkanine. So, let's see. The problem with Archizard is there was an Archizard because Arc's normally Arceus in but yeah, so let's see. We'll have 3 more rounds. So hopefully you'll keep climbing. Because we are going to be getting into that next match here very shortly. Give me 1 second. We should be getting into our next round very, very shortly. We'll be getting into our round 8. Okay. Let me... We're just making sure everything's good. And we'll go into our next round. Okay, guys, let me quickly announce that round, not a round 8 here. And then we'll find us a round 8 to watch. Okay. There are 10 rounds today. 10 rounds. We are on round 8. Round 8 right now. Yes, they're completely different games. Like, completely different setups. A lot of differences in the 2 games. One has been reworked to be a mobile game, let's put it that way. So... We're gonna go in and get into our next round here, guys. Let me find us one to watch. One got reworked to fit a mobile game, and that would be what, like the mobile rework of the main game. Let me. Sure, let's watch a Mewtwo, guys. Let's watch a Mewtwo. 1 second. Okay. Oof. Let's watch a Mewtwo mirror here, guys. It's gonna be Smicklebeer versus Albarbar. Let's see. H. Okay. And then we are against Smicklebeer. Or we are Smicklebeer. Okay. And we are 0 and 0. So round 8. Whew. Okay, guys, so we are watching Smicklebeer versus A2L Barbar. They are both playing Mewtwo here, I believe. Let me just double check on that, but I do believe they're both running Mewtwo here. And that is gonna have us. So Al2 Barbar is running Mewtwo EX with those 222 lines, and 1 Mew EX, 2 Leaf, 2 Research, 1 Sabrina, 1 Blue, 1 Giovanni, 2 Mythical Slab, 2 Pokeball. And then Smicklebeer is running that 1 Mew EX, same Pokemon, 2 Research, 1 Sabrina, 1 Blue, 1 Leaf, 2 Pokeball, 2 Mythical Slab, 1 X Speed, 1 Red Card. So the main difference being here is that red card, and it got switched in for in an X speed. Am I missing something? So they swapped 1 leaf out. I'm confused, actually. There's something missing. I can't tell it. I can't figure it out. I'm a dum-dum. Oh, my guys. Sorry. I was reading the list too hard. So let me. Wait, what? Oh, okay. We're gonna go on and concede because that was a really fast game 1. And we're gonna be getting into game 2 then. Let them get set up for their game 2. That was a very fast game 1 by those 2 Mewtwo EXs. We'll have to see how it continues to play out. Oh my gosh. Okay, they are getting into game 3 now. Not always the case. Not always the case. Definitely some of these mirrors obviously have, once you hit what you need, you got it. So let's see here. We are going to go and get into that game here, guys. We are back into that. Al2 Barbar is running that Ralts already. They're going to be looking for Curlias in future turns. They're going to be looking for Gardevoirs. And Smicklebeer, on the other hand, is going to be, I mean, he still needs a Ralts, still needs some of those Curlias and different Pokemon like that. So there's still a lot of different options that Smicklebeer is going to be hoping to run into in their next turn here. So let's see what they end up finding. We do have a Mythical Slab that's going to help us dig a bit deeper into our deck not a Pokemon, but we are one card closer to what we want, which would be that Gardevoir, that Kirlia. We are going to run into one Ralts, and we were able to hold a Ralts in hand, be a little bit greedy about it because of the lack of red card in A2 Barbar's list. If he had been playing red card, we wouldn't really be able to keep that Ralts in our hand and keep that information to ourselves. Instead, we're going to go and attach to this Mewtwo EX and be able to pass. Meanwhile, we are looking for Kirlia, similar to our opponent, who does immediately hit Kirlia and is looking for their Gardevoir now, looking for a way to get their Mewtwo into the active spot without costing any type of energy. But instead, it looks like we're going to attach that Mew EX here, start getting powered up. Okay. Second Ralts is down. The question is going to be is, can we find a Gardevoir? Okay, and we get our own Mew EX now, but we're going to go on and attach this second energy to our Mewtwo EX, putting us at 50 damage into this Kirlia here. That's going to get us, put some pressure on. This Kirlia has to get out of that active spot or be sacrificed. Question is going to be, what do we put up instead? Our research is going to come down. A2 Barbar is looking for that Gardevoir, but they're going to need to find a way to retreat as well. A second Kirlia does appear. Mythical Slab comes down. If the Pokemon, and it did go to hand, that's either a Mewtwo EX or a Gardevoir. There's nothing else in their deck that is a Psychic Pokemon, so it's got to be one of them. That being said, we have it hand attached to that Kirlia now, meaning there would not be an attack this turn, but we could see Gardevoir appear, which we do, and it was a Gardevoir from that Mythical Slab. We are going to see that Size Shadow come down, but with only 2 energies, we can't do more than attack for 20. We're going to need to retreat this turn, I think, for Smicklebeer. I'm assuming you're going to need to retreat back to that Mew EX, potentially. Hide, because, max that's going to happen then is that swing for 20, and it's not the biggest concern at that point. But we will be needing to wait to be able to hit for 150 to allow that Mewtwo EX to attack this. Research does come down. He could be looking for, they could be looking for the Gardevoir, but honestly, we don't want this Mew EX in the active spot. Sabrina didn't come down. Could have been some different Mons. This is going to be a max 150 attack here. I think we need to attach potentially an energy this Mew EX last turn, but we couldn't have known. We could not have known. Because now next turn this Mewtwo EX is going to attack for 150. We do hit a Kirlia finally, at least, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. We'll attach the Mew EX, but we can't do more than that. Mewtwo EX swings, hits for 150. That's already going to be 2 points for A2 Barbar. I doubt that's where we want to be right now. No, guys, I'm not sure Smicklebeer has anything here. If they retreat, whatever they retreat to gets knocked out by Mewtwo EX. They haven't taken a point. We have a red card come down here. But what are we trying to protect against? I don't know. We retreat back to a Ralts. Our Ralts gets KO'd. We knock out that Mewtwo EX with our Mew EX potentially, but we don't have any energies on it, so we can't. We knock out with our Mewtwo EX next turn, Mew EX return KOs. I'm not sure exactly where what Smicklebeer does to come back. We'll have to see. Let's see. We finally get a Gardevoir. It's a little bit too late, though, as I said. There's an energy on that Mew EX. If we have a potion in blue, we could be good here, but we don't even have a potion to put us back at 150. That blue really came in clutch, and that's going to keep that point up. I mean, Atubarbar is at 1 point right now. Any KO they get is going to win them the game here. Giovanni comes down. Isn't even really needed. And we're going to have a game 2 for Atubarbar, which is going to seal the deal, making them, what, 7-1 in the tournament? Good for them. Okay, so let me find us another game now. Let me find us another game to watch here. We can watch Celebi Executor versus Mewtwo, which could be interesting. Let me get that up really quick. Watch it in a second. And it is gonna be Zing versus Raydor M. I'll fix the score. Give me a second. I just need to make it a little bit smaller. Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's see here. It is currently, I think, 0-0. Let me check what game they are in. They're currently 1-0. Zing is winning. But this Mewtwo EX is not going to be able to one-hit KO that Executor who could with a Giovanni KO without even a heads. So we'll have to see what happens. It seems like a bad spot for Zing right now, who has that Executor tank in the active spot exactly where they want it. Okay. So we get Sabrina'd. I would assume. There's like a question, right? You put up that Execute, they take a point. You put up that Celebi, they don't take a point, but they put damage into your Mon, which I guess really doesn't matter. But the problem is if they do have Gardevoir, oh god, they have Gardevoir. They have Gardevoir. And that's going to be a KO into that Celebi. 2 points for Zing. I think Execute was the play here. Not the Celebi, because risking that 2 points hurts. Now a second Sabrina now ends the game. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But ouch, the Executor can KO here. It could take another 2 points in response. Nothing can attack the Executor, so it's pretty safe. But I mean, I just don't think that this is the spot where they want to be in right now. This is, in my opinion, definitely not the spot they want to be in. Oh, only 40 as well. No Giovanni to make that 50, which means that Mewtwo EX is going to survive. It can do 150 damage this turn. Ouch. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Okay, so I mean, Zing is now wondering exactly what to do, obviously. Like, this, like, obviously, he can swing for 150, it won't KO. If they had some number, of, like, if they had some number of. Oi. We're gonna need a potion or Erica now on Radorm's side, because 10 damage is able to be knocked out by I mean, the Curlia, which could swing next turn. Let's see. Do we have an Erica's? We really need it. We really need an Erica's right now. Hmm. Oh, Kronos, thank you so much for that raid. I really appreciate it, buddy. Sorry to hear, or I'm assuming that your tournament run did not go great. But thank you so much for the raid. That being said, we're gonna need an Erica's. We're gonna need a potion. We need something to get us out of range of this Curlia attack that'll be coming next turn. Next, if we don't have the potion. Definitely a bit of a scary spot to be here. Let's see. Hmm. Okay, we do attach off. Oh, okay. That's game 2. 2-0 for Zing. Let me try to find us another match, maybe. Let's see. Okay. Too bad. Yeah, he obviously didn't have Leaf or Erica's for sure. Merry Christmas and thank you. Gyarados is good? Who would know? I don't know. Let's see. Give me 1 second here, guys. You need to find us another match to watch really quick, and then we will get into the next game. Let me find us our next match to watch. We are looking for another match. Oh my god, Bruno is just going mirror against mirror against mirror. But I love it. So he's also not covering. I mean, he is covering his hand, so we can go in and just like hop directly into it. We can obviously make his game. So let me just quickly bring that up here. I will have to check what game we are in, so give me a second. But yeah, we are currently Bruno Monkey, not Mars, against Yagami. Okay, so let me just quickly trip to see what game we're on here. They are in game 2 right now. Game 2. So let's see. Bruno Monkey does have that Gyarados fully powered up, 5 energies on him. Once again, he doesn't want to be attacking first with it. Kid Yagami does have 1 point right now, not 2. But I'm not sure how many points Bruno Monkey has, which does make it a little bit difficult to judge what should be happening. But it does look like we're going to swing for 50 damage in. No, we're going to retreat back to our own Druddigon, which means we can start sniping with this Greninja onto that Gyarados, start putting him in range, well, officially putting him in range of a Gyarados KO in the future. Did go double KO. So they're both at 1-0. Thank you, Smithy. Let's see here. Okay, our opponent is trying to decide what to do. It does look like we're having another Magikarp. Another Magikarp is going to be put into the active spot, but we retreat back. Oh no, it just got played. I'm confused. Sorry. Let's see here. Ooh, double Greninja means that Magikarp is not going to survive. That's going to be 20 and 20 again. Giving us a 0.2. A 0.2 for Bruno Monkey. Now all they need is to KO one more time. A Leaf Retreat back to Gyarados is going to be a win. And that's going to put us into game 3. Okay. We're going to let them get into game 3 now. Put us into game 3. Okay. I mean, he's not coming across hard, but that's okay. 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 Into game 3, guys. So we're going second. Sounds pretty nice. We'll go in and clear that board. Put us back to 0 points. We're definitely going to be looking for a Druddigon tank to put up. We're going to be looking for some Magikarps for the bench on both sides. And we're both going to be looking for Froakies. Then obviously that Gyarados, that Frogadier, that Greninja. So let's see how it goes, guys. But it's not a great spot to be in right now. Not a great spot to be in. So we do not get that Magikarp. Our opponent does, though. And we're going to have to see where it goes from there. Let's see. So we are going to be using that Magikarp attack. That's going to put our Pokemon back onto the bench, allowing that Druddigon to tank again for Kiyagami. Bruno Monkey is really looking at that Magikarp. They want it right now, but it's another Froakie. Not what they want. Ooh. They definitely wanted that 50% Magikarp. They need it before a Greninja appears. And hopefully having a Gyarados to quickly put in its spot in the case that a Greninja does show its face. Greninja is appeared now, which means finding a Magikarp is going to have a lot of time pressure. You need to already have that. Gyarados EX, and so have that already prepared, ready to evolve that following turn. And now they have a second Froakie. It could not even survive that long. Okay, so we're gonna go and end there. It is. We have a Pokeball, 66% Magikarp, but we need to have a Gyarados already in our hand if we're gonna play it. We definitely need to already have a Gyarados in our hand if we want to play it. Second energy is going on that Froakie, which tells me we're not putting that Magikarp down. We don't have Gyarados in hand. Bit of a problem, especially if this Froakie starts evolving, because if there's 2 Greninjas, Magikarp doesn't survive. Magikarp doesn't survive 2 Greninjas. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem. I agree. Ugh. Okay. So we are gonna go in and have that lead directly back to that Gyarados. I think it's too late now, in all honesty, to come back and get and take game 3 on Monkey's side. That could be that last game that Kiyogami, he's gonna take the win, and I think that's gonna be our game 3 basically. I mean, there's obviously some chance we could put down, we could draw Gyarados, put down Magikarp, play a Misty, hit 5 heads, but will we? That's a whole different question. That's a whole different question. So let's see. Greninja does appear. Frogadier appears. We do have 1 point for Kiyogami now. I get on that. I don't know, guys. If you come back from this position, I don't know how we come back from this position. Oh, Nalu, thank you so much for that raid. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Oscar, as well. I really appreciate you both. Guys, thank you so, so, so much. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you guys had a fantastic tournament. Thank you so much for playing in today's tournament. I really appreciate it, guys. So, yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see. That is going to be another coin flip. 1 energy onto that magic. Oh no, onto that Gyarados. I had some hope for a second there. So let's see how that works out. That is going to be a knockout in that Frogadier. That's going to be 0.2 for Kiyogami. I don't know how you come back at this point. I don't know how you come back. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. And that is lost. I'm going to quickly pull us up another match, guys. Oh, I got to zoom out for sure. It is a Pikachu versus a Blaine. It is going to be, let me bring up their names really quickly here. Terramoto again versus Ronflex Prime. It is a Pikachu Raichu versus a Blaine. Pikachu Raichu versus Blaine. So, and we are 0-0 in the tournament. 0-0. God, please make Aerodactyl win this tournament. Thank you, Christopher. So anywho here. We are gonna be seeing how this match, unfolds. Terramoto is definitely looking for that Raichu, definitely looking for Lieutenant Surge here. This is not the spot he wants to be in at all, but with that being said, we're going to get that 3rd energy. I can't see if we have hand attached already. We have not hand attached already, so we actually could swing for 60 this turn. That being said, we're going to be net with a 90 damage, 9 tails if we do. So this is game 3 in their match, guys. Whoever wins this will be 8-1, 7-1, I believe. So let's see. Let's see. Whew. Hmm. Okay. So I mean, it does look like we just passed. We just said we would rather not be like rather not attack into that Vulpix. We want to, I think, apply that energy to Raichu there, and we'll be going from there. Uh, hmm. Okay, so we are going to be coin flipping now. Oh, tails, which means only 40 damage into that Raichu. Pretty safe for our, I mean, Raichu here, who is at 100 health. We will be able to swing for 140 back into this Rapidash, taking a first point for the game. Meanwhile, it does look like we find our second Pikachu now, starting to set up for another Raichu. Starting to set up for another Raichu. Okay. Hmm. It does look like we're trying to decide, do we just swing in? Because Ninetales does KO this Raichu. Do we have a second Raichu that this other baby Pikachu can evolve into right now? A Lieutenant Sarge to help us return KO that Ninetales. We are going to go on and take our first point, which, I mean, does open us up to being KO'd here with that 90 damage from Ninetales. But Hmm. You want to lose? Oh. Let's see. I'm assuming we are gonna get KO'd here onto that Raichu. That's gonna be a point one now. For Ronflex Prime, who I forgot to move his name over. Oh no 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 no! Ah, stupid shift button. Um, my shift likes to stick. Oh, cancel. So let's see here. Hmm. I'm assuming we're going to see that KO. We are just waiting out for it, but that KO does come down into that Raichu. I think a huge question is going to be here. Can we then find that second Raichu? Can we find Lieutenant Surge? Because if we do, that'll be all of the energy off of Ronflex Prime's side of the board. So let's see. We do have Lieutenant Surge, it appears, but I'm not sure we're going to have that Raichu like we're hoping for. And then just sitting out there with that Pikachu is not the best play either. We don't want that Pikachu to get KO'd if it's going to be our only attacker in the near future. It's a difficult point to be in right now. So, let's see. We have another Magnemite. Do we retreat back to the Magnemite? Do we have the ability to retreat back to the Magnemite? I'm not sure if we have an X speed, so we are going to be able to retreat. Is it to Magnemite though? Or, yeah. Oh, it's to Magneton, who will be able to swing for 60 this turn. It's a start for sure. It's a start for sure. So let's see here. Yeah, this is definitely not how Pikachu wants to be playing. We don't even see a Pikachu EX just yet. So a bit of a problem for our players. For our Pikachu player here. But this is exactly, obviously, what Blaine wants. They want to be able to obviously swing like this, right? So... Okay. We did put that Pikachu back up. Do we have it though? Oh, I don't think he has it. I'm pretty sure this is game 3. This is good. Looks like it's gonna be a concede here, which is gonna end our round. Not round, but the game. We're gonna end the game. So we have about 6 matches left to complete now. That was their game 3, just like I thought. We'll go from there. Okay, so we are going to be waiting for that last round to finish here, guys. We can check out some of those meta breakdown while we wait. There are no more streamed games to watch, sadly. So let's check out to see how some of those decks in the top did end up doing. So 1 second here. Give me 1 second, guys, and we can look over some of these 7-0s that have been obviously battling it out, but really cool to continue. Real quick. Sorry, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just like check. Okay. So let's check out that 7-0s like we mentioned. There are a number right now of those Gyarados. There's a couple Aerodactyls in that 7-0 range. We have a couple of Charizard, Arcanines. But really interesting to see the diversity here. Really cool, and I'm excited to see how that top 32 continues to shape out. So interesting. Can we see a USA game? I don't think he's streaming, so no. Do not believe he's streaming anywhere, buddy. Otherwise, we would be able to, but it does not appear to be streaming anywhere. Our players, in this game, there's currently no way to spectate other than having people stream, and we do not require people to stream in day 1. On day 2, we do require at least 1 person in every single match to stream their games, but we don't on day 1. That would be way too many people forced to stream, but we do give our players, once they make top 32, here's a guide how to do it. At least one of you has to do it. So tomorrow, if he makes top 32, we can probably watch some of his games, but we can't right now since it does not appear that he's streaming, and I don't think he's against anyone who is streaming right now. So we'll have to see how it goes. But for now, if he does get paired against someone, then obviously love to. But I'm not sure we'll be able to, at least for a little bit. So yeah. That being said, though, guys, let's check out some of these lists. We've looked at a couple of them because they were very interesting, or I thought they were interesting. We obviously have we have USA, like we mentioned. He is currently 8-0 after beating another Mewtwo. We also have a number of different Gyarados. We have Yuyan, who is running that one Snivy list that I thought was very interesting. It does allow him to then put in that Sabrina. And which allows him then to obviously Sabrina up a Pokemon from the bench. Really nice, really strong, especially in a deck like this where you may not otherwise expect it. Yeah, Spectre would be huge, but for now we do require top 32 to stream their games because we don't have spectator mode. But yeah, it would definitely obviously be huge. We'll see what they do. So it's much faster. It's a very interesting. I love Golem. I've tried it a good bit this week. I thought it was really interesting. I'm gonna continue to play it a good bit. I really, really liked it, so I'll probably keep playing it. We'll have to see how the meta shapes up around these different decks, but definitely Golem did so well last week, and this week obviously Aerodactyl is doing really, really well as well. It's really shown up in some different tournaments, and we'll see if it continues to have the results that it has already had so far. So it will be really interesting to see, especially now that we have obviously this large, almost 2,000 player tournament. Absolutely insane to watch, but love to see how these decks are working out. I'm cleaning up some of the inactives for the next. Okay, we've got 2 matches to finish here, and we will be going into our next round. That being said, let's check out some of the more. Let's check out Holland Mentor, who is running a Primeape Aerodactyl that's going to be a 1-1. 2 different Mankeys. Is that the original Mankey and the now Mankey with that coin flip, as well as that Primeape here. They were also running 2 Aerodactyl EXs, 2 Marsh Shadows, 1 Hitmonlee, 2 Research, 2 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni, 2 Old Amber, 2 X-Speed, and 2 Pokeball. Very cool list. Very cool list. But we'll have to see how it continues to do. But my gosh. Okay. L2P? What does that mean? I love to play. So we can check to see what other 7. Oh, I forgot to check to see if it won its round. It did win its round, guys. Super cool. Super, super cool. But it's just really cool to see some of these different decks. We are waiting for 1 match to conclude, and then we'll be going into that next round here. And we can go from there. But yeah, okay. So let's see here. So now that we had the time in, we have a couple more judge calls going through, guys. We can check to see those 8 no's. And very interesting to see, it is an Executor EX Celebi. It is 2 Aerodactyls, 1 Farfetch'd, 1 Primeape. two Zarkanines, two Pikachu Zebstrikas, a Celebi, and a Mewtwo EX. But very, very interesting. So very, very interesting to see. We'll have to see how it continues to go here. Oh Lord. Let's see. We have, I mean, I'm really interested in some of these lists. I think, what is this? I mean, there's so many really interesting 7-in-1s as well. We have, obviously, an Executor Mew EX. My gosh. We have an Aerodactyl EX and a Mew EX. We have another Aerodactyl and Mew EX. I wonder how many people. This is 7 players. 2 of them are 7-in-1. 2 of them are 7-in-1. So really, really cool to see. Let's check out their list real quick. So first off, we are seeing that Aerodactyl EX and Mew EX. We are seeing 2 Aerodactyl, 2 Tauros, 1 Marshadow, 1 Mew EX, and 1 Hitmonlee. Then we have 2 Leaf, 2 Research, 2 Giovanni, 1 Sabrina, 2 Old Amber, 2 XP, and 2 Pokeball. And we can go back and check the other one as well here. They're running 2 Mew EX, 2 Farfetch'd, 2 Hitmonlee, 2 Marshadow, 2 Aerodactyl, 1 Sabrina, 1 red card. I think these decks are so interesting to see. And yeah, we'll have to see how it ends up going here. So yeah, give us 1 second, guys. We are just finishing up really quick a judge call here. And then we will be able to get into our next game. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, Mew's really a really cool card. I think it's such a really interesting card that came in Mystical Island. I think it is. I mean, it does so many things for a couple of decks that, like, obviously were just shy of being able to knock out some of those top decks. Like, Arcanine was not able to. Let's stop talking about, you know, especially if we're going to talk negatively about people. Let's not talk about the chat, guys. That being said, I think that Mew EX is such an interesting, again, interesting card. And so, like, obviously Arcanine was just shy of being able to beat out Mewtwo EX because it only has 120 damage, but it can get one shot by Mewtwo EX. But now, because of that that Mew-EX can still one-shot Mewtwo-EX, you know, and then Arcanine can deal with some of those other Pokemon on their bench. And however, I mean, and similarly, other decks like towards Charizard, now we have Pokemon that can one-shot Charizard by having, or decks that can one-shot Charizard, but do not, you know, currently have the ability to do so. So very interesting to see. For now, they have the ability to do so. I'm trying to say. So we'll have to see how it ends up working out. We will be getting into this next round very, very shortly here, guys. And let's see here. Let's see. One second. Yeah, exactly. It can counter to so many different things. Even like Druddigon at one-shots, right? Or can one-shot with the Giovanni. So we'll have to see how they continue to shape up. But it's really, I don't know, it's so cool to see how Mewtwo works. Not Mewtwo, but maybe Mew-EX works. And we should be getting into this next round very shortly. Okay. Okay, we are into round 9. We're into round 9. Okay. Into round 9. So guys, go on and get into your different matches here. Cannot wait to see how some of these Melmetal was doing good. Let's see how they ended up doing. They did end up losing the last one we looked at. We do have an Alakazam that was 7-1 still. Where's the last time Melmetal did well though? It does look like they're not a 7-1. So there's a chance. I don't really know which people are making, like what scores are making into day 2. So I can't wait on anything in that. Maybe we'll see them later, but I'm not sure. So let me see if I can find us a fun match to be working on. So let's see here. Okay. Would you guys like to watch an Aerodactyl Primeape versus a Gyarados? Or a Pikachu Raichu versus a Gyarados? Any ideas? Any ideas what you guys want to watch between those two? There's Marowak decks. There's some people running Marowak Aerodactyl. Kind of insane. Primeape, okay, guys. Let me quickly bring that up then, and we will get into that next match then. Let's see. Opponent's name is Y. And And we are Tiago. Donalo. Donala. So let me quickly reset those points, guys, and we will be able to continue. We are going to be in round 9 now. Round 9. Okay. We're going to get that in here. We are currently watching that Aerodactyl Primeape versus the Gyarados. We are officially in round 9. Please remember, guys, if you are interested in playing in next week's tournament, go on and sign up. Those sign-ups are open, !tournament, to see the sign-ups. And we'll be, make sure that you check that out. So, yeah. Let's see. Okay. So we are going to be watching that Aerodactyl Primeape here, which is this Primeape is able to do 50 damage into that Druddigon. Pretty crazy if you ask me. I mean, only 1 energy is basically the Rapidash version for the fighting decks. And this Druddigon does end up doing 20 back into Primeape. That being said, obviously, there's still a bit of, way to go with that. Because we do have to swing again into that Druddigon. And Primeape is only left, 60 health. Will be 40 after swinging again. But we have this other Aerodactyl already set up on the bench, ready to attack if needed. So we'll see how this game plays out here. Okay. We do finish up powering up that Aerodactyl. We're going to retreat back actually into Aerodactyl and swing for 80 into that Druddigon. So. That's going to be 2 points immediately for Tiago. Now, I did miss that first point. Sorry about that, guys. So, are going to be looking for that next point now. This Aerodactyl stopped, and that is going to go on and finish off that game 1, and we'll be waiting for game 2. I'm going to go on and cover up for their game, because obviously, he doesn't seem to cover it up himself, so I'm just going to cover up for him. Oh. Okay. Okay, into that next match now. So we do start with that Mankey again here, and we are going to be looking for that Primeape. We already have that old Amber as well, and we are going to try to set up for that Aerodactyl, but our first energy is going to go to Mankey. With the new Mankey, it does a coin flip. It can do 50 or if you hit heads, but if you hit tails, it does 0. So a little bit of a bet there on how that coin flip is going to turn out when you decide to play Mankey. Let's see. It does look like we're going to try to Sabrina here, bring this Froakie to the active, which if we can get that Aerodactyl down, will mean that Froakie can't evolve without getting, you know, retreating back. That being said, that Aerodactyl does not appear. 50 damage, though, is more than half of this Froakie's health. And that is going to put him still in range of a Primeape attack if this Frogadier does appear. You have only 30 health left on that Frogadier. Does mean that Froakie could be KO'd this turn. Okay. Okay. That is going to be another energy on the other Mankey now, and this Primeape can start swinging into Druddigon. Druddigon only takes 2 hits. Oh my god, we have Giovanni now as well. Could have KO'd Froakie last turn with that. We are going to swing for 50 into that Druddigon here. That is going to put 20 back onto Primeape, but we are absolutely obliterating that Druddigon's health. All it's going to take is 2 hits, and he's going to be able to secure his first point. I do still have last game's 4 up. Oops, Daisy. And we going from there. The new Primeape is what's being played, Tubin, so I don't know that the old Primeape is better. We're seeing this new Primeape being used by a lot of decks right now, so is the old one better? Let's see. Okay. That is going to be a KO with that Greninja there. And that's going to be Yarapasinha's first point. Aerodactyl appears in hand with that draw as well, which means this Aerodactyl is going to be able to potentially be KOing this Greninja this turn, swinging for 80 damage, taking the first point for Tiago. Huge top deck for sure. We can still one-shot that Druddigon, and we'll be able to KO a Froakie as long as it does not turn into a Greninja. Let's see. Okay. We're gonna go on and flip a Misty Coin as well for that Magikarp, who is just appearing, turns into the game much later than Yarapasinha wants that Magikarp to be appearing for sure. So we'll see how it plays out here. Definitely a bit of a tough spot though for the Magikarp player. So that is going to be 0.2 for Tiago now. Froakie is in the active, and we do have that Gyarados finally appearing on the bench, but we are 1 point from winning. If we don't go in a retreat back, oh, we do though, but only 1 point on only 1 energy on that Gyarados means we won't be seeing any attacks anytime soon. This Aerodactyl will be able to swing for 80 here into a Pokemon that won't be swinging for another 3 turns. 3 turns. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah, this Gyarados still won't be able, I mean, to attack. And I mean, Primeape's just knocking into him 50 damage per turn. The only thing that could bring Ursiiday back from this is a really strong Misty. I mean, one energy would be enough, but we're having a bit of a problem here for Tiago. I mean, a bit of a problem here for Ursiiday. We're going to swing again for 50, meaning this Gyarados is officially in range of being KO'd by that Aerodactyl on the bench. Okay. Okay, so we did hit the energies this turn for sure, but it might be too late. That, yep, is going to be a concede there from his opponent. Is that game? I think that was win number 2. Win number 2. Let me just double check though before I say that. Yep, that is going to be game 2. It's going to be 2-0. So let me see if I can find us another stream. I'm not sure we're going to be able to though, if I'm being completely honest. Not many people are still streaming at this point. So let me see if I can find this one. I'm just going to swing this over since this player also covers up their hand. And we can... Oh, another game here. They're 6-2. Terremoto is currently up 1 game into this Gyarados, who is trying to get set up. This Gyarados does have 1 point. It is Terremoto Twitch versus Liam Crew. Liam Crew? Okay. Oh, that does not fit. Let's see. Oh, that player was using one of both. I missed that. My bad. I think I read that out, and then I just like forgot it. But oh, but you're saying Mankey and Primeape. I'm like, my brain is fizzled. Sorry, guys. So we are currently up 1-0 on the Pikachu player side. But this Gyarados is pretty set up here. That Gyarados is in range though of being KO'd by that Raichu, which could be problematic for Liam Crew's game plan here. Let's see. Okay. It looks like we're going to concede this game 2 and go to a game 3. Go to a game 3. Okay. Okay, into game 3 now. Okay. Okay, so Terramana is a little bit, I mean, okay this game, but we don't have a single Pikachu EX just yet. Meanwhile, Liam Crew is looking for that Magikarp. They did have a Pokeball come down. There's about a 40% chance of that Magikarp appearing. And now with that second one, about a 50% chance. So between the two, hopefully they're going to find one. He does, but not a single Druddigon here was found, which means he does have the Magikarp, which he wants for his attacker. But where's his tank when he needs one? Because we could be seeing some problems towards that very soon. Okay. Magneton is getting powered up here. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. That is gonna. Let's see here. That is going to be another professor's research. They are digging for that Gyarados. They're looking for some of those different Mons here. Gyarados does appear now, but there's going to be a lot of energies needed by Liam Crew. 2 more turns, that is, to get set up. So let's see. We are going to have that Magneton building up more energies. But that a Raichu, it's not going to mean much. Rough spot to be in here for Teramato going into round 9. Where is that Pikachu EX when they want it? Because they definitely want the Pikachu EX. But let's see. That is going to be that Pikachu attack doing, what is that, 40 damage, 20 with that extra 20 type advantage. So, that is going to be X speed now to move this Pikachu back to the bench. Where is our Pikachu EX? Where is our Pikachu EX? That is, though, going to be 40 damage. I kind of think this 40 damage should go into Gyarados, though, if we're going to be seeing 40 damage come down. Like, I feel like we need to be putting that 40 damage into Gyarados so that Raichu can follow up, swing for 140 if that Gyarados comes into the active spot. That is 4. Okay, that 40 does go into Gyarados, setting him up for that Raichu KO. Even a potion doesn't protect him now. I'm wondering if he'll have it, though, is the big question here. Okay, that's going to be that 140 into Electabuzz. But now if we have a Raichu and a Lieutenant Surge, oh, that was 0.1. This Pikachu is going to be able to KO that Gyarados. But we don't go to it, actually. We go instead to this Magneton. Raichu appeared. Where, if we have Lieutenant Surge, he does. Where is our Lieutenant Surge? Definitely a bad spot to be in. That being said, Liam is only at 1 point. If we can put enough energies on our Raichu by hand, we can still KO. But I don't know if we're going to have the time. Can't see cards. He's hiding his hand, which is understandable. Let's see. I mean, I'm just interested to see what he decides to do. We'll have to see here. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure what lines we have now. We put that, we didn't even attack into that Gyarados. If I can't see how many energies is on his Raichu right now, but oh, we have enough to swing and KO. Will we have another Mon though for that follow-up last turn? Because we are at 0 points. It is at 0 points. We will be able to KO this this Gyarados here, but we'll have to see. That's going to be 140 now. Gyarados is going to be KO'd. That's going to be 2 points for Terramata. The question is, do we have what we need to have a follow-up attack? Because Froakie can't stop this Raichu. It could put some damage with Frogadier. Greninja could finish him off that follow-up turn. But Pikachu maybe could stop this Frogadier in his steps if we can retreat back to it. Okay. So we pass back, I mean, attack in In's turn. We should have to retreat now back to Pikachu EX, start powering it up, potentially. I mean, we could see a Greninja this turn. I mean, as early as this turn, which would be a bit of a problem for that Raichu. Let's see. We do have a retreat that is going to protect him for a turn here, unless a Sabrina comes down. Pikachu is going to start setting up. I mean, it's only doing 30 at this point, but we can get 2 more basics down. This could be a win for Terramata still. It could be a win for Terramata still. That being said, we probably want a Sabrina, though, because otherwise we're going to have to be hitting into 120, and we're not going to be able to one-hit KO that. Oh, he's at 2 now. If we have Sabrina, I think we may be safe, though, unless our opponent has Sabrina. The question is going to be is do we have Sabrina? Do we have Sabrina on Terramato's side? Sabrina's comes down. That's going to be game then. And that's going to be a win for Terramata in their game 3. That's going to be a win for Terramata in their game 3. We got 17 minutes left, guys, but only 16 minutes left in the tournament. 16 minutes left in the round. I'm just quickly checking if I see anyone that is streaming, but no one is. So we're not going to get to watch anyone till the end of the tournament, until their next round. We'll have to see how it goes. Need to see how it goes. But yeah. Okay, we don't have any more people to watch. We have these tournaments every single week. If you want to go and sign up for next week's tournament, !tournament will link you to that sign up. And if you need a guide on how to sign up, we have one as well. Go on and check it out here. But every Saturday, we have one of these tournaments. Every Saturday. Dang. Let's see here. Oh. Okay. This was our undefeateds, guys, going into this round. Those Primeapes survived. Those Charizard, Arcanine survived. Those Pikachus, Abstricas survived. Absolutely crazy to watch. But yeah, very, very, very cool to see as well here. We are also going to be seeing a number of those 7-1s doing pretty well. We have Executor, Selby, and MewEX. Did win this round. Oh my gosh. Against Diacavialo, who was one of the first people to win with the Scolipede. So very, very, very interesting to see there. I'm really excited to see some of these Mew lists with today. So very excited to see how it goes. Let's see. We can check out. It was on. Yes, it was against one of those Arcanines, the one running an XP Leaf Sabrina. But there are a number of MewEXs that did pretty well and do seem to be winning their rounds now. They could potentially be making it in today too. Very interesting to see. But yeah. Welcome in everyone new. Hi. Yeah, we do weekly tournaments. Very exciting. We have a lot of fun with them. I'm really proud of, every single person here, and I appreciate every single person, showing up. No reason to be short with anyone. We love having a very welcoming and open scene for new players, and I really hope that we can continue to have that. So please, 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 guys, be friendly, be kind, make sure that you're being nice to everyone. Everyone here is asking honest questions. Let's always assume that, not that they're, being sarcastic or anything like that. Because we want to have an open, friendly community here. And we want everyone to, no big shout out for me. No big shout out for me. Big shout out to all our players and big shout out to all of our viewers. Because obviously this type of tournament would not be able to be as big as it is without our tournament players. And we wouldn't have what we have without the people wanting to watch it as well. So huge shout out to our viewers as well. You guys make the competitive community what it is. And also huge shout out to our sponsor who sponsors the 400 USD prize pool every single week. We are going to be waiting for this round to finish up, guys, so we can get into our final round, but we're not there yet. For those of you who are new here, hi, I'm Ursi. I stream Pokemon Pocket 7 days of the week. Basically, I took a self-care day yesterday, so I guess it was not 7 days of the week this week. But in general, I stream about 7 days of the week. I also host, which you're seeing now, the largest and most competitive Pokemon Pocket tournament every single week. We already have signups open for next week, so go on and get your spot in the tournament. It is super easy to sign up, very simple. The website is very intuitive, but if you need a guide, we also have one ready as well. So please, 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 if you're interested in, I took a couple self-care days this week. If you are interested in the tournament, I would really implore you and urge you to go on and sign up right now. It is, easiest if you go and do it now, and you'll have it on your dashboard for the rest of the week to remember about it. So yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. So yeah, thank you guys so much for being here, because obviously this community is what it is. And with that, huge shout out to our judges as well, because obviously they make this run as smoothly as it does. Hey guys, just I'm not reading that out loud because I feel embarrassed reading that out loud. But no problem, Vex. We're just chatting. We're all friends here, We're all friends here. We just want to make an awesome community for everyone, and so welcome in everyone who is new, is interested in playing. I hope to see you guys continue. I will read it. Let me. Pirate, you have comms. You have perms to join, buddy. I undeafened. I will actually take my headset off though, because I'm gonna get really embarrassed if he actually joins and reads it. I'm so scared right now. I'm so scared. I shouldn't have undeafened. I should not have undeafened. Oh god, I'm not wearing my headset for this.
Hey guys, there's a discount on Twitch subs, and there's a discount if you promote your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 2 to tier 3. Let's go, guys! 30% off, and if you give 5 subs or more, Valorant will give a sub to Ursiiday. Let's go!
And then I had to. You guys call me loud. I could hear him with my headset off. You call me loud. I'm redeafening in case he comes back. We have really awesome mods here as well. Huge shout out to the mods. Huge shout out to the judge team. But really awesome mods. But they're very kind. And now I'm blushing. And I'm just gonna try to talk very fast so you guys don't see me. We have about 2 matches left, and then we have to go to round 10. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. 1 match left, and we'll be going into the next round now. They have been going into that game 3 for about 10 minutes. You guys are blasting through this last set. Very, very, very proud of all of you guys. We might give this next round, our next set 10 minutes early if they finish quickly, So I respect my mods. I am very shy, and so I don't like promoting myself, which is why my mod joined the channel to promote me. That being said, I get very embarrassed. No disrespect, just being shy. Just being shy. No. Yeah, Young already did his part the other day. I'm gonna have to start a subathon later this week with 300 gift subs already. It's really embarrassing. But it's really fun. I'm really excited. We're gonna see how it goes. I'm really happy that everyone is here and enjoys the community. That being said, we are waiting for the next round to start now, guys. We'll be getting going. Yeah, I have an emote for that, Ursi Shy. So very, 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 fun. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, we are currently waiting on our last round to finish right here. No shame, but that being said, yeah, I love that team. I really do love that part. Oh, Trial Force, thank you so much for that gifted sub. You really didn't have to do that, but I really appreciate you, buddy. But yeah, Ursi Shy. Ursi Shy. But yes, we are waiting for that last round. There's about 8 minutes left in the round, and then hopefully this will conclude a little bit early, and we can go and get into round 10. Pirate is the authority as well tonight as head judge. Pirate is also the authority. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate it. But yeah, we are waiting for that last round to finish up here, guys. We are going to be finished up, hopefully, very shortly. Going from there. No. I mean, yes. But, like, mod to mod is different from, like, if you're playing in the tournament and you have to respect that judge. A little bit different, A little bit different. Sorry. Anyway, I have a little bit of headache coming in, so I'm being a little loopy, I feel like. That being said, very excited with how today is going. We have this last round to get finished up here, guys, and then we will be able to get going. But yeah, ooh. Oh. Yeah, Aerodactyl is doing insane tonight, Pizza. It's actually crazy. Really excited to see, and really hoping to see it continue to do better and better every single week. Maybe not Aerodactyl itself, but I like to see all these crazy decks. I like seeing this meta shape up. I like seeing what people think up, what people bring to the tournament every single week. Yeah, Marshadow is gigantic. We love that. We love that for Marshadow. We love that for our players. So yeah. Okay, guys. Okay, so let me just double check with judges. Whew. Okay. Guess what, guys? Round 9 ended a little bit early, and we're going directly into round 10. Round 10 is live. Round 10 is live here. We are going to be going on into round 10. So let me update everything, and then we will find us a game to watch if we can. I think a lot of people are done streaming, but hopefully we can find us a match. Would really enjoy that. So, fingers crossed that we can find one. Hi, Stark. Yay, we're still live. If you would like to join next week's tournament, which is already live, you can go ahead and join it. You can follow this link, and we also have a guide on how to do it, so check it out. Ooh. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Let's find us a game to watch. Let's look like there's a couple of players who are still competing for that, that 8-2 getting into the tournament. We're gonna bring up someone who is still streaming here and hopefully get to watch them. I'm gonna start with the Pikachu. Oh, it's a Pikachu against Pikachu. I don't like that. Ooh! Okay, guys, we're going back to the last one because guess what? Our Aerodactyl is playing against a Mew EX Farfetch'd. And I haven't seen how this deck plays yet, so you can't stop me, is all I'm saying. You can't stop me. I won't take no for an answer as long as this person shows up. So let me, I did already change all the titles. 10, correct. Okay, so let's check this out. I'm very excited. Hopefully they will load in and play. Round 10 is officially out, so make sure you go on and join up. But yeah. I'm going to go on and clear everything, get names correct. Very interesting list. I don't know how to feel about it completely, but it's not, not me that needs to know how to feel about the deck. I'm just the one broadcasting it. I'm just waiting to make sure that they show up. 1 second. Let's see here. I'm just waiting for them to get into their game. So I'm just waiting for that match to finish up here, guys. I'm just waiting for my guy to show up, please. I'm so excited about this stream. Please. Please don't have disappeared. I really want to watch this. I haven't. Please. Please. 1 second here, guys. We're just waiting to see if he'll show up. And hopefully he will. Hopefully he will. Hopefully he will. Let's see. I don't think my guy's showing up, guys. Let's see. Let's see. I don't think this guy's showing up. I'm really sad. Did the other guy's opponent show up? It does look like the other guy's opponent showed up. I'm trying to. I'll check the. I guess we're gonna watch the other one. Sadly, I mean that's fine. I was just really excited. There are 10 rounds, Chip. We are in the last round of the tournament right now, which is, I mean, exciting. Really cool to see, and I'm really excited to see what we have in our top 32 tonight, which is gonna be really cool. It is the same. We'll go on and watch this Pikachu matchup, guys. It is Pikachu versus Pikachu. They are currently 1-1 right now because I was trying to get a different matchup set up, but we didn't get to watch the other one. So sad, so sad. So let's see here. Let's see. Okay. So this Pikachu, I mean, we have 2 Pikachu set up on the bench for Terramata here. Meanwhile, Oxygen is sniping with that Electabuzz in that active spot, who's going to have 20 damage put on him again by this little baby Pikachu, who is protecting his bigger EX Mons. So... Let's see. Yep, that's going to be a KO onto that baby Pikachu now, and that's going to put Oxygen White at 2 points. So let's see. Okay. Magnemite does get put on the bench as well. That means this Pikachu can only do 60 damage. I mean, it's enough to... Oh. It's enough to, you know, start chipping away that Pikachu EX and 2-hit KO him, which is all you really need to do in this case. But we'll have to see here. Let's see. No, I just need Valeria. But, I think Pikachu might win this one, yeah. Definitely possible, definitely possible. Let's see. So Electabuzz is gonna be able to here swing into the, could swing into the Pikachu on the bench, could put damage on that Magnemite on the bench. I mean, it doesn't, I think you would put it on the Pikachu, yeah, because you would every time, right, 2-hit KO that Pikachu, but that Magnemite could evolve, though it'll still be a 2-hit KO then with 40 health. Let's see. This Pikachu can do 60 right now. 70 with a Giovanni. 70 with a Giovanni. Okay. Oh my gosh, guys, our other guy did show up as well, so we can hop over to that after this game. Thank you, Debbie, and I appreciate it. Fun. Okay. So So, we're not. Are we conceding? Are we? What? Time ends and we'll be passing. That's gonna be concede immediately, in my opinion. And Terramata does. I'm gonna quickly hop us over to that other matchup real quick, guys. 1 second, because I do think it'll be really fun to watch. They are going into game 2 here. This is though going to be that game 1 between the Mew and the the Mew and the Aerodactyl. So we're gonna be watching that Mew EX versus Aerodactyl EX here. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So let's see. Sorry, I had to respond to something. Um. Okay. Yeah, I think Zarkanine's a really interesting one. I mean, I think both Aerodactyl and Zarkanine are really cool, but we'll have to see how it works out. Uh, okay, so we are going to see that Mankey. I mean, I think it was land that hit. I was having to respond to some messages real quick. Uh, so, yeah. Okay. Uh, let's see. Yeah, so we are probably we're gonna hopefully be evolving that Aerodactyl into some primates here and start being able to more reliably swing. So let's see. Okay. We have a potion come down helping to protect that Tauros versus versus that versus the potential attack. But that being said, if a Mankey or Primate does come down, we will be seeing another 50 damage being put into that Tauros. So we'll have to see how that goes. Okay. So this Tauros is tanking really well in the active spot. Aerodactyl does evolve here, but there's... Oh, and here is a second energy. That being said, I mean, Marshadow could swing for 100 that follow-up turn. Mew EX does have to be powered up by hand in a fighting deck, or really in any deck other than Psychic. Let's see here. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? But let's see. So I'm assuming we're going to see a Marshadow getting promoted here. Marshadow can do 100 damage now to this Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl will be able to KO back in return. But this Farfetch from the bench is going to be a definite threat to that Aerodactyl, because that follow-up 40 does end up taking 2 points for Spaghetti if it plays out in that way. So we see that 100 here, another 40 from Farfetch that would seal the deal onto that Aerodactyl. But what do we do? Oh my gosh. Aerodactyl swings for his 80. That means we're willing to take that hit, but we have Marshadow on the bench, which will be able to then return KO that Farfetch'd and finish out game 1. Let's see here. I mean, I think this top 32 is gonna be really interesting. But that Aerodactyl doesn't get KO'd? Did we just pass because we knew we were gonna lose? I'm confused. Okay, so that is gonna be a second point for Tiago now. Our third point for Tiago, but we'll be going to game 2 now. Game 2. Yeah, it makes sense. That is, we're going to game 2 now. Oh. I'm gonna let them get set up. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so we are going into our game 2 now. Always on? Green is dead, if so. Let's see. So we are starting with Farfetch this time on Spaghetti's side. It's not the worst card to start. It is a pretty strong attacker, dealing 40 damage for a single energy, not even having to evolve to do that. So not a bad Pokemon to start with. That being said, Tiago is our Marshadow, which is not as good of a start. We are going to be looking for our Mankeys, our Primeapes, our Ambers, our Aerodactyls to get set up and powered up. That is going to be a Mankey down and now a old Amber as well. All we need now is those evolutions. Second Pokeball is going to bring out Hitmonlee as well, my gosh. And we will have to be going from there. Okay, it does look like we are going to play that Hitmonlee. Question is going to be is if he can find his evolutions. But Spaghetti is going to be able to go next. They'll be able to attack for 40 into this Marshadow. That Mankey is getting set up on the bench. It can swing for 15 next turn as a Primeape. 60 with a Giovanni potentially. What are we going to see? That's the big question here. Let's see. We do see that 40 damage into Marshadow here. I'm wondering if we can find that Primeape. We can retreat back by hand energy. Giovanni seals the deal with that 60 damage. And that could be all we need to take our first point in the game. Okay, so It does look like we are going to... Okay. I do think retreating back is the correct play here, in my opinion. But maybe he doesn't agree with me? I'm not sure. This Marsh Shadow's not set up. I wouldn't be afraid, you know, like, I wouldn't be afraid to retreat back and KO the Farfetch. The Marsh Shadow's not set up. We do have the Giovanni in hand to swing for 60, and that's going to be a KO 0.1 for Tiago. And what's gonna Marsh Shadow gonna do? Nothing. It can't return attack 2 turns later. It has to return the attack the next turn. It's 0 energy, completely clear to continue. Let's see. Okay. That's the second Farfetch being played on the bench. I mean, we could technically see a retreat to it, but I don't think we're going to see a retreat and a knockout here. Let's see. Farfetched appears. I mean, we can have, what, 40 damage. It's not a knockout, though. Okay. We can swing for another 50. I don't know if we run 2 Giovannis in this list. If we do, we could swing for 50. If not, we can obviously return KO that next turn. Looks like we're going to have a Sabrina come down instead. That's going to pull up that Marsh Shadow from the bench. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to swing into that Marsh Shadow, 50 damage. This Marsh Shadow is going to have to retreat. Everything's in range of being KO'd by the Aerodactyl, so it's not that important to get this early damage done. That being said, it's not the worst thing, but it's not the most important either. Okay, Farfetch'd is going to appear here, and that's going to be a little bit of a start here. Mew EX is going to appear now, actually. But is it too late? Is it too late? This Farfetch'd will be able to KO that Primeape. I mean, Aerodactyl can come in and swing and KO, though, because no other energy is on the board. It'll be completely safe. Aerodactyl can do 80 into that Farfetch'd. It could retreat and then swing with Hitmonlee in a later turn. So we'll have to see how this game plays out, but yeah. Okay, second point for Tiago now. They did win game 1. Okay. So, I mean, we can swing and KO with this Hitmonlee. We can't really now that that potion came down, but two hits is going to be enough to finish that that Marshadow off. Let's see. Hmm. That Aerodactyl gets re-promoted to the active spot now after that Sabrina. But all we need to do is retreat and hit again to Hitmonlee to win. So. So let's see. Okay, that does mean it's going to be a game 2 here. And that is going to be finished up here, guys. I think it is the last stream. I can check to see if the other one is still running, but let's see. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I like his name. I like his name a lot. Okay, guys. So we are going to be waiting a little bit for that top 32 to finish up here. We do need to see our top 32. But yeah. But let's see. Okay, so we are just waiting for those last couple games to finish, guys. We have 20 matches left to complete, and then we can check it out. But we can check out some of those different deck lists while we wait. Look at some of those different decks, see what we think about those lists. So let's start off with the first one. It is that 1 Snivy, 2 Servine, 2 Superior, 2 Celebi, 2 Executor, 2 Execute list. I think it's really interesting. I'm really glad to see some more Celebes in that top 32. Really, really cool this week. Hopefully we'll see exactly how many do make it, but we'll have to see how it goes. Then we also have an Arcanine here. It is that very, very normal list. This time there is no red card, and it is for 1 Leaf. And then there is no potion for 1 Sabrina. We also have 2 Aerodactyls in our top 32. We are at, it's 1 old Mankey, 1 new Mankey, 2 of the new Primates, 2 Aerodactyl EX, 2 Marshadow, 1 Hitmonlee, 2 Professor's Research, 2 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni, 2 Old Amber, 2 X Speed, 2 Pokeball. So let's see. IDs are completely accepted in majority of card games and all are very accepted in Pokemon. IDs are, as long as no one is coerced into an ID, there's nothing cheating. There's nothing illegal about it. So I think a number of players did ID. It is the smart play to do. So yeah. Okay, let's continue into some of those different deck lists again. Let's check out that Farfetch'd. So we're going to see that 2 Aerodactyl, 2 Marshadow, Too Hitmonlee, too far-fetched in this list. Very interesting take on that fighting deck here. Also, 2 Research, 2 Sabrina, 2 Giovanni, 2 Old Amber, 2 Pokeball, 2 X-Speed. So, very interesting as well. We do have a second Arcanine. It is running one less X speed for a leaf and 1 less red card for a second potion. We also have a number of Mewtwo's. I'm very interested to see how those lists look as well. We have a Mewtwo EX with Gardevoir, 2 Ralts, 2 Curlia, 2 Curlia, 2 Gardevoir, 2 Mewtwo EX, 1 Mew EX. This one's running 1 Mythical Slab. I'm confused. 1 Mystical Slab, 2 Pokeball, 1 Giovanni, 1 Sabrina, 2 Blues, 2 Leaves, and 2 Professor's Research. Then we are having that Zebstrika with 2 Blitzel, 1 Dedenne, 2 Zapdos EX, 2 Zebstrika, 2 Pikachu, 2 Professor's Research, 2 Sabrinas, 1 Giovanni, 2 Pokeball, 2 X-Speed, and 2 Potion. We have a couple more Mewtwo's as well. Very interesting to see this 8-1. I mean, we're still waiting to see what we get. We do not know. IDs are completely legal in the tournament. And normally it's smart play. They are completely accepted in all of Pokemon tournaments. And so we reflect that decision as well. Thank you, Deirdre. You're having a great time as well. Yeah, ID is an intentional draw. That is illegal in all Pokemon tournaments. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, MTG, I think, has been doing it for a very long time. I just know all Pokemon tournaments have it legal. So, yeah. I haven't checked the win rating too much, but I saw definitely a lot of decks last week are not doing as well this week. So very, I mean, it's really interesting to see, and a lot of Aerodactyls are showing up. So yeah. At least 2 Aerodactyls obviously are nearly, undefeated. So it's so interesting. I don't know why it's such an issue with Pocket. It's not Rude Boy, it's just people not used to it, essentially. They're coming from different games where they might not have as often. So yeah. Or they come from games that were like, come from games that might have been using, single limb tournaments, stuff like that. So yeah. So yeah, okay. We've got 1 match left to complete here, guys. We will be finishing up here very shortly. Really excited to see what we're gonna have in our top 32. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of people are getting brought to this game that aren't, used to card-based games. So it can be a little bit new for them. That being said, I think all Pokemon ones do it. I know all of TCG do. Day 2 we played at 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. We're going to check out this top 32 very shortly. Let's see. Yeah, EST. EST. So yeah. We are just waiting for that last round to finish here, guys. And then we will finish up here. Um, um, we have about 5 minutes. We are just waiting for that last round, guys, to finish up here. So let's see. Let's see. We are just waiting for that last match, guys. Just one more to complete, and they'll be finishing up here. So let's see. Let's see. Very excited to see what we have in our top 32. Really, really cool to see all of our players do so well and so many different decks to do well with. So let's see. We're just waiting for that, guys. But we can check out the metagame a little bit and see how some of these different decks did end up doing. We have about a 55% win rate for Charizard EX and Arcanine, a 61% win rate for that Aerodactyl EX. Aerodactyl EX and Primeape. We are seeing that 52% here for Arcanine, 52% for that Executor Celebi. I'm really interested to see what exactly does well here as we go into our top 32. So I'm super, super excited to see that. Some players did decide to do that, yeah, and that's completely okay. IDs are allowed at any point of the tournament. Yep. IDs are allowed at any point of the tournament. It is listed in the rules, so you are able to do it if you would decide to do that. So, okay, guys. We are just waiting for that last game to finish up. If you are interested in playing in next week's tournament, I would definitely recommend you go in and get your spot. We had almost 2,000 sign-ups this week, and I'm really excited to see how the tournament continues to do. But we are just waiting for that last match. If you are, confused how to sign up, there are a number of different ways to do it. We do have a guide, !Limitless for that guide. And we're just going to be waiting for our last round to finish. So yeah, it is an Aerodactyl Primeape versus a Mewtwo Gardevoir. So let's see. Let's see here. see. Okay. This is day 1. We are at 9 hours and 38 minutes, and we will be finishing up this round very shortly. The tournament has ran about 8 hours, so 8 hours. Okay, guys, our last round has finished. Let me just double check with judges that we don't have any judge calls. And then we will be going into that next, hopefully that next game. Okay. Oh. Okay, guys, that is going to be the end of the tournament. We have officially concluded round 10. And so let's check out what our top 32 looks like here. We can go in and look and see how that is. We do have an Alakazam in our top 32. Very excited. We actually have, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Aerodactyl EXs into our top 32. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 Celebi EXs. We have 1, 2, a number of Mewtwo's, a number of Pikachus as expected, a couple Charizards, a Mew EX, Executor EX, which is running 1 Celebi EX. It is a top 32 tomorrow. And a number of Pikachus, a Charizard, a Blaine in our top 32. Absolutely, absolutely insane to see. So cool, honestly. And I could not be more proud of all these decks that are making it into our top 32 tomorrow. It will be starting at 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. So it'll be really, really, really cool. I'm really excited for us to get to, stream that tomorrow. We will be having on It's Guest Gaming for next week, or not next week, for tomorrow for our top 32. So I'm really, really excited for that to start up. With that being said, guys, if you are in the top 32, at least one person from every single match is required to stream their games. You can check, we'll have a guide posted in our tournament Discord very shortly with that. We also, though, want to give a huge shout out to every single player in this tournament. We had over 1,900 players in our tournament today. So a huge, huge, huge shout out to our entire tournament that played. Every single one of you make this competitive community what it is. And also, huge shout out to every single one of our viewers. Even if, you don't play in the tournament, watching this is so important for the competitive community. Having viewers is what drives sponsorships and stuff like that. And that being said, huge shout out to our sponsor this week, sponsor every single week so far, XP Collect, who puts up that 400 USD prize pool that allows us to have our prize pool extend down to the top 16. So many of our players get to have some type of reward, and I'm so excited that they are sponsoring us again. They are a card shop that you can order many of those different pre-orders with Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Think Lorcana, OP through them. They are an awesome shop to order through. I would definitely recommend them. So please check them out. With that being said, huge shout out to our judge crew. Guys, we had over 1,900 players this weekend, and our tournament went so smoothly. We had a couple, judge calls that went long, but that being said, we couldn't do this tournament without our judges. We couldn't do any of this without our judges. We couldn't do our broadcast without our judges. It was a perfect tournament, and I am so proud and so excited to see how that went. We couldn't do this without them, so please, everyone, give a huge thank you to all of the judges before you go to bed. Send a thank you in the Discord. Huge shout out to our judge crew, because we could not do this without them. Thank you to all the judges. Huge thank you to our sponsor. Huge thank you to all of the people who watched. Huge thank you to all of our players. And I do just want to take this moment for us all to think about what a huge milestone it is to have such a large tournament, as big as some of those real regionals that Pokemon has. We are only able to do this because of all you are here. We are only able to do this because of all the viewers, all the players, because of our judges, because of our sponsor. And I'll just give a huge shout out to all y'all, because this is hitting 1,900 players is that's absolutely insane, and it's you guys that have accomplished this. So thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate you guys. That being said, we are going to raid one of our players from the tournament today. Tiago Danala is my plan to raid. He went 8-2 in the tournament. I don't think he made top 32, just glancing over it real quick. But huge shout out to him as well for playing, and a huge shout out to everyone who streamed. That being said, thank you guys so much for watching. If you're new here, hi, I'm Ursi. I stream Pokemon Pocket 7 days of the week. We'll say 6.75 days of the week, because I do sometimes take a self-care day, things like that, take a day off. That being said, I normally stream 7 days of the week, and it's not really a joke when I say that. I stream 6 to 8 hours most days of the week, minus Sundays, where we stream about 4 to 5 hours for the tournament. So if you're interested in my content, I would love for you guys to show up, even outside the tournament. If you're interested in signing up for next week's tournament, we already do have that live, and we even have a guide on how to sign up for it if you are new here. If you're interested in different socials, I posted something about the meta earlier today, and I post pretty actively on Twitter, on Instagram. I'm posting pretty actively on YouTube as well, so please check out our different YouTube videos. And if you're not already in the Discord, we'd love to have you there. We have a really awesome and active community that we'd love for you to be a part of. You do probably have to be there for judge calls as well if you're in the tournament, but we have a whole community section of the tournament as well that we'd love to be a part of. If you are a sub in the Twitch channel or a member on YouTube, we also have a hangout on Monday nights where we play video games for about 2 hours all together, which is a lot of fun. We have anywhere from 8 to 15 people every single week, so we'd love to see you guys there, and I hope you have a fantastic day. I'm gonna